Good morning and welcome to the Committee on Finance. At this time, we ask if you could please place phones on vibrate or silent mode. Thank you, Chair and Speaker. Ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Okay, good morning and welcome to the 11th day of FY24 executive budget hearings. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannan, and I am privileged to chair the Committee on Finance, and I'm pleased to be joined this morning by Speaker Adrienne Adams. We've also been joined by Council members Ayala, Lee, Brooks Powers, Moya, Barron, Williams, Lewis, and Brewer, as well as Dinowitz. Welcome, Director Jihad and your team. Thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. But before I go any further, I want to invite our speaker to give her opening remarks for this budget hearing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all of you. Great to see you. Thank you so much, Chair Brannan, for holding today's executive budget hearing. This is the last before tomorrow's hearing, which is solely dedicated to public testimony. The Mayor's executive budget for fiscal year 2024 is $106.7 billion, an increase of $5.7 billion from the fiscal 2023 adopted budget. This week, the Council unveiled our fiscal year 2024 executive budget economic and tax forecast. With the city's economy proving more resilient than previously anticipated and driving stronger than expected tax collections, the Council now estimates slightly higher growth projections than its previous forecast. The Council forecasts $1.8 billion more in revenues for fiscal years 2023 and 2024, and greater revenues in the out years than is projected by OMB in the executive budget. The Council projects city tax revenues will exceed those estimated in the executive plan, with $926 million more in FY23 and $909 million more in FY24, resulting in additional revenue available to fund urgent needs for New Yorkers and to bolster our city's reserves. Looking ahead to the out years, the Council's revenue projections exceed OMB's by $942 million in FY25, $1.34 billion in FY26, and $2.55 billion in FY27. Despite these economic forecasts that show the city is well positioned to invest in essential services while preparing for future risks, the executive budget falls short of funding critical services for New Yorkers. A third round of PEGs in April directed many agencies to make reductions in their budgets by an additional 4% or 3%, while some agencies were spared. The city budget should advance the health and safety of New Yorkers, but remaining cuts threaten to further inhibit our city's ability to succeed and equitably recover. While the administration continues to justify agency budget cuts as a result of the cost to assist asylum seekers, the reality is that many investments missing from the budget would be solutions to the current challenges facing our city. The administration's response has overly relied on expanding emergency shelters, which are inherently expensive, without focusing enough on solutions that can alleviate pressure on our shelter system. The city budget is a major opportunity to proactively help the increasing number of New Yorkers experiencing housing instability to avoid entering homeless shelters or transition out of them. For example, the executive budget maintained a budget cut of over $30 million to NYCHA's Vacant Unit Readiness Program, which has seen the amount of time it takes to repair vacant units reach approximately 9 months, according to the agency's executive budget hearing testimony. NYCHA's own data shows that due to these delays, the number of vacant apartments grew from 490 in December 2021 to over 3,300 in December 2022, and up to 6,583 vacant units as of April. It is confounding that the administration would continue with cuts to a program that repairs and rehabilitates these units when we desperately need more housing and have apartments sitting vacant under the city's own control. We also must seriously invest in affordable housing capital funds, City FEPS housing vouchers, and supportive housing with adequate resources, which are currently absent in the executive budget. Similarly, the inability of city agencies to adequately process applications for food assistance and housing vouchers, advance approved housing projects in their pipeline, and perform other basic functions negatively affects New Yorkers. These cuts also undermine city agencies' ability to address the city's housing and homelessness crisis during this critical moment. Throughout the council's budget hearings, city agencies continued to identify staffing challenges as the biggest impediment to fulfilling their duty to New Yorkers and our city. This is extremely concerning as we work to address multiple crises that require our city agencies to operate effectively. We cannot underfund and understaff the very agencies that connect New Yorkers with the essential services they need, whether it is the aforementioned services, our 3K and early childhood education system, CUNY, or our public libraries. Fundamental services must be prioritized as bedrocks of achieving healthier and safer communities. The health, safety, and well-being of our city, our communities, and our economy are all bound to how well the budget invests in essential services. The functioning of our city government is a shared responsibility, and OMB has a crucial role in ensuring city agencies receive the resources necessary to deliver these services for New Yorkers. OMB must be proactive in contributing to a punctual hiring process for agencies to achieve the staff capacity needed to fulfill their obligations to the people of our city. Director Jiha, I hope to hear from you today about the steps OMB is taking to address these critical issues in this budget, because our budget is more than just numbers. It must be a plan to support our residents and achieve success as a city together. We are talking about people, and I thank you so much. I'll turn it back into the hands of Chair Brannan.
Thank you, Speaker Adams. As the Speaker said, yesterday the Council released our economic and tax forecast for the FY24 executive budget. What our analysis found remains consistent with what the Council has been saying throughout the budget process. New York City economy is durable and rebounding more strongly than otherwise believed and predicted, though economic growth during the forecast period will be slower than we're accustomed to. The Council projects the city will collect a total of $1.8 billion more in tax revenue in the current and fiscal years than the administration projected in their executive budget. Additionally, we project $942 million greater tax revenue collection in FY25, $1.34 billion in FY26, and $2.55 billion in FY27. While this represents better than average growth over the 5-year period than the Council had originally projected in our preliminary budget forecast, 2.7 instead of 2.2, it remains a drop from the 5.2% growth the city has seen over the past 10 years. While the years ahead may not paint a particularly rosy economic picture, with a nearly $107 billion proposed budget, there's no reason for austerity measures. Rather, it's time to make smart and responsible budgeting decisions that prepare for the future and double down on investments to support New Yorkers during these difficult times in the here and now. Like the Speaker said, a budget is more than just an itemized list of expenditures. It's a values document. You can tell me what you care about all day long, but you prove it to me by showing me what you spend your money on. It's about priorities. Our city's budget is no different than yours or mine, and this is no different from the issues families across the city are talking about at their dining room table every night as they try to make ends meet for another week in the most expensive city in the world. Indeed, now is the time to invest in the key programs and essential services that make New York City the greatest city in the world. The Council believes this is a critical moment, and our city's future and continued economic recovery hinges on what we do in this next budget and how we invest in New Yorkers and the essential services they rely on to recover, to succeed, and to thrive. I'll have questions today on expenses and revenues, and my expense questions will focus mostly on the asylum seeker expenditures to date, emergency contracts, the city's PEG programs, and our remaining federal COVID funding, as well as FMAP cost shift and the staffing impact on DSS and HPD programs. My revenue questions will cover the Council's revenue forecast, the Retiree Health Benefit Trust, the city network of tax breaks, audits, and the commercial revitalization program. Before we hear from OMB, I want to recognize this is our 11th and final day of agency hearings on the executive budget for FY24. We'll hold a hearing tomorrow entirely dedicated to public testimony, but I want to take a minute to recognize and thank the full City Council Finance Division staff for their efforts preparing and executing this week of hearings. I want to thank Chief Financial Officer and Deputy Chief of Staff to the Speaker, Tanisha Edwards, and the senior staff of the Finance Division, Finance Director Richard Lee, Managing Director Jonathan Rosenberg, Chief Economist Ray Majeski, Deputy Directors Isha Wright, Chima Oberchair, Emra Adev, and Paul Simone, Assistant Directors Carillion Francisco and Elizabeth Hoffman, Supervising Economists Paul Sturm, Unit Heads Aliyah Ali, Jack Story, and Julia Haramis, Finance Counsel Kathleen Ahn, my committee counsel, who's been riding with me this whole 11 days, Mike Toomey, my senior advisor, John Yedden, and all of the finance analysts and support staff who continually pull these hearings together day after day behind the scenes. I'll now turn it over to committee counsel Mike Toomey to swear in OMB, and we can get started. Okay, we've also been joined by council members Krishnan and Lynn.
Good morning. If you raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer councilmember questions? Director Jiha?
Yes.
Senior Deputy Director McKinney?
Yes.
First Deputy Director Godner?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin.
I see your mic's on, Chuck.
Good morning, Speaker Adams, Chair Brennan, and members of the Finance Committee and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today on the Mayor's Fiscal Year 24 Executive Budget. I'm Jacques Jiha, the Director of New York City's Mayor's Office of Management and Budget. I'm joined by OMB First Deputy Director Kenneth Gardner and Senior Deputy Director for Intergovernmental Relations and Education, Latanya McKinney. The last time I testified before you was on March 6. At that time, we were receiving an average of 217 asylum seekers per day, and more than 30,000 migrants were housed in our shelter and HERC systems. In total, we had spent more than $650 million to provide food, shelter, and social services for over 50,000 migrants. And we had received no help, meaning $0 from the state or the federal government. Today, just 78 days later, we are receiving an average of 602 arrivals per day. We are caring for 44,120 asylum seekers and more than 73,000 migrants having gone through our shelter system. To put these numbers in perspective, pre-asylum DHS census as of April 1st, 2022 was 45,189 individuals. So very soon, we'll be caring for more asylum seekers on a nightly basis than we had people in our entire DHS shelter system last year. Consistent with our forecasts, the city has spent more than $1 billion through the end of April, with expectation of spending $1.4 billion before July and $4.3 billion by July 2024. Based on recent trends, however, this forecast seems optimistic. Take a look at the chart on the screen. The black line shows the actual number of asylum seeker households in our shelter. The pink line represents the executive budget forecast. As you could see on the chart, in recent weeks, the actual line has significantly diverged from the forecasted line. And if this trend persists, asylum seeker costs will grow dramatically above the $4.3 billion forecast. Now, unlike the last time I was here, we now know how much the federal and state governments have allocated in aid. FEMA awarded the city $8 million in December. Of the $800 million allocated to localities nationwide, we have been awarded thus far only $38.5 million by the federal government. Let me put that in perspective. At our current daily spending rate, that $35.5 billion barely covers 5 days of asylum seeker costs. Though we appreciate that the state has committed to covering 29% of the asylum seeker costs over the next 2 years, up to $1 billion, this aid will only cover a fraction of the total costs and is partly offset by cuts and cost shifts of about $500 million in each year. So what does this mean, and where does it leave us? In the executive budget, we reflected $4.3 billion across fiscal year 23 and 24, and $1 billion in fiscal year 25 to account for asylum seeker costs. This is funded by $2.7 billion in city resources over this fiscal year and the next, and $710 million in fiscal year 25. We anticipated $1 billion from the state in fiscal years 23 and 24, and we assume that it will continue to cover 29% of the cost in 25. And it was widely reported that we would be awarded the lion's share of the federal appropriation. So we assumed $600 million in fiscal year 24 from the federal government. If you remember, in my preliminary budget testimony, I warned of proposed state budget cuts that would drain city resources. Thanks to the legislature, the harm was less pronounced in the state enacted budget. The MTA funding mandate was reduced by about half to $235 million annually for 2 years. The Medicaid cuts were also reduced, though the state intends to fully shift those costs to localities by fiscal year 26. But as stated earlier, despite the legislature's best effort, the state still imposed budget cuts of about $500 million a year. We are still pushing the state on asylum seeker funding and will continue advocating for critical priorities that were not included in the state enacted budget, including our housing agenda. The federal government failures to deliver adequate assistance and the $500 million a year of cuts and cost shift imposed by the state create a $1 billion budget gap over fiscal year 23 and 24 that will have to be addressed at adoption. We also address some other significant challenges in this executive budget and financial plan. Most of our employees have not had a contract for over a year. The mayor has made it clear that paying a fair wage in order to attract and retain city workers is a priority. So following settlements with DC37 at PBA, we added $16 billion across the financial plan to fully fund the cost of the labor patterns established by these two agreements across the city workforce. Now, the city's financial situation is made even more precarious because the national economy has entered a period of slow growth, with many economists predicting a downturn at the end of the year. The banking sector has not fully recovered from the recent turmoil, and stock markets remain highly unstable. Here at home, we see mixed signals. Wall Street remains under stress, as a result of the Federal Reserve contractionary monetary policies. The commercial real estate industry continues to struggle. Office vacancy rates remain high, with 90 million square feet of office space available for lease. We expect this level to peak at 23% this year and decline slightly over the financial plan. Average home prices are projected to decline this year before resuming growth next year. On the other hand, the labor market remains resilient. Despite the decline in employment last month, over this year we are still adding jobs faster than the nation and the state, and have regained nearly all job loss to the pandemic. The tourism sector has made a strong recovery. Hotel occupancy and room rates are higher than they were in early 2020, and theaters are seating 90% of their pre-pandemic audience levels. As a result of this unanticipated strength of the local economy, we adjusted the tax revenue forecast above the general plan by $2.1 billion in fiscal year 23 and $2.3 billion in fiscal year 24. This upward revision was driven by unexpected gains in personal income, business, sales, and hotel taxes. Of course, this increased revenue must be understood in the context of the immense fiscal challenges that the city is currently facing. Further, the growth of our tax revenue base in the out years is projected to slow as the national and local economies cool. The takeaway is that over the next few years, our resources will not grow substantially, though we must still meet vast needs. Considering these needs, concerns, and risks, we crafted a budget that remains true to the core principles that have driven every budget this administration has released. Specifically, we continue to maintain fiscal responsibility by achieving savings, upholding strong levels of reserves, and controlling spending. The fiscal year 24 executive budget is $106.7 billion. Fiscal years 23 and 24 remain balanced, with out-year gaps of $4.2 billion, $6 billion, and $7 billion in fiscal years 25 through 27, respectively. Facing $10 billion in new needs over just fiscal year 23 and 24, which were largely driven by costs related to asylum seekers and labor settlements, the mayor implemented a gap-closing strategy which included a PEG and a reduction in current year reserves. In the PEG, agencies were directed to reduce spending by 4% annually, starting in fiscal year 24, except DOE and CUNY, which were given a 3% target to minimize disruption during the school year. Every agency submitted savings plans that met their target, including the NYPD and DOC. However, after reviewing PEG submissions, the mayor determined that some agencies could only make their target by reducing services. Accordingly, he instructed us to adjust targets for agencies where initiatives would have jeopardized public safety, streets and parks cleanliness, and the social safety net, including fire, sanitation, parks, homeless services, HRA, and DYCD. Notably, libraries and cultural affairs were exempted. We achieved $1.6 billion in savings over fiscal year 23 and 24, bringing total savings since last June to nearly $4.7 billion over those years, all without service reductions, layoffs, or cut to school budgets and classrooms. Safeguarding our city recovery and being fiscally prudent also includes maintaining budget reserves that protect the city from the unexpected. Reserves in fiscal year 24 remain at a near record level of $8 billion, with $1.2 billion in general reserve, $2 billion in rainy day fund, $4.6 billion in the retiree health benefit trust, and $250 million in the capital stabilization reserve. We use about $1.8 billion of our current year's reserves to cover some fiscal year 23 expenses, which is typical at the end of the fiscal year. Overall, this budget supports all New Yorkers, particularly the most vulnerable, with nearly 60% of funding devoted to education, healthcare, and social services. Now, I would like to highlight some of the investments we made in this plan. Mayor Adams has prioritized increasing funding for programs that support New Yorkers suffering from mental health issues. This includes honoring his commitment to the mental health plan by baselining funding for the Mental Health Access Digital Hub, clubhouse capacity expansion, and a school telemental health program and the Be Heard program. We are also making investments to uplift working families, including outreach to expand awareness about tax benefits such as the Earned Income Tax Credit that was expanded under this administration, SNAP, Medicaid, and more. To prevent housing voucher discrimination, CCHR will have additional resources to hire attorneys within the source of income unit. Because internet access is essential to connect with the modern world, we are providing free broadband access through Big Apple Connect to 73 more NYCHA developments for a total of 202 serviced by the program. And to expand the city's digital outreach and provide improved services, the My City platform will expand to include childcare, workforce, and business portals. Because education is a pathway to a secure, good-paying job, we have added resources to support our schools and CUNY. DOE will integrate climate education and food education into the curriculum, and children in shelters will receive support that they need to continue their education from shelter-based community coordinators. The CUNY Reconnect program will be expanded to help even more students who left school because of extenuating circumstances resume their education and earn degrees. And CUNY will help students by providing industry experts and advisors who will help connect students to internship and job opportunities. We are also supporting the Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities plan to promote workforce development for disabled New Yorkers. To make the city cleaner, greener, and more sustainable, we are implementing Plan NYC initiatives, including the citywide organics expansion and climate budgeting, which is an OMB initiative. From now on, every investment decision the city makes will be viewed through the lens of meeting our climate goals so that we leave our children with a healthier and more resilient city. Investing in New Yorkers only works if we have enough city workers to implement programs and services. In response to unprecedented challenges around recruiting and retaining employees across the city, we have implemented several new initiatives. DCAS is leading a vacancy reduction sprint, with agency recruitment czars developing a hiring plan that are tailored to their agency needs and looking at ways to improve the city's hiring process. We have also significantly increased outreach. In partnership with the City Council and DC 37, DCAS has sponsored hiring halls that featured on-the-spot interviews. So far, almost 6,000 prospective employees have attended, resulting in 3,200 interviews and more than 1,000 job offers. I want to thank the Council for participating in this effort and promoting the hiring hall events on your social media channels. Further, To keep and attract talent, the city and DC 37 will pilot flexible work options, including remote work beginning June 1st in the Department of Social Services and the Department of Buildings. At OMB, we are doing our part to speed up the hiring process. As promised, we are reviewing pull requests faster, and we are having ongoing discussions with our agency partners about potential improvement. We are confident that these steps taken together will accelerate hiring and promote a more efficient agency operations. Now, I would like to discuss the city $164.8 billion 10-year capital strategy. The plan includes $76 million to add collection trucks to the DSNY fleet to implement the citywide curbside organics program, $550 million to redevelop the CUNY Brookdale campus and create a world-class science park and research center, and $50 million to upgrade almost 90 school cafeterias citywide, bringing total cafeteria renovations by this administration to almost 200. To conclude, I would like to return to the most pressing concern the city faces today. This administration is moving heaven and earth to manage the ongoing influx of asylum seekers. And because we quickly adopted a comprehensive approach, this crisis is barely visible to most New Yorkers. Unlike other cities, we treat the new migrants humanly. You don't see tents on our sidewalks or in our parks. Every asylum seeker has a safe place to sleep, good food to eat, and access to social services in accordance with the city's right to shelter mandate. Providing these mandated services, however, is very expensive, and every New Yorker should be concerned about these escalating costs and the ramifications for potential service disruptions, and the very real possibility that this may go on for years. The reality is this is a fiscal emergency. Whether it's the $4.3 billion in our forecast or some elevated number per the current trend, unless we get meaningful assistance from the federal government and state government, we face the catastrophe of running out of places to house migrants and the resources needed for them. At the same time, we must keep the city safe, healthy, and clean. As great as the city is, and despite all that we can do, we cannot bear this financial burden on our own. I'm calling on the federal government to provide meaningful assistance. As stated earlier, the $38.5 million that has been awarded to date covers just 5 days of costs. And the $1 billion over 2 years the state promise covers less than 5 months in fiscal years 23 and 24. That leaves the city responsible for every additional penny needed to cover the cost of caring for the asylum seekers in those 2 years. And as a reminder, this crisis is already a year old and will stretch into the future. This is not right. No local government can carry this kind of a financial burden without eventually cracking. We need more than just funding, though. New York City cannot implement the immigration or the compression policies that will bring meaningful relief. We need an all-of-government coordinated effort to fairly relocate asylum seekers regionally so that New York does not remain the epicenter of the crisis. Additionally, the immigrants need temporary protected status and work permits in order to accelerate their ability to secure work legally in the United States. We must all act as well. I urge you to join the administration in calling our state and federal partners to take bold steps. Please get on the train and go to Albany and Washington and tell the lawmakers that we need a decompression strategy and real financial assistance, meaning billions of dollars to cover our costs for the duration of this crisis. and let them know what will happen without relief, namely that we'll have to make terrible cuts to program and services, and this will cause great and unnecessary pain. This is truly an all-hands-on-deck moment. We look forward to working with you in any way we can to support your advocacy efforts. Thank you again for inviting me to testify this morning. I look forward to working with the Council to meet our joint priorities and address needs of all New Yorkers as we work together to deliver the adopted budget. Now I will take your questions.
Thank you. Before I turn to Speaker Adams for questions, I just want to acknowledge we've also been joined by Council members Ressler, Carr, Caban, Hanks, Stevens, and Sanchez. I'll now turn to Speaker Adams.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannan. Welcome again, Director Jiha, and to your team as well. Thank you for being with us today. Let's continue on with the discussion of asylum seekers, since that is in the forefront of just about every conversation that we're having, that the city is having, that the state is having, hopefully that our federal partners are having as well. It seems that the model for the city has been using for estimating the costs related to the asylum seekers is very much predicated on the growth in the number of asylum seekers in the shelter system. Each of the charts the mayor has used to demonstrate the administration's cost estimates has included a straight line growth rate for the population of asylum seekers in shelter. Can you please explain how the city's projections were derived?
Sure. We reviewed trends in inflow and outflows and the census change by each asylum seeker subpopulation, so we could understand the changes in the asylum seeker dynamics. The census was characterized by steady growth between October 22 and April 23 of approximately 40 households per day. And the net inflow more or less remained more or less stable throughout that entire period. So we did not have any clear evidence in terms of inflow of outflow diverting from the trend, like I just showed you on the chart here. And we did not have any clarity when it comes to the kind of policy the federal government would have implemented. So since then, the growth in terms of the household has accelerated to 188. So let me make sure we understand clearly. When we did the forecast, okay, we base our numbers, our forecast, on 40 households per day, okay? That's what we train over time based on the history of the pattern we see people coming. In recent months, the number of households has gone to 188 per day. That's why you see the deviation on the chart. You see our forecast trend growth, and you see the deviation going this way. One is a plane taking off, one is a rocket going up. Okay? Hopefully, it'll come back down, hopefully. But if it doesn't, it means that we're going to have to adjust upward our forecast by a significant amount.
Okay. What assumptions is the city making about shelter exits? Is the daily census growth projection based on the net new arrivals and shelter exits?
Yes, as I said, we take the inflow and outflow, and then whatever we have net. That's what we're using, because that's the number of people who are currently under our care. So it's not like just the inflow only. We look at the inflow and outflow and the net.
Okay.
Okay.
So if the growth rate is a net of inflow and outflow of asylum seekers into the system, can the administration provide the committee with a breakdown of those two inputs that make up the growth rate?
Sure. If you want to, we could send you the information, but if you want to right now, I could give you the numbers for instance. Let me give an example.
Okay.
During the month of March 2023, we had an average of 203 individuals entering the system every day, and we had 124 leaving every day. So for an average net inflow of about 79. For families, the inflow was 155 and the outflow was 94, for a net inflow of 61 per day. So we had approximately 22 households. For singles, the inflow was 48 per day and the outflow was 30 per day, for an average growth of 18. So we translate into 15 families with children, 18 single adult, and 7 adult families each day. So that's what gives you the 40 that we use for our forecast, the 40 households that we have for our forecast. But as I said, since then, okay, we have reached 188 households per day. So in other words, the numbers that was driving our forecast, okay, no longer relevant at this point in time.
Okay. Let's look at non-asylum seekers. Were the exit rates that are a part of the growth rate formula determined using historical patterns set by non-asylum seeker shelter populations?
No.
Not at all.
Not at all, because the non-asylum seekers have a number of resources, that allow them to exit. So therefore, we basically use the experience of the asylum seeker population to study the dynamics and to project the trends.
Do you take a look at the trending between asylum seekers and non-asylum seekers, the population trending behaving the same way or completely different?
At total different patterns.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about state and federal support. We're all very passionate about that particular subject. The enacted state budget includes $1 billion for reimbursement of 29% of the city's cost of the provision of shelter services for asylum seekers for eligible costs incurred between April 1st, 2022 and March 31st, 2024. The city's executive plan reflected this funding and also included an additional $290 million in fiscal year 2025 that has not yet been appropriated by the state. On the federal side, the executive plan includes $600 million in fiscal year 2024, with the expectation that the city would receive 75% of the $800 million that Congress had appropriated nationwide for asylum response efforts. We were very disappointed to learn that the city will only be receiving $30.5 million in the first round of awards, which is only 8.7% of the $350 million it had applied for, making it impossible for the city to get the $600 million it's budgeted. If the city is awarded the same percentage in the next tranche, federal funding would total just $39 million. Ideally, how much should the state and federal government each cover for asylum seekers' response efforts?
Let me, before I answer the question, let me clarify 2 points, which is very critical as part of this exercise, because I believe our staff briefed your staff last Friday in terms of the new developments, because when we did the executive budget, there was no state budget at the time. So we had to make certain assumptions. And since then, what happened is, as you know, the state imposed about $500 million cuts on the city each year. So even though we got $1 billion for the 2 years, when you offset them against the cuts, it becomes almost zero. Okay? And like you said, the federal government only gave us $38.5 million, and our expectation is we're not going to get no more than 10% of the next tranche. So overall, we're probably going to get in total maybe some $70 million from the federal government, which means, okay, we not only going to have gap openers because we make some assumptions. We have about $500 million in federal shortfall, and for this year we have about $500 million for the state. So you're talking about $1 billion hole. From my perspective regarding your question, this is a federal problem, okay? And this should be fully funded by the federal government. Okay, the federal government cannot have a policy in place and where New York City is the decompression strategy and basically not giving New York City a penny to deal with the problem. Okay? So it's a federal problem and it should be fully funded by the federal government.
I don't think we disagree with that at all.
Yes, we know.
We do not disagree at all with that. In looking at our state partners, has the city had any conversations with our state partners regarding the possibility of state funding in fiscal year 2025 or beyond?
We have some initial discussions with them, and everyone understands the severity of the problem, and is flexible enough to basically review our requests when the need will arise the next year in the state executive budget.
Okay. The city's projected cost for the provision of services to asylum seekers, we know, seems to increase with the release of each financial plan. What was once estimated to cost approximately $1 billion in the current fiscal year, we know is now up to at least $1.4 billion, with an additional $2.9 billion estimated for next fiscal year and $1 billion for FY 2025. How much of the budgeted funding is allocated to emergency shelters administered by DHS versus the HERC system administered by NYCEM, H&H, and HPD?
Yeah, again, we could provide you all the data, but as of the end of April, I'm going to give you a breakdown of the actual spending that we did. DSS shelter was about $566 million of the $1 billion that we spent, and the HERCs were about $434 million for a total of $1 billion. Regarding the agencies, DSS is 554, H&H 316, NYSEM 65 million, DCAS 37 million, OTI so far is like 19, and HPD $5 million, and then we have another $3 million for DOHMH, so for a total of $1 billion.
Okay. And how much of the budgeting funding is allocated to other response efforts? Are you able to provide a breakdown of expense type and administering agency for each fiscal year for us?
Yeah, we in terms of the expense type, we spent about $400 million for services and supplies, and house rent and initial outfitting is about $360 million. But again, I could provide your staff all the details that you need. IT, administrative expensive, 91, medical, 74 million, food is another $73 million.
Okay. In looking at trying to enlist some of our residents and resident partners upstate with the mayor's announcement to move asylum seekers upstate. Recently, the mayor announced a new program to move some asylum seekers to temporary shelters outside of the city, yet the program's details are still unclear. The city council would like clarity on the plan, how it will work or how it was supposed to work, which city agencies will be involved, how much it would cost, and who would be paying for it. Could the administration provide the committee with clarity on why this program was instituted, and was cost the driving factor in the decision to provide this option? And what's the estimated per diem rate for the sites outside of the city?
Yeah, as the mayor mentioned on numerous occasions, we are in a crisis. And we are committed to providing every asylum seeker with the necessary services. But we are in a crisis. We are operating 150 emergency shelters and 9 HERCs. We are simply running out of space in New York, okay? And for about only 1/4% that move to New York State, we continue to provide, to fund wraparound services for them, just like they would receive in any shelter in New York City. I believe the per diem is about $200 for upstate New York. It's a bit cheaper than what we have down in New York City.
Okay. Which city agencies would be involved in the program, and what would be the role of those agencies?
Currently, HPD hold the contracts for this program, and it is working with a third party to secure hotel rooms at various sites upstate New York.
Okay. How much is the transportation of clients and provision of out-of-city shelters expected to cost, and who will pay for the move?
the city will pay for the move, but right now I can't give you a sense of how much it will cost. It depends on how many localities accept folks in their districts and how many folks we manage to move to relocate to those upstate communities. But all is city funded, and at this point in time I cannot give you a sense of, because we just started.
Is the funding already budgeted?
Funding's already, but as part of the $4.3 billion.
Do we know under which agencies, units of appropriation, and the budget codes?
We don't have all this detail yet, and as I said, as we work toward adoption, we'll provide you more clarity in terms of creating new unit of, U of A's to deal with these issues.
What's the city doing to address the strong opposition to the plan that it's faced from the counties outside of the city?
We are working closely with all our partners in government around the state, and we're working with the governor's office. As we said to folks, New York City is only home to 5 of the 62 counties around the state. So we need everybody to step up in a moment of crisis. Okay, so again, we're working with every single one of elected officials that we know of who are willing to work with us. For instance, Erie County executive is willing to work with us. Some other counties are open, and then we're working with the New York delegation to convince folks to open up their doors so that New York City is not the only place that carries the burden. But bear in mind, we're still paying for them, even when they move upstate New York.
Let's look a little bit towards HPD. HPD's budget includes an additional $223 million for asylum seekers shelter costs, $25.4 million in FY23, $147 million in FY24, and $51 million in FY25. At their hearing, HPD referred questions about the asylum budget to you, to OMB. How many asylum seekers are estimated to be housed with the $147 million in FY 2024?
Right now, I cannot give you a precise number again because of the challenges we're having with relocating folks upstate New York, because we don't know how many of them we're going to relocate. But for sure, we know they have budget authorities of to $147 million, okay, for this purpose. Currently, they have a HERC in Bushwick with about 532 migrants, okay, under the auspice of HPD. But I can't give you the exact number of folks they could accommodate at this point in time for that $147 million. As I said, because of the back and forth we're having with other localities.
What can you share about the procurement process? How does OMB decide what gets emergency contracts versus a more traditional procurement process?
OMB doesn't get involved into this. It is the contracting agency that basically do these things, DSS or HPD. We don't get involved.
So OMB does not get involved at that. The information is passed along to OMB. And then you
OMB after.
proceed. Okay. How does OMB or does OMB decide to use temporary workers rather than hiring civil service off of the civil service list, especially if there's funding in the budget through at least FY 2025 for asylum seeker shelter?
As you can imagine, the speed of which, it's an emergency, things are moving very quickly. These are short-term contracts that we put in place so we could bring workers on board expeditiously. But more importantly, you should also note that currently we contract out all of our shelter work, okay? Because the not-for-profits, they have more experience than us in terms of managing and trying to understand the needs of the population. So therefore, we rely mostly on not-for-profit to do this work for us. The work is contracted out at this point in time. It's mostly all temp that we use to do this kind of work.
Okay, so there really is no process or plan there. What's the total spend so far on temporary contracts for asylum seekers, and what's planned for FY 2024?
I don't think we have, let me see, 2024, I don't think we have, let me come back to you with an answer for that question.
Okay, that was the total spending so far on temporary contracts. At peak investment in fiscal 2024, that $147 million added at HPD, what is the anticipated breakdown of which boroughs will house those folks?
Again, this is an emergency. I can't tell you exactly which bowl we're going to put folks in because, it's like overnight you got 900 people and you have to scramble to find places to put them. I cannot tell you exactly where they would be located. Again, as I said, it's an emergency.
Believe me, Mr. Director, I have felt that being the council member for District 28 and getting phone calls post residents put up in hotels in my own district with no planning, no advisement, we're just letting you know this. So
As you know, it's
I know this.
in middle of the night. You have to accommodate folks. It's really hard to find place and at the same time to communicate prior to the relocation. It's extremely difficult.
Okay. The recent decision by the administration to repurpose school gyms into shelters took a lot of us, a lot of elected officials by surprise. Why is there such a gap between the promises of communication and collaboration and what actually happens? Is this more of the surprise factor and the emergency situation and pretty much the knee-jerk reaction to this crisis?
Madam Speaker, it's an emergency and we are responding in real time. Okay? And if we don't find a place for these folks to sleep at night, we get sued. Okay? If we find a place for them, we get complaints about not giving enough early notice. So it's boss come at night, these folks work really for 14, 15 hours a day to find these places to accommodate people. This is an emergency. They are responding in real time. Please try to understand exactly where these people are coming from. This is not easy for them to manage this crisis.
Going along with the conversation on emergency and looking at contract rates, we're hearing from providers that the rates on the various emergency contracts for asylum seeker shelter aren't consistent. For example, we've heard that meal reimbursement amounts vary widely from only a few dollars per person to over 10. Why do the rates vary so much across contracts?
What happened is DHS give the providers the flexibility to subcontract with providers for food, and as a result, because we have different negotiations going on, so you're going to end up with different costs.
Why wouldn't that, things like meal reimbursement, be more uniform for all providers? I've seen that as I've visited locations in my own district.
No, again, I understand. Again, it's a question of the providers negotiate with subcontractors, and as they negotiate with the subcontractors, you're going to have differences, variation from one to another.
Well, how can providers be expected to provide the same level of service given to these disparities,
I understand, but again, as I said, they have that flexibility to negotiate with subcontractors. And as they negotiate with subcontractors, you're going to have different prices. It's not us setting up saying this is how much you're going to spend for each, they have that flexibility to negotiate. And as they negotiate, you're going to have variations.
Can you tell us the range of meal allowances across emergency shelter contracts?
Right now, as I said to you, the per diem for DHS is about $256 a day per household.
That's meals.
No, the per diem. That includes meals, that includes everything.
It's all inclusive?
All inclusive.
Okay. In last year's state budget, the state increased the state FEPS rates to match city FEPS, but didn't provide for state funding to cover this increase. In December 2021, the state allocated $60 million under the Rental Supplement Program, or RSP, to the city, then later indicated that it must be used towards the state FEPS rate increase. RSP provides funding to supplement rental costs for low-income individuals regardless of immigration status. Many longtime city residents who are undocumented and in the city shelter system are ineligible for housing assistance and vouchers, leaving them perpetually stuck in the city shelter system. In the budget response, the council called on the city to use any outstanding RSP funding after covering the cost of the state FEPS rate increase to support the creation of a program to provide rental assistance vouchers to undocumented city residents, but nothing was added to the executive plan. How much of the $68 million has been spent to date, and on what?
We're currently working with the state to come up with a plan. We are finalizing the plan at this moment in time. None of that $68 million has been spent so far. Okay, so there's a possibility that there will be resources left over, at which case we will work with the state to see if we could address the needs of the undocumented immigrants.
Is the city risking loss of the funding if nothing's been spent?
No, we're working with the state. It's working in conjunction with the state. That's what the plan we're putting together.
How much does the city expect to spend in city fiscal 2023 to cover the state FEPS rate increase?
We currently have, again, we're having discussion with the state, but we have not yet finalized on the budget in terms of how much that will be spent.
Do you know what the estimated annual cost of the state FEPS rate increase would be in future years?
We expect the state to cover the costs, but again, we're having ongoing conversation with the state, and I don't know for sure where we're going to land.
Okay. Are there any other pathways the city's exploring to provide vouchers to those who are undocumented?
Again, we're working with the state, because it's a state program. Many of these things are the undocumented. They have, the vouchers have restrictions, and so therefore we have to work with the state. And the state is very open to work with us to address that particular issue.
Okay. I have a couple other subjects, then I'm going to pass it over to my colleagues. In looking at increase of funding for right to counsel, the Right to Counsel law, spearheaded by the council, provides access to free legal services to all tenants facing eviction proceedings and is a key program to address housing stability in the city. Eviction filings in the city increased significantly over the past year, as has the demand for right to counsel services, but the program's contracted providers do not have the capacity to fully meet the current need. Additionally, on February 21st, 2023, Local Law 20 of 2023 was enacted, extending full legal representation in eviction or termination of tenancy proceedings in housing court for any person who is 60 years of age or older. No funding has been added to the budget to support this expansion, which will be effective in early fiscal year 2024. In the budget response, the council called on the administration to add $70 million to right to counsel to ensure all eligible individuals can obtain legal services. Nothing was added to the executive plan. Without the addition of funding, how does the city expect to meet the requirements of all right to counsel legislation, including the expansion to seniors, and prevent an increase in evictions and homelessness, which is much more costly for the city?
We are currently monitoring the demand for this program because one of the challenges that providers are facing is the lack of capacity to serve all cases. So currently, many of the providers, they have the flexibility in their current processes to support this population. But again, what we're doing, we're monitoring, and if we see there is a need to add funding, we will do so as we approach the adopted budget.
Well, I don't think that there's any question that there will be a need. How many eligible tenants facing eviction have had cases proceed without representation due to the unavailability of lawyers in the program?
I would have to defer to the agency and to housing courts to provide you data on this because we don't have that.
Does OMB keep up with the situation when it comes to the right to counsel law?
Yes, we do.
Okay. What is the city doing to fix the capacity issues expressed by providers?
That is an issue that, as I said, we be working with all these providers to see what can be done to attract more attorneys to this field. It's a challenge, as you know. We're dealing with a very tight labor market. Our salaries are not as competitive as private sector for attorneys. So, it's the same challenge that we're dealing with throughout the city when it comes to hiring, and because of we're competing with in a tight labor market, and our salaries are not competitive. But we're working with these folks to see what can be done, okay, to provide them the necessary assistance so they could hire more tools so that they could respond to to any potential demand that they have out there.
Okay. We understand OCJ is about to issue some RFPs for legal service programs. When will they be released, and for which programs?
I believe the RFP have been drafted by DSS. They are still in the process of being drafted, and they are having conversations about rates and the amount on the RFP. But we will update you once we have more information.
All right, so we don't know how many years the contracts would be for.
I don't know that
At
yet.
this time.
DSS is working on this.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about NYCHA. The city's expense commitment to NYCHA is about 5% of their operating revenues. At $226 million out of over $4.3 billion, the city has reduced its contribution over the last 3 financial plans, hitting NYCHA with $67.3 million in pegs. The key peg is for the Vacant Unit Readiness Program, which helps remediate and rehab the 6,583 vacant units on the rent rolls as of April 27th. Why is the administration's commitment to NYCHA shrinking at this point?
Madam Speaker, it's not true at all. We are not cutting NYCHA. That plan, that program we discussed here, it's what I call a funding swap. So what we're doing is we're taking savings from on the expense side, and we're adding capital money. Okay, there is no cut. We're taking $31 million in expense. We're adding $31 million in capital. It's just a swap. Okay, there is no such a thing as a cut to that program.
Around $62 million of the PEG has to do with the Vacant Unit Readiness Program, as we've said, and the council called for $31 million of this to be restored and front-loaded over the next 2 years of the plan to get vacant units ready faster. They're still taking over a year to abate. Why didn't the administration heed the council's call?
As I said, we are not taking money from that program. We're basically swapping money, swapping expense dollars for capital dollars. There's no cut to the program at all whatsoever.
Yet and still, we're waiting for this amount to be front-loaded over the next 2 years and get those vacant units.
That has to do with NYCHA, you know.
What is the administration's plan to manage the population of domestic violence victims that languish on the NYCHA waitlist for a Violence Against Women and Children Act transfer?
Again, as I said, the premise of the question itself, which I'm challenging the premise of the question itself. It's not, you know, the vacant, that program, Vacant Unit Readiness Program, there was no cut to the program. So, you know, that's what I'm trying to say to you from the get-go. The premise of the question is wrong to begin with, because there was no cut to the program. We're just swapping expense for capital.
So in your estimation, Mr. Director, everything is still going along as it should be with the program?
When it comes to funding, yes.
When it comes to funding?
Yes, there's no such a thing as a funding cut to that program. We're just swapping.
Okay. We might have a difference of opinion as
No,
far as
it's not a difference of opinion. It's just capital dollars and expense dollars. We take the expense dollars and we add capital dollars to replace it. That's all. It's the same amount of money.
Okay. We're going to leave it there. Let me just deal with units of appropriation, then I'm going to pass it on to
Sure.
the chair. Last year, we worked together to make the budget more transparent by adding more units of appropriations across several agencies. Will OMB commit to continuing these efforts this year and add more units of appropriation to the budget?
Well, as I said, last year we added a record number of UFAs as part of our negotiation with the City Council during the adoption process. And I'm looking forward, as part of budget negotiation, to see what needs to be done to add clarity and transparency to the process. And we're more than happy to discuss those UFAs with you and your team as we get closer to budget adoption.
So that does not sound like a commitment to add more to the budget this
I'm
year.
committed, as part of the budget negotiation, to work with you and your
Trying to
team.
get you there, Mr. Director.
To work with you and your team.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. We've also been joined by council members Joseph, Farias, Osei, and Powers. Director, getting back to the asylum seeker expenditures and related costs. So the council has asked for detailed updates on actual spending on asylum seeker response efforts and emergency contracts. The administration thus far has only periodically shared information with us. It was very large print, high level. When the city applied to FEMA for federal funding, I know it submitted a great deal of granular information. The information that we've received thus far is insufficient and does not allow us to adequately perform our mandated oversight requirements. And I think based on the granular information that the administration provided to get the FEMA funding, it's clear that that detailed information is available. Can you tell us when and will the administration commit to providing the council with more detailed, fine print information on the costs of asylum seeker response efforts?
I believe we provided your staff all the information that we currently have. And any update that you need, we'll be more than happy to share them with you. We have nothing to hide. Actually, we are in a process of putting together a tracker so people could see on the month-to-month basis what's going on online, so people could track the expenses. And if you have any need for information that we are not getting from our staff, please let me know, because I know for sure my staff was directed to share all the information that we provided to FEMA to you and to the state.
Okay. As of last night, I don't think we have that, so I appreciate that.
Okay?
Could you give us the breakdown of actual expenditures by agency?
Yes, I did earlier, and let me go back again.
Yeah, let's go a little slower this time.
Okay. DSS, I'm based on the actual spending to date, the $1 billion. DSS, $554 million. H&H, $316 million.
316?
Yeah. NISAM, 65. ZCAS, 37. OTI, 19. HPD, 5. DOHMH, 3. And DDC, $600,000, for a total of $1 billion.
And could you tell us what each of those expenditures are for? For instance, DCAS, what's the $37 million for?
DCAS is hired to do a lot of the initial outfitting. They are hired contractors to do when we do an emergency HERCs, the build out and all these things. So they're part of this. They negotiate, they find space for the asylum seekers. All of this is part of the spending that they've done so far.
And the $3 million for Department of Health?
It's dealing with, I don't know specifically from the top, it's vaccination.
I mean, do you think it makes sense to have everything spread out over so many agencies instead of making one agency the point for this?
There's a point person, there's a point group of people at City Hall that basically coordinate all of these things, led by Marley Schaefer. Okay, and there's, we have a team in place at City Hall that coordinates with the different agencies.
Do we have an idea of how much we've spent on overtime related to the migrant crisis?
I can't give you an answer to this at this point in time, no.
Okay. IBO released their own analysis of the city's response to the influx of asylum seekers. Their projection is that in FY23 is $1.2 billion lower than what the city estimated. IBO also created a worst-case scenario, and that forecast was $600 million less than the city's projections over the next 2 years. So could you tell us what are the main factors driving the difference in the OMB cost estimate and the estimate issued by IBO?
I'm not able to comment on IBO's projection because I don't have the data and the assumptions. The only thing that I know, when they shared the draft of the report with us, we told them that the numbers for 23 were, the numbers was too low, because at the time we had already spent. They forecast $900 million for the rest of the year when we already spent $1 billion, and we told them they're going to look ridiculous, if you come out with the numbers. So therefore, they updated their numbers for fiscal year 23 to about their worst case scenario to about over $1.4 billion. For fiscal year 24, I don't know, because I don't have the data, I don't have the assumptions, so I cannot tell you anything about the forecast.
Okay. I want to stay on forecasts for a minute. At the prelim budget hearing, the council's tax revenue forecast was $5.2 billion more than OMB's. Most of that difference came from PIT. At the hearing in March, you mentioned that you believed our forecast, in particular, the PIT, personal income tax, was too high. However, with the executive plan, you ended up raising tax revenues by $4.3 billion, with over $1 billion of that coming from PIT alone. So what has changed between those two plans to have you raise your forecast?
I will contest the notion that we said the PIT was too high, because I never questioned the revenue forecast. As I said to you back then, I have a lot of respect for your economists. So I never questioned their forecast. What I questioned was the omission of the asylum seeker costs, okay? You guys keep saying there's a lot of money out there, and we're like, okay, if you don't take into account the $4.3 billion asylum seeker costs, there's a lot of money. It's like you guys saying now, there's $1.8 billion of revenues. We're like, okay, great, but we have $1 billion shortfall from the state, okay, because of $500 million of cuts, okay, and shortfall from the federal government of about $500 million. We have another $400 million of cliffs. So even though you're saying, assuming you're right, you have 1.8, but if 1.4 is already spent, okay, you can say you have a lot of money, don't do the cuts. Okay, we never question have issues per se with your revenue forecast. What we're saying is you only look at one side of the ledger, okay, which is the revenue side. You don't pay attention to the expense side of the ledger, okay, which are the expenses. We briefed your staff last Friday. We told them, listen, we have the budget, the state imposed $500 million cut on us. We have a shortfall of $500 million from the federal government, like you just said, that we have to account for at adoption. So even if you have more revenues, once you take into account those expenses, okay, there's no money left, okay? But the challenge that I have is the fact that you don't take into account what's going on the other side of the ledger. We only look at one side of the ledger.
Yeah, obviously I don't agree with that. The council's economists have been more right than wrong for the past.
I'm not saying they're wrong. That's what I said. I
Would you
don't
agree
question
that the
forecast.
executive budget is recognizing revenues we already collected in January, but were not included in the preliminary budget?
Say it again?
Would you agree that the executive budget is now recognizing revenues that we had already collected by January, but that you did not recognize and include in the preliminary budget?
As I said, we know, for instance, we have a new complication with respect to personal income tax, which is a PTET, which is a credit against
Yep.
personal income tax.
I know what it is.
So therefore, because it's new, nobody knows, okay? It's the same thing going on right now. For the month of April, okay, tax collections were very strong. But at the same time, we're also seeing right now a huge increase in refunds. So if you base your forecast just on 1 month, and don't look at what's going on in terms of refund going out, okay, you could overstate your forecast, like the state just did. The state overstated their forecast by $4 billion in April, okay? And as I said, we cannot afford to be wrong, because if we are wrong, it means cuts, okay? So therefore, we have to be extremely careful, okay, when we're making statements about revenue forecasts.
Yeah, I would just say historically, OMB says the council is, crazy, and then ultimately you agree with us in the end.
As I said, we cannot afford to be wrong.
I mean, none of us can, but. All right, I want to talk about the state reimbursement efforts. So Has the city begun engaged in conversations with the state about the reimbursement process? And what type of expenses does the city expect to submit for state reimbursement?
We submitted an application with the state, and DSS has been in conversation with OTDA, and so they're asking for some additional information, and also the governor in executive message last week basically direct the state agencies to accelerate the reimbursement process for New York.
So what sort of things will they be reimbursing us for?
So far, we've been in discussion with what's included, but mostly everything seems to be, they're open to include everything.
So you feel
because
this-
they are seeing exactly what we're spending the money on, and they know the challenges that we're dealing with, and so far they've been very open.
Okay. Okay, talk about the PEG. So, for the executive plan, OMB asked most agencies to submit PEGs equal to 4% of their city fund planned expenditures. OMB required agencies to provide their PEGs in 2 weeks. Do we think 2 weeks is an appropriate amount of time for agencies to do an appropriate review of their spending plans?
Let me give you the background. The background is in last February, the mayors asked all the commissioners of all city agencies, okay, to basically review their entire operations, okay, to classify what's important, what's not important, what's core mission, what's not core mission. So the commissioners have already gone through a big exercise, okay, to basically review their operations. So that's the reason why it didn't take them long, even in 2 weeks, for everybody to reply, because we know we've been working with them. It's not, the letter went out 2 weeks prior to the deadline, but we've been working with the agencies for a longer period of time.
So does OMB require agencies do year-round reviews to locate potential spending reduction areas?
Well, that's part of the muscle memory now. It's becoming part of the muscle memory because they expect, because our goal is to make sure we have a lean operation, whether it's good time or bad time. If an agency is wasting resources, we basically going to take those resources because we don't have any choice. The notion of seeing resources being wasted is not an option for the mayor.
I think the council agrees with being fiscally responsible and finding savings where possible, as long as it doesn't impact services. I just think 2 weeks for something that I would say should require a surgeon's blade. In 2 weeks, you're going to get a scythe because you're rushing to find 2 weeks.
We more or less knew exactly what we're aiming for, and we got exactly what we're aiming for out of this exercise. No one can tell you specifically where there were cuts to services and programs as part of this plan, okay? Most of the PEGs were basically coming out of fringe benefits, okay, restatements of some certain things on the spending. So no one can come to you and tell you, you know what, hey, this particular program was cut, this particular program was cut. No one can tell you that, because they know exactly, we know exactly what to cut.
They might be afraid to tell you that, but they tell us that.
Well, give us examples.
I don't want to sell anybody out.
As I said, the same good example was like, okay, there was a cut to NYCHA. As I said to you, there was none. It was a swapping of one source of funding for another. Okay, I mean, these are the kind of things, but the misperception is out there. I cannot help it. We can communicate to folks, tell them the true story, okay? But whatever people want to do with their story, this is New York, okay?
Yeah, the last 10 days, that's just not what we've been hearing. We're not talking about vacancies even, talking about programmatic.
Okay, give us examples.
Department of Corrections. The $17 million in outside contracts.
Okay, there was no cuts to services.
They're saying it's going to be
in-sourced. It's been in-source. Are you saying to me city workers can do a good job, a better job?
No, I'm saying the city workers are already doing something, and now they're going to be asked to do something more with less.
No, but we will provide, they have the resources to do it. They have the resources to do it. Are you saying city workers cannot do a good job at providing those same services?
Of course not.
Okay, so,
But they come to work every day already doing something. Now, July 1st, they'll
But
be
they
asked to
have-
do even more.
corrections have those resources to do the work.
Okay. Let's talk about federal stimulus funding. So the city received approximately $13.5 billion. The funds enabled the city to weather the storm during COVID. Some of these funds are set to expire as early as this September, 2023. So how much of the total amount of federal stimulus funding allocated to the city has been spent to date?
To date, we have spent close to $3.9 billion of the $5.9 billion. So there is about $2 billion left in the budget for fiscal year 23 and 25.
And how much of the unspent money is budgeted? Say that again. How much of the unspent money is budgeted for the current and the next fiscal years put in the plan?
$2 billion.
Okay. And do we think the city will be able to spend all the funds that are set to expire in FY24?
Of course, yes.
Okay. Let's see. So the state, I want to talk about the state Medicaid FMAP, the cost shift to the city. Have we been able to confirm with the state the details of the final proposal?
Yes, we've been, based on our conversation with the state, they phasing it out at 75% in the state fiscal year 24 and 50% in state fiscal year 25, and thereafter it becomes zero.
So it's, the total is 774 million, right?
Yes, for the entire state.
Okay.
Am I correct? Yeah.
And how much do they want from us?
It's for us, it's about 129 fiscal year 24. It goes to 214 in fiscal year 25 and 343 in fiscal year 26.
And is OMB doing, or have you done an independent assessment for the cost implications of that proposal?
Yeah, we've been working with the other counties, and again, as I said, again, it's Albany. We're going to have to go back to Albany next year to push again to make sure that because the impact is going to be real in terms of the budget in Park on the city's budget. So therefore, we have to make sure we do as much advocacy as we can with other localities to push back on the state so that to minimize the impact on our budget.
Talk about library pegs. The council called on the administration to restore the baseline cuts to libraries in the November plan, which was 20.5 million, and baseline, the 15.7 million that was subsidy provided to the three systems in FY23. Will we expect OMB to restore the baseline cuts to the libraries at adoption?
As I said, the libraries and cultural were exempt from
For the
cuts
most recent peg?
in the most recent pegs.
What about the other
You're talking about the November peg? You're talking about the November?
I'm talking about the 20.5 million and then the the baseline 20.5 and the 15.7 subsidy.
Well, again, as I said, we'll be working with the council, with the libraries, as I said, in terms of trying to minimize the impact of any peg on them. They have about like 120 vacancies right now. So we eliminate some of them, and so our goal is, again, as I said, for every agency, hire up, and if you need more position at the time after you hire up, then we could have a discussion. But as long as you have plenty of vacancies, okay, we don't see any reason to keep adding to put you in a position where you keep adding vacancies to your budget when it's costing the city money, and you're just sitting on money being unspent. Because you have vacant position, hire up, and if you need more, at that time, we'll have a discussion.
But for the libraries and for most agencies to continue services, they have to be fully staffed.
But they have vacant position right now. I understand. I said to you, if they're higher up, okay, up to what they have right now, and they come back to us, say, you know what, hey, we need more, we'll have a discussion. But it doesn't make any sense for you to have 40 vacant positions for a year or two, you have not been able to fill them, and come to us and say, give me more vacant positions.
Since OMB lifted all the restrictions for hiring, have you seen a big change?
It's, we see some changes, okay, but at the same time, we added about 1,000 positions to the executive budget. So therefore, you know, the needle has not moved so much because we're hiring, losing, and then at the same time, we added like 1,000 positions. So right now, I think we have like 23,800 vacant position total. What is it?
Yeah, I think that's about right. And we added positions, you know, we've been hiring people at a rapid clip, but on the other side, we've also been losing people. So it's about a little bit over 1,000 net, but we are, you know, seeing that we're increasing the number of filled positions in the city net, which is reversing the trend.
So there's still over 20,000 open spots?
Yeah.
Yeah, 23,800.
Okay, I have two more. I want to turn it over to my colleagues. We'll talk about tax breaks. In the preliminary hearing, the council, we asked the heads of OMB, DOF, EDC about undertaking an initiative to review all tax expenditure programs, tax breaks, particularly economic development ones, to identify savings similar to the PEGs. Do you agree with the idea that any tax break that's not meeting its objective anymore in any demonstrable way should be reformed or ended?
Fully agree with you. I mean, this is, you know, from our perspective, if we see the tax dollar, whether it's tax expenditure or direct spending, should always be reviewed to make sure that they meet their intended objective. The difference you have between direct spending and the tax expenditure is one is under city control. Okay, so we could do a PEG for it. Whereas the tax expenditures, you have to go to the state and get New York State approval. Okay, because these are state, you know, state tax laws. So that's one thing. And the second issue that you have, it's the savings from reducing the tax incentive program, they accrue very slowly, okay? Because the benefits last for several years. So therefore, you don't get all the benefit all at once. It takes a number of years to get them. But what's really important is because it's not really under our control, you have to go to Albany, okay, to remove any tax expenditures that...
Right, but reviewing them is under our control.
Oh, of course, reviewing them is under our control.
And is that when we've asked the agencies, they've all pointed to OMB. Is that something you would centrally review?
No, we work with GOF. We work with GOF and also with City Hall, okay, to make sure that, you know, when we do the cost-benefit analysis with whether it's GOF, and then we could discuss to see whether or not it makes sense to keep them or remove them.
Is there someone at OMB or in the administration whose job it is to review these tax breaks?
Yes, we do. We do have a staff at OMB and at GOF. Basically, their job is basically to review every one of these policies every time they expire. They do the analysis to see if, you know, the intended benefits continue to work with the city.
Okay. My last question is about audits. Executive budget forecasts that the city will collect $720 million in tax audit revenue for each year in the financial plan from FY24 on. However, the city has collected more than that figure every year since since 2005, FY05. In the past decade, the audit revenues have averaged about $1 billion a year. Do you think the estimates for audit collections in the plan are realistic, given that?
The challenge you have with audit is it's really hard to forecast, and because you're talking about large swings in audit revenues because they come from large audits and they span multiple years, okay, of prior liabilities. So it's not easy to basically forecast. You know, for instance, this year we got a large audit $500 million, okay? That caused a huge swing in the audit. Okay, how many of these things can you predict on a year to year, every year to know for sure whether or not you're going to get them? So what we tend to do is basically try to baseline the growth, what we have historically, what we get from Department of Finance, and adjust them as the year progresses.
Something the council's called for, and others as well, is hiring more auditors at DOF. Do you think that should be a priority?
I fully agree with you. I mean, I was DOF commissioner for a long time, and I beef up that entire operation. I bought that, I remember bringing audit revenue up from $600 million to over $1 billion. But the challenge that you have is retention and recruitment of these folks, because you train them, the big four, the big accounting firms come and grab them. They pay them better, a lot of money, okay? And so you cannot retain them. That's the challenge. It's recruitment and retention of these folks. But it's a very, 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 very good investment.
Okay. Turn it over to Speaker Adams for some more questions, and then I'll turn it to my colleagues.
No, it's just one question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you saw a lot of head scratching about 10 minutes ago with one of your responses. Mr. Director, were you able to watch any of our executive hearings with the city agencies, which their testimony completely contradicted what you just said and that services were not impacted? You seem to be very emphatic about that stance, but there were agencies that emphatically contradicted what you just said.
Madam Speaker, I hear you. I'm the architect. I know what I do, okay, and I know what I don't do.
Did you watch any of the hearings where?
As I said to you,
that
a
was the
lot of these things were re-estimates, okay, re-estimates, okay, and underspending. Listen, every agency head loves to have those resources at their disposal. Let me give you an example.
That's
okay?
not the question.
No, let me give you an example. Fringe benefits, okay? You assume a fringe benefit growth of 10%. You spend 6%, okay? If you don't do the re-estimate to bring it down to 6%, that money stays with the commissioner. Of course, they love to have those resources at their disposal, but that's city's resources, okay? Of course, they love to have those resources at their disposal. Okay, they could do whatever they want with those resources as an agency head, okay? But these are city resources. So if we take them to deploy them for other purposes, of course they're gonna say they get cut, okay? Because they know everybody's gonna get excited, all right? But I'm telling you, go and look, have your staff, do an analysis, okay, of the PEG that we just did, okay? And tell them to come back and show you, okay, where the cuts were.
I don't think that we need to do that. I think that we had them personally here to tell us of their experiences, that they have been impacted by the services. It doesn't seem to be a meeting of the mind, though, between OMB and the agency. So we'll just leave it there. I'm going to give it back to my colleagues.
Yeah, Director, yesterday when DOE testified to the fringe benefit PEG, they've said in the past when DOE has had extra money in fringe benefits, they've been transferred to other areas to meet structural deficits. So this year, they won't. Any agency wouldn't be able to do that.
I hear you, but the only thing I'm saying to you is my job, your job, is to do resource allocation, not the commissioner's job, to take resources and please and spend them as they wish. Okay? That's the reason why we have a budget process. Okay? There's a budget process. The allocation of resources is basically done between the mayor and the city council. So our job is to basically find resources and allocate them, okay, the best way that the mayor and the city council, find is the most efficient way and the best way to achieve the goals that they set for the city. It's not me as a commissioner to say, you know what, hey, leave that money in my drawer so I could do whatever I want with it. Okay? This is your job and the mayor's job to do. All right? So if we take savings, of course we're going to take savings all the time. Every time there's underspending, we're going to take those savings. But if I'm a commissioner, I would love to have those resources in my portfolio. Okay? Of course, I would love to.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to members for questions quickly. We've also been joined by Councilmembers Hanif, Hudson, and Wan. Okay, we're going to start with Brooks Powers, followed by Ayala.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director, for your testimony. A couple of things. I won't belabor the staffing piece, even though there were some things that made my antennas go up as well. But we know that New York City is in a staffing crisis. We have heard consistently from agency heads across these hearings that the staffing is a major concern, which I won't, like I said, belabor. But can you update us on the administration's plan to offer remote working opportunities? And what is the status of the remote work committee that was agreed to as a part of the DC 37 contract? Will the remote work pilot be implemented by June 1st as called for in the contract? And in what categories of city employment are we seeing the highest vacancy rates? And I have a separate question regarding MWBEs. In February, the comptroller put out a report on MWBE procurement, and the findings were unsettling. MWBEs accounted for only 2% of the value of all city contracts and purchase orders registered in fiscal year 22. How many city agencies met MWBE utilization goals for fiscal 22? How is OMB working to hold the city agencies accountable to these goals? And then my last question, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I get them all out on the time. But earlier this month, the governor issued an executive order declaring the state of emergency just before Title 42 expired. The governor said this would allow the state to more effectively provide the city help, including by making it easier for the state to buy food and supplies for asylum seekers. What impact has this emergency declaration had over the past few weeks? The order is set to expire in early June. Do you know whether the order will be extended? And I can repeat anything you need me to repeat.
I'm going to turn to Ken Gardner would provide you an answer regarding the pilot that we had with DC 37. Ken?
So, yeah, let me just answer that question. We are in continued discussion, as you mentioned, as part of the DC 37 contract. We created a work flexibility committee with representatives both from management and the union to explore work flexibility. That committee's work is ongoing. The expectation is that there will be an agreement and a commencement of rollout by the 1st of June. We're going to work closely, with all aspects of flexible work, not only remote. So we're continuing those discussions, and we hope to reach an agreement. We'll obviously update the council when an agreement is reached.
Regarding the MWBE, I would have to come back to you with a specific answer to that question because I would have to talk to the folks in the mayor's office to get the actual data. When it comes to the executive order, the state executive
Before you
order,
pass on, just how is OMB working to hold the city agencies accountable as it pertains to the goals, though? I know you'll get back to me on the actual numbers, but like in terms of what is like the stick and the carrot and stick dynamic for OMB to hold them accountable?
the office of the mayor's office of MWBE basically manage that entire program, working with the different agencies to basically monitor what they do. And as you know, the mayor just hired a new person to basically revamp the entire program. Okay, and Michael Gardner is working very hard right now and working with OMB to make sure he has the resources that he needs, okay, to make sure that to redirect the program, okay, to make it a more effective program. But as I said, I'd be more than happy to have Michael come and meet with you, sit down with you to tell you exactly the kind of guardrails, the kind of things that is putting in place to ensure that the program, the new program, achieve its goals. Regarding the executive order did not come with any new funding. Okay, it basically allows the governor to appropriate the funding more quickly. Okay, but there was no new funding associated with it. I cannot tell you whether or not it will be extended. Okay, I would defer to the governor's office. I know, again, I'm assuming, given the challenges that we're dealing with, the scope of the challenges that we're dealing with, that it will probably be extended, but I don't have any sense for sure that it will be extended. I would have to defer to the governor's office.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilor Ayala, followed by Brewer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, I think. I'm not sure what time it is, but I have a couple of questions, so I'll ask them and then allow you to respond because I don't want to run out of time. But regarding the HASA SRO spending, the baseline budgeted amount is 16.6 million, and we know that, you know, that's routinely we spend a lot more than that. And while the city has been really great about adding the additional dollars, the question is, why hasn't a baseline budget adjustment been made if HASA emergency housing is an entitlement program and actual expenditures in recent years continually have outpaced the level of the baseline budget? Question number 2 is regarding the baselining of prevailing wage for increase in DHS shelter guards. That is law. I'm not sure why it hasn't been, why the prevailing wage increase hasn't been baselined if it's legislatively required. And I think the same goes for the mental health at shelters. The Unlocking Doors pilot program, in the executive budget, it was announced that $10 million at DSS for preservation bonuses for landlords who can receive up to $25,000 each to renovate rent-stabilized units in exchange for agreeing to rent to City FEPS voucher holders. And as we all know, it is already illegal to refuse to rent to City FEPS voucher holders. How does the administration justify giving $25,000 to landlords to fix up their own rental investments and follow the law on source of discrimination? And why is the $1.2 million in HPD funding set aside to hire temps rather than civil servants? My final question, I guess, is supportive housing. In the fiscal year 2024's executive budget, there was a cut of $20.5 million across the plan for the New York City 15 and 15 supportive housing rental assistance at HPD. Where is the city against its New York City 1515 supportive housing program targets broken out by congregate and scatter site housing? And then I kind of lied. The last question is Promise NYC. We really championed this last year. We loved it. We believe that the mayor loved it as well. I saw, you know, a whole page dedicated to it on his website. It seems like it's been successful. We need to increase it, not cut it. And so I want to get your thoughts on where we are with that.
Yeah, let me see if I could get all of it.
I'm happy to repeat.
Let's start with HASA. We are currently monitoring the census trends, and we'll adjust the budget as needed.
Why?
Well, it is because these things are basically based, the needs keep changing, and you don't have a real true baseline of these things. So, listen, this is an entitlement, it will be funded, okay? And it's not a question of whether or not it's going to be funded. It will be funded. It's just a question of we keep monitoring the trend to make sure we put the appropriate money as needed over time. So I wouldn't lose sleep over, it's an entitlement program, and it will be funded. Prevailing wage, for same thing here again. We are in full compliance with all the laws regarding wage, and we'll continue to commit to the safety of our workers. The obligation is fully funded in fiscal year 23. For the out years, again, we will assess the optimal funding level as we proceed.
But it isn't baselined.
Again, as I said,
I get it, but it's law, it's not gonna change.
I understand, but again, as I said, we will assess the need as we go forward and continue to add resources to it. Unlocking the doors, this is the dealing with you're talking about the $25,000 that's given to a landlord for renovation. Again, I hear you, but from our perspective, we believe that the landlord needs some incentive and to renovate and make these units habitable. And when they bring the unit online, that would have been held vacant, and our folks can use them with City FEPS vouchers. What else? Talking about the supportive housing, the 1515, I believe we are on target. Am I correct to say? Yeah, we are on target.
Well, the budget was cut by 20.5 million.
I think it was cut because of underutilization. What is it? I think so. Let me see exactly if I remember correctly. But again, I would get back to you on this.
But there was,
There was construction delays. That's the reason. Yeah, yeah. There was construction delays from COVID, and that's the reason why we end up with some underspending.
Okay.
And as a result, we took those underspending savings. But there has not been any cut. Again, as I said, there's a lot of misconception about those things. The money wasn't spent, so the money wasn't spent, so we take those savings. When they are needed, we would reappropriate those resources.
Okay, and the last question was around the Promise NYC program?
Oh, Promise, yes, this is a very good program, to be honest with you. Like you said, we will monitor it and be part of the discussion as we move toward adoption
Okay,
with the council.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Brewer, followed by Powers.
Thank you. How many vacancies does OMB have? Vacancies, do you have any vacancies?
OMB, I don't think I don't know. I'll come back to you with that answer.
The reason I'm asking is, people say that you have said over and over again, if you have a vacancy, then you need to fill it in order for us to, okay, so.
We are very close. We are actively, this is one agency that actively recruit folks. We're not
Everybody-
passively waiting, okay, for folks to come and apply for jobs.
I know.
We actively go, we work with universities, we go to the universities, we
Okay.
actively recruit folks
All right,
to
let me
come
give you
to
an
work for
example.
OMB.
DOI, because I believe strongly in oversight agencies, Board of Corrections, CCRB, Equal Employment. DOI, I want them to be baseline. They're actively recruiting. You cannot recruit an attorney because of the lack of hybrid in the city of New York. So I guess what my point is with DOI, for instance, they're actively recruiting, but can they continue to get their budget that they need? And would it be baseline? It's hard to tell somebody, oh, you can only work for a year. How do you handle something like that on a really important oversight agency?
I don't know what I also said. If you have vacant position, you have budget authority to hire people.
But they
I don't
can't
understand.
get anybody because of the lack of hybrid.
I understand that. That's the reason why we're working.
But
on
only two
flex-
agencies are going to get hybrid, not DOI.
That's the reason why we're working on a pilot,
Okay.
to create some kind of flex work
Okay, but
for
then
city
they shouldn't be
employees.
cut.
But they have the budget authority.
I know, but they can't hire. No, that's why I was asking you what your vacancy is. And you can't hire.
We hire, okay?
How many vacancies do you have?
the number varies obviously every week, but I mean.
Okay, I'm just trying to make a point.
We have less than 20, and it's generally.
And so
in
does
that range.
DOI. Okay, but I'm just letting you know.
And that's
it's-
not because we don't lose people, it's because we are constantly recruiting and hiring.
Everybody's constantly recruiting. Nobody wants to work for the city of New York because of the lack of hybrid.
You know,
I've been saying that from the
yeah,
beginning.
Our vacancy rate, though, is not that high.
Okay, you have a problem with that. Now, let me just ask also, I'm really concerned about the nonprofit community, particularly DHS and HRA. Goodness knows these human service agencies do great work. So my question is, they feel that there's parts of their contract that have underspending because they don't have it's not that they don't need the money, it's that the terms of the contracts offer little flexibility, so they can't make the budget adjustments. So So there's two things. One, they need a COLA. Why are you not able to support that COLA? And why are the contract terms so inflexible? Will you be able to change that? These agencies are the heart of our city, now and into the future.
With what we just did with them, we will be giving them the flexibility. So the way these things work is they currently spend 95% of their money, and we come on the back end and take the 5% as savings every year, okay? What we're doing right now, we're saying to them, instead of us taking the entire 5%, we're gonna give you 2.5 percentage points of that 5 percentage points, of the 5%, okay? So you could use it, okay, for COLA, you could use it to recruit, you could use it for whatever you need, okay? So this is a much better model for them because that would give them the flexibility to use those additional resources that will be provided to them.
Okay. I mean, I guess I understand that's what you're doing. I don't know that they're completely happy. So my question is, do you sit down with them to see if there are other ways that they could be even more flexible because of the lack of recruiting and the lack of staff salaries that, people, like you said, you train people in finance and they went to the Big Four. They train people and, getting SNAP benefits, and people go to the hospitals to make more money. So you really do need to find something that works for them. Is that something that you're willing to do, that even more than what you're suggesting?
We're willing to sit down with DSS and work with them to provide them as much flexibility as they can, but we believe that the model that we just created for them is a much better model than they had before.
And then down the line for the FEMA, I know you said there's $2 billion, I guess, that you still haven't spent. I understood it was $4 billion because you've got a problem in Washington with the folks who want to deal with the, figure out what the deficit is, and the Republicans are giving the president a hard time. So it might be that FEMA money has to be spent even faster. My question to you is, can you give us a breakdown? I know you're going to do it, or maybe it's available for the current asylum, but this is money from the past. Can you give us a breakdown as to what that has been spent on and what the 2 will still be spent on?
We are working with the state and the Fed. We currently, like you said, we have about like $4 billion.
I understood it was 4. I think you just said 2.
No, the 2 was the stimulus.
Okay.
Okay, we're talking about what's at stake.
Okay.
It's about $4 billion that has been spent, and we have not drawn down.
Okay.
From FEMA. So we're working with the state and the Fed to draw down as much money as possible. So that is where we are right now.
All right, and then just finally, the MSG is going to supposedly owe $10 million. Is that something that you're going to ask for in terms of their taxes? Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, okay.
They're up this year or next year, owe us $10 million. Is that something that you will be requesting?
If they do owe us that money, we would be going after. I mean, I would defer to DOF on this for this question because I don't know the detail.
Okay, I think you should do it. All right, thank you.
Okay, we have we have Powers followed by Barron.
Thank you. Sorry, Councilman Ressler. I'm over here. Just going to do a few questions, and then I'll hand it over to colleagues. Just on the asylum seeker spending and coordination, in the last week or two, we've had various agencies who are involved in that. HPD has a shelter, H&H are involved in shelters. What is the coordination that's happening between those different, and does OEM and all the different litany of acronyms that are involved in that, including running the HERC programs? And when you talk about studying metrics, measuring how they're doing, coordinating services, who is ultimately in charge of making sure that all those various entities and agencies are if you're trying to measure how we're doing in terms of even rehousing people, who's tracking that?
Currently, we have Marley Schaefer, who's the point person at City Hall, working with the Chief of Staff and the Deputy Mayor.
And they are getting reporting from every single agency?
Basically coordinating all this work that is taking place among all city agencies.
Okay, and then when we talk about the various agencies that are involved in that, one might presume there might be redundancy in services or efficiencies that might be found if they were all housed under one agency, are able better to coordinate on different vendors. How are we ensuring that we're not being redundant or inefficient in terms of how we're spending money?
That's the reason why we have the Office of Asylum Seeker Operations managing all these different aspects, overseeing, working with the chief of staff, overseeing contract negotiation, finding places for folks, and they doing all the coordination, working with the different agencies.
Are you concerned there might be inefficiencies or redundancies or spending? that's happening?
In light of the kind of emergency that we're dealing with, of course, there will be. I can't say this is the most efficient operation because you're dealing with an emergency. You're dealing with real-time emergency. You have to find space for 900 people tonight, and where do you go? Okay, what do you do? I mean, this is what you're talking about.
Okay. Switching topics just for a second. Last year, as part of the conversation, as we were talking about the school budgets, one of the things we were talking a lot about was, and myself, Councilmember Brannan, Councilmember Osei, others, we were talking about arts, enrichment, culture, with some of the jobs that were accessed. Look, I understand there have to be efficiencies in budgets, but sometimes where they go to get those efficiencies are in places where we all want to make sure they are still enrichment. One of the things we've been talking about and talked to your administration about last year was around arts education in the classroom and making sure that as those changes happen, we don't lose enrichment, and asking for extra money to be in the budget to allow every school to ensure they have an arts education. I want to thank the chair, Brannan, for leading that. Do you guys, the administration, have a position on that and supporting any extra funding that might go towards ensuring that no school building would lose an arts teacher, even as they're making changes to their school budgets?
Yeah, as you know, the chancellor announced yesterday that there would be, we're going to hold all school homeless this year. Again, we have a lot of needs, but education is always a priority for everyone. And if there are more resources available, we'll always look at art education to see what can be done more. But again, we're dealing with a lot of crises at this moment in time, big crises at this moment in time. Okay, that requires a lot of resources. So therefore, we have to prioritize those resources for, try to deal with the crisis that we have, we have to deal with at this moment in time. But again, as we approach budget adoption and budget negotiation, if we find that there are resources, more than resources available to deal with certain things that we believe are priorities, we will address them.
Okay, I'll end there because my time will be consider my time. Thanks.
Councilmember Barron, followed by Ressler.
You got a lot of nerve. You do. You got a lot of nerve. You're going to come here arrogantly say, we don't take revenues into consideration. This is your second year. I've been here 14 years. People on this panel have been here 10 times longer than you. You're going to sit here and say, we only look at revenue. We only look at revenue. Where do let me tell you something. We look at revenue and expense. And when we look at revenue and expense, there's a surplus in this budget, not a deficit. When we look at revenue and expense, there was $2 billion unexpected revenue, 2023, 2024, another $900 million on top of that. So we're looking at $4 to $6 billion in unexpected revenue, $8.3 billion in a reserve budget. So you're talking about maybe $14, $15 billion. And when we add the expense, your over-bloated asylum seeker expense, I believe in IBO's budget, when you add the expense of $4.3 billion, and you say, okay, we might get $600 million from the state, may not. The feds might get $1 billion from the state. That expense is lower. When you look at the budget or expense for the unions, you said $16 billion, you might need another $4 billion. Well, tell Mayor Cop Adams he shouldn't have given so much to the PBA. 4% increase, and then retroactively, 2% increase from 2017 to the present. Oh, you're gonna have problems with revenue or expense then, taking care of the police. And what about this? $164 billion capital budget, and you can't take care of NYCHA? $164 billion 10-year capital budget. And about the cuts, let's cut the nonsense. pegs, savings. You sound like Donald Trump. That's what he says when he's doing the federal budget. We're not cutting Medicare, it's savings. You're cutting. You're cutting the agencies, and the speaker was correct. You heard them. You heard, we don't have to present you with anything. You heard the hearings. People said there will be service cuts. Matter of fact, in your presentation, you said every agency submitted savings cuts that met their target. However, after reviewing cut submissions, you said PEG, the mayor determined that some agencies could only make their target by reducing services. That's in your presentation. So don't come here insulting us like that. As a matter of fact, my message to the council, we should use the council's power. We passed the budget, not him, so that we put his arrogance in check and let him humbly come to the table and seek a budget that is people-friendly, not a Republican, conservative, austerity budget. I don't have no questions for you because you're arrogant, and I don't like arrogance. It's all right to be assertive. It's all right to be passionate, but to be arrogant is uncalled for. And the way you spoke to the speaker and our chair, I don't appreciate it, and I have problems. I fight with them too. But with you coming like that, I feel funny defending them because I know I'm gonna be battling them. This chair don't even want me to talk half the time. So you know,
Charles, you can have as much time as you need.
You know I must be livid because anytime you can get me to defend him, I must be very livid. But on a very serious note, there's a different picture of this city. This city will have a surplus this year, we'll have a surplus next year. In the 14 years, you have two, in the 14 years in doing budgets, every projected budget, it never stood up to the projection. We've always wound up with a surplus, and the $8.3 billion that you projected that we have, and you project there will be a surplus next year. And when you say later down the road, $4 to $5, $6 billion, the economy is recovering, and I know capitalism is cyclical. That's why I'm a socialist. Capitalism is cyclical, has its ebbs and flows, but we are not in the position that you're saying we're in. This is a budget surplus year. The agencies are being cut unnecessarily. You don't have to pit the agencies versus the asylum seeker money, and that's the way you have us fighting each other, and then you throw in the union money. But there is enough money in this budget to take care of the struggling working people of this city. And finally, if we want to bring crime down, we don't need an $11 billion police budget. Matter of fact, when you add the fringe benefits onto the 5.6 or 6.1, they have an $11 billion budget. They have a $1 billion plus capital budget. I think that that's bloated, and what could bring crime down is poverty. There's no real amounts of money to deal with poverty, unemployment, and mental health. This is what creates crime. I don't know of a person in New York City that gets up in the morning and decides to be a criminal because there's not enough police. They're desperate, they don't have jobs, and these are the things. This budget is a disgrace. When we have this kind of money, even the $229 billion from the state should have been way better for the people of this state to deal with poverty and unemployment. And you make it so convoluted and confusing to people because people don't sit down and read these budget documents. Nobody has time to do that. So I think that you are arrogant. I think you're off in your analysis of the budget. I think there is money to take care of poverty, unemployment, mental health, and we don't need agency cuts. And I'm not asking you a question. Thank you.
Okay, we have Councilmember Ressler, followed by Krishnan.
Oh, I'm sorry, I do have one. I'm sorry, one, I'm sorry. The other thing you said, we're swapping. Did y'all hear that? We're swapping capital money with expense money. Now, every time I called up OMB to try to use some of my capital money for expense, I was told that could not happen. But here you're saying, oh, the capital money is going to be swapped for the expense money in NYCHA. Really? Well, I have a bridge to sell you. It's the Brooklyn Bridge.
Councilmember Ressler, followed by Krishnan.
There is no harder act to follow than Councilmember Barron. Thank you for expressing those points, and thank you to Chair Brandon for your leadership. Jacques, Ken, Latanya, and the whole OMB staff, it's good to see you all. Thank you for your work. I was impressed by a Fiscal Policy Institute brief that came out this morning that recognized for 10 years in a row, every single one, NYC's projected budget gaps have been completely and fully, totally eliminated by revenues that exceeded expectations. 10 years in a row. Conservative budgeting for the out years is a reasonable fiscal practice for sure. It is not a rationale for harmful cuts that are hurting our communities, that are undermining our recovery. But tragically, that's exactly what your executive budget does. You want to talk about eliminating reentry programming in our jails with no real replacement at all on 45 days' notice, eliminating millions of dollars in home meals for seniors who have no other way to get their food, eliminating congregate meals in our senior centers, hundreds of Parks Opportunity Program workers who were cut. These are people on public assistance who are cleaning our parks. ACS, Mental Health Services, and Family Courts, $15 million for supportive housing, the most effective evidence-based solution to addressing the homelessness and mental health crisis that we face in this city. These cuts are indefensible, and they don't make sense in the fiscal climate that we're in. We have the resources to fill these gaps. So the first question I just want to ask is, how is OMB determining whether programs have low usage or a lack of demand, or if they've just been starved by the fact that you've dramatically reduced the headcount and hiring in New York City and we don't have the staff to actually implement the programs that we need? And just brief answers if you could, because I know that the chair is going to try and get me to move on fast.
All these programs you just mentioned, and the savings that we're taking from these programs are underspending savings. So what do you want us to do if agency for a particular year underspend their budget? What do you want to do? Keep the money in the agency's budget?
The key words.
I'm asking you a question.
No, I'm asking you a simple question. No, it's a real question.
I'm asking you a simple question.
This is the answer.
Agency,
Director Jiha,
okay,
your job title is the Director of Office of Management and Budget. It's not just the budget part, it's the management part. And so if the Department for the Aging needs help executing on their programs, then we're looking to OMB and the Mayor's Office for help in providing that support. It's not to eliminate meals for seniors that have no other place to get them. We need you to help execute on these programs more effectively. That is what we are asking you to do.
So what I just asked you, a simple question.
Yes.
Okay, they underspend their budget. Okay, so what do? Just keep the money in their budget? Or
I'm asking you to work with the agencies.
I'm asking
no,
you
I'm asking you to work with the agencies to make sure that they have the support that they need to execute on these programs. Look, this is the real point. We have 25,000 vacancies in city government. That's not to mention the thousands of positions that you all have eliminated altogether. We're talking about nearly 10% of the city workforce that has just gone. Now, the thing that troubles me so much in the budgeting documents that we've reviewed from you is that, a majority of the budget, a majority of the expense budget is personnel costs. Wages and salaries, fringe, pension. Yet with all of these vacancies, with all of this clear underspending, we're not seeing any of it reflected in the budgeting documents. Shouldn't we see 8 or 10% with the vacancy rate that we have in the city of New York underspend on personnel costs for this fiscal year and reduce spend for next year?
Yes, there's underspending. We took all the savings. We took about $4.7 billion in savings since last June. And listen, all this new spending we're doing, whether it's for asylum seekers, labor settlements, basically driven by, have been paid for by savings. They have been paid for by better than anticipated tax revenues. So the notion of, it's not like we take the savings and don't spend and don't reallocate them somewhere else. Those savings have been reallocated so far, okay? Despite all the crisis the city has been thrown at us, okay? We have not raised taxes 1 penny. We have not cut services to the city, to the citizens of the city, all right? There are no cuts to classrooms, nothing. So from my perspective is, you have to understand the decision that have been made. If resources are not spent here, and we took those resources and reallocated them, what's wrong with that?
With all due respect, Director Jihad, to say that there have not been cuts is to lie to our faces.
Hey, no, shh.
No, that's
don't
real.
Don't call me a liar, okay? Please.
Okay. I have a lot of respect for you, but that's
No.
not true. It is disingenuous.
Don't say I'm lying on the oath.
How are you saying that you're...
Because I'm
how are there
saying to
cuts?
you,
There are cuts to our programs. You want to talk to the folks who do yoga at my neighborhood library who've had that program eliminated because the Brooklyn Public Library has experienced cuts. These are cuts.
Listen, I have all respect for you, but don't call me a liar,
Okay.
okay? I'm telling you what we did is basically take underspending, okay? All right? You have a program. The program doesn't spend all the resources for the particular year. There's money left over. We took those savings and reallocate them to other places. So if you don't like that we take those savings, so what do you want us to do with them?
I apologize for my word
Keep those resources
but I
in the
don't,
budget
but the
of
point
the
that I'm
agencies?
making is clear.
Is that what you're saying?
I apologize for my word choice, but the point I'm making is clear. What you all are calling efficiencies, our communities are experiencing every single day as cuts. These are cuts, and these are cuts that are harmful. And what I am really struggling with is you all are saying that you're prioritizing hiring. You're saying there's a big push around hiring halls. When we review the data in the city record, we see that agencies are shrinking, not growing. DSS had a net loss of 20 people in the first few months of 2033 because their new hiring is not keeping up with the folks that are leaving. So what I'm struggling with is why, when we have 25,000 vacancies, when we're not making any progress on hiring, why, when we look to next year's budget, does our personnel costs go up? Shouldn't we have savings right now to spend to fill all of these cuts and fill all of these gaps? Shouldn't we have savings next year that are shown in the personnel costs?
Of course we took the savings. You want to take this on?
I mean, what you're suggesting, Lincoln, then, is that we eliminate all the vacancies.
I'm not
Right?
suggesting we eliminate vacancies. I'm suggesting
how else can we allocate the money, right, to
just
do what you
mind-boggling.
want, unless we eliminate the vacancies, right? That's where the money would come from. We say to an agency, well, you have a budget of 200, you have 10 vacancies, but you're not going to fill those. Lincoln says you're not going to fill
We
those.
took them
so
away.
we take them away.
We
and then
took them away from
reallocate
you.
the
That's
money.
what you're saying. I mean, it's
look,
mind-boggling.
otherwise
I'm listening to you. It's mind-boggling.
I'm trying to get an understanding of where we are and where we're going. We're not seeing any of the savings from this year and the underspending. There should be 8 or 10% of personnel costs that we have savings that we can be reinvesting to fill all these gaps and holes.
How do you think we're paying for the asylum seekers? How do you think we're paying for all of these other things that we're doing?
We want to see that reflected in the agency budget.
But it's, see,
Where else would it be?
where was going to be? I mean, don't you look at the budget themselves and see where the money have been reallocated to? That's what we do. You take money from one place and reallocate it to where there is a need. That's what we've been doing. This is not magic.
So there's 8 to 10% in savings on the accruals that we've had in underspending on personnel costs that have been reinvested in other resources. Could we get a breakdown of how those resources have been spent, where the underspending has occurred at each agency, and how it's been reallocated?
We'll provide you all that information.
That would be a very helpful breakdown for us to have, because I think we've been in the dark on how the migrant spending is actually occurring. And unfortunately, the administration has tried to pit migrant spending against the other needs in our communities, which we don't want to do in this council. We celebrate our sanctuary city status in New York City. We want to make the necessary investments to welcome asylum seekers while also continuing to support our communities.
With the fixed level of revenue, right, there's
Sure.
always going to be a trade-off. If you only spend $100, right, you can only buy, so much chewing gum and so many baseball cards, right? You can't get both. You can't get the most you could of both, and that's the problem, right? We only have the revenue we have.
We welcome to review a clear breakdown.
We will share with you, okay, all the information that you want, okay? The PEG book, we'll provide you the PEG book so you could see exactly the savings, the kind of savings that we had, okay? And you could have your staff review those savings, okay? And you could form your opinion about whether or not there were cuts to services, like you said, or there was underspending, that we took those savings and reallocate those savings to fund other things that are priorities right now.
One last question, and then I apologize for going over. Just on the Department of Corrections, there are a number of investments that we as a city could make to reduce the rates of incarceration in New York City, to invest in supervised release, to invest in justice-involved supportive housing, to invest in alternatives for incarceration. All of these investments could allow us to reduce DOC spending, which costs hundreds of thousands of dollars per year to hold a detainee, and we, of course, have seen a growing number of detainees in DOC custody. Are those investments that you all are considering? Could we see more proactive investments that could reduce the DOC population and save the city money and improve safety in our communities?
We all agree with you. We all agree with the objective that you have in mind. That's the reason why we have invested in so much money in the CMS programs that we have to make sure that we don't have, we try to eliminate the problem. We see that problem we have people living and coming back and staying in the jail system at Rikers. Again, we be more than happy to sit down with you to work to see what better solutions, better programs that you are working on, develop. We're all ears because we all have the same objective, same goals.
These are not new programs or new ideas. Justice-involved supportive housing has been underfunded for years. We haven't gotten the number of units brought online that we need. Supervised release is an evidence-based, successful model. We need to develop expanded capacity in that program. We need more reentry hotels so that judges have housing solutions other than sending people away to incarceration. These are investments that we can make. We have to spend to save, and they'll deliver better outcomes for the people who we're trying to help, as well as for our safety in our communities.
I'm very happy to continue to discuss with you in terms of funding levels going forward.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Krishnan, followed by Dinowitz.
Thank you so much, Speaker Adams, Chair Brannan. Thank you, Director Jihad, OMB staff for your testimony today. My first question is, there is, as we've heard before, a $1.8 billion difference in revenue projections that we as the council sees and that OMB sees. $926 million in FY23, $909 million in FY24. Before going to the expenses, I'll get to that in a minute. I'd just like to understand, Director, do you plan to recognize that immense budget difference, that difference in projections for revenue? And more critically, because the timing does matter, if you do plan to recognize it, when do you plan to recognize it?
At this point in time, as I said, we are monitoring closely the tax collections because, as you can imagine, we had a very good month of April. When I say very good month of April, it's because we were very conservative in our forecast. Okay, so it's not like we have a decline in personal income taxes. Let's get it right. We had a decline, but because we were more conservative, okay, so therefore we have better than anticipated revenues. But year over year, we have a drop. So we're monitoring to see what's going on because we had a good month of April, but what we're seeing in the month of May is an uptick in refunds, okay? So at the end, we don't know where we're gonna land. There is likely to be better resources than anticipated, but at the same time, as I said to you earlier, we're also seeing some things that we have to fund right away. We have a shortfall, okay, in federal aid, and we had $500 million in cuts, okay, that the state imposed on us that were not reflected, okay, in the executive budget. So we will see where we land at the end of the day, but we're constantly monitoring the tax revenue forecast. And if we have more than anticipated revenues, we recognize it at adoption. We have no choice but to recognize it before adoption, okay?
Well, I think that revenue difference is critical because it's the difference between where we're really seeing investments can be made in agencies and in programs rather than cutting from them. And when the timing of that recognition of that difference in revenue projections is also very critical too. So I think it is urgent and important that At this point, the council's estimates, IBO's estimates, they've all converged around the same thing. So I just think that, it's pretty clear what the revenue is going to be, and the sooner that OMB recognizes that, it can make a huge difference in how we look at this budget.
Of course.
And on that point, I think Councilmember Ressler cited to the Fiscal Policy Institute report that came out this month too, which I think is very instructive, because one of the things that you had mentioned before was about conservative budgeting. When we're looking at conservative budgeting, regardless of how you see it as an economic practice, the truth is we're not talking about structural deficits. Oftentimes in conservative budgeting, as is the case here, we're talking about an undercount of revenue, which is exactly what we're talking about. But in this situation, that undercount of revenue is resulting in preemptive, unnecessary cuts to agencies, to programs and services that we need. So my next question is, zooming out at the larger picture, we know over the next quarter, real GDP will slow, unemployment will rise, not significantly, but New York City's unemployment rate will still remain higher than the rest of the country's. So given the practice here, but the lack of structural deficits, given the larger economic picture that we're seeing, what was the reason behind the choice to, with this forecast, to cut and reduce funding and institute pegs from agencies rather than invest in, let's say, expanding outreach for early education services, filling vacancies or leaving the money there for agencies to fill them? I do think that was a deliberate choice, and in my view, given the economic realities we face now, you invest your way to create that prosperity. You don't cut from it or engage in austerity measures to get to that prosperity. So my point is, why was that choice made, and how do you feel, more importantly, that taking that choice will actually, when you take away vacancies, when you prevent the ability from agencies to hire, how will that increase worker productivity and increase the tax revenue that you all, I assume, would want to see too, to make sure that our city has a thriving economy?
At the highest level, put it this way, OMB is the only institution in the city that has the sole responsibility to make sure that the budget is balanced. Okay? So therefore, this is the premise we start with. Okay? The budget has to be balanced, otherwise the state takes over. Okay? Which everybody's trying to avoid since the fiscal crisis. All right? That's the first thing, your first concept. So our goal now is to try, okay, to make sure that the mayor's and the city council priorities are funded within the context of a balanced budget. All right? So this is always the starting point. All right? You start with a general framework where you have a big constraint, which is your budget has to balance every year, and at the same time, you have to fund, okay, the mayor's and the city council priorities within that balanced budget constraint. So what you have to do at that point in time, you have to say to yourself, okay, should I be very liberal in my forecast, okay? And if I'm liberal in my forecast and I turn out to be wrong, okay, what do I do? All right? I'm going to have to cut, okay? Or should I be more or less conservative and add as I'm getting more and more revenues, okay? Because the state just did a budget, they just did a budget. The state, the first month, missed their forecast by $4 billion, okay? Because they had a wrong forecast of personal income tax, okay? They already missed their forecast by $4 billion, which means if you have another 2 or 3 bad months, the state's gonna have to redo their forecast, they're gonna have to do cuts or tap into their reserves, right. So whatever reason. So the point I'm making to you is, that's one thing. The second thing you also have to understand, a PEG is not what people see as. Sorry, Director, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm just conscious of time too. I just want to get to because I do think the balanced budget, there are multiple ways to get to a balanced budget, and I'm going to get to that in my final question. But specifically, in the way that you all have chosen, which I mentioned, is to cut rather than invest at this time. I'd like to know, I think you all should look at the balanced budget, and I think you all would, in the context of ultimately what will increase worker productivity and drive up tax revenue to make for a successful economy in New York City. So how do you see, in the choice that you made to approach the balanced budget this way, how do you see the cuts to libraries, the lack of investments in early education, the taking away of, not allowing agencies to fill their vacancies, how do you see that leading to
increased worker productivity and an increased tax revenue?
I think you show the premise, okay, of the question to begin with, okay? Because you start with the question saying that we don't allow agencies to backfill their vacancies, and as a result, they're going to be less productive. What I'm saying to you is all agencies have budget authority. They have vacancies.
Right. We can. I don't want to disagree on the premise of the question.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
No, so I don't mean to interrupt you, but I don't want to disagree on the premise of the question because we're not going to get anywhere on that. I just like to know the approach that you've taken, however you see these pegs and vacancies, the approach that you've taken, ultimately, how do you see it increasing productivity, increasing tax revenue, and ultimately allowing for a successful city economy? That's all I like to know. Forget about how we see the premise differently. Just how do you see this? Because I think that is one of the prime responsibilities of OMB. What is the justification for these measures that you've taken to actually increase productivity and increase tax revenue for the city?
By taking a peg, we're making the city budget more efficient. The peg does not necessarily mean cuts, okay, to services and programs. Okay, pegs is a lot of things. You have the estimate of a lot of the costs that we have. Okay, like I just said earlier, you have fringe benefits. You budgeted your fringe benefits for 10%. You're realizing you're spending only 4% a year. What do? You do a re-estimate. Okay, you take those savings and reallocate those savings somewhere where it's better spent, based on the priorities of the council and the priorities of the mayor. Okay? A PEG also means revenue raisers. Okay? A PEG doesn't necessarily mean cuts to program, and so it is one part of that PEG program, which is cuts. But you could also cut, okay, if you have a big, huge vacancy pool. Okay, an agency has like 200 vacant positions for 2-3 years. They cannot backfill all these positions. Okay, cutting some of the vacancies are not going to hurt anything in terms of services. Okay, because you're cutting vacant positions, you're not cutting heads out of the budget.
Right, but I think, given the crisis that Councilmember Brewer mentioned before too, that New York City is having a hard time retaining and hiring workers, given the lack of remote policies. So my point is, the granular look that you're taking and looking at the pegs, I think misses the mark on the larger problem of how these measures will actually help stimulate the New York City economy, given the larger economic forecast, the decrease in GDP, a slowdown coming on economic employment. I'm not seeing how these measures connect to that. I'm hearing a more dispassionate look at pegs. I'm hearing balancing a budget. But I also think you have to look at that within a larger context of your job as OMB too, to make sure that we have a thriving New York City economy. And I'm not sure how these measures, removing the ability by agencies, by limiting vacancies, you're blocking their ability to hire, because if they had the money, they could fill them. But that's not going to increase worker productivity, and it's not going to increase the tax base. So I just think you'd have to look at these granular details in the larger context of what will help New York City's economy. But I'll move on. I have one last question. Before getting to that, I just want to make one comment, which is, you mentioned right to counsel. The speaker mentioned it before as well. As someone who fought as a lawyer for the creation of this program, understands it intimately, not just from a policy measure, but also how you actually represent tenants as part of this program. I know the issue here, for example, the need isn't being met, you've got to cut back. The program itself, the strictures on the program make it very difficult to get tenants signed up for it and to be a part of the program. So the issue here isn't to put less money behind it, it's to put more and allow the legal services organizations to do the work and represent the tenants they should. So I just want to make that point as an important measure that we should be focusing on with the Right to Counsel program. My final question, and then I'm done, Chair, I promise. My final question is, given all that we've talked about up till here, you've talked about expenses and that the importance of looking at the expenses too, and a balanced budget. With what we're looking at with this city right now, the combination of our tax revenue plus our reserves, there are surpluses each year to carry a balanced budget through FY25. So if we assume, I'm making the assumption, I don't agree with the assumption, but if we assume all the expenses that OMB is projecting, there is a way to balance that budget without cutting, and that is to look at our tax revenue plus our reserves. So my question, I think I know the answer, but I'd like to know from you all too, given all that we're talking about, the asylum seeker crisis, why has not OMB considered going into our reserve and getting extra money from our reserve to add to the revenue if the expenses are weighing us down this way? The choice you can make is to cut, or you can increase revenue, and one way to do so is from the reserve. So I'd like to know why OMB has not considered that.
We did. We had to deal with $10 billion expenses between the asylum seekers, the labor costs, and other needs that the city had to pay for. It's $10 billion. So we raised our revenue estimate by $4 billion. We tapped $1.8 billion into our annual reserves. Okay, we took down our annual reserve by $1.8 billion. We did a PEG, okay, for about 1.2, whatever, 1.2 or 1.3 billion dollars. We use some $1 billion from the state, okay, as part of the aid given to the city, and we made some assumption about the federal government. So this is a package of things that we use to finance the $10 billion of expenses that we had to do between the preliminary budget and the executive budget. So we tap into the reserve for about $1.8 billion.
My view is you could look more into the reserves, you can look into the rainy day fund as well, and I know that it's going to seem radical and not appropriate to do, but given the uniqueness of the issues we're facing now, the fragility of the New York City economy now after the pandemic, the asylum seekers who are coming here, there is a strong argument to make to go further into those reserves, to create the revenue that's needed to cover all these so-called expenses, or you're looking at the rainy day fund as well. But my point is, this is a choice made by OMB and this administration to approach things this way. I think the unspoken piece of this is that OMB and this administration, if you dip into the reserves and you do it, more so than you're already doing, you let the federal government and state government off the hook with the asylum seeker issue. In other words, if you solve the problem, then they're not going to see it as an issue. I think that's an unspoken thing of what's going on here. There's no doubt the state and feds have a role to play, but I would also argue cutting your way to a balanced budget also sends the same signal to the state and the feds that New York City can handle its own crisis. So when you're faced with this issue about cutting to make that point or investing in revenue and taking more from the reserve to do so, I think you all should strongly consider looking at that reserve, because ultimately what you all should be guided by is what will actually increase, again, revenue, productivity, and create a thriving economy in this city, and I'm not sure this is doing that. In fact, I'm not sure. I know it's not doing that.
I hear you. The rainy day fund was designed to protect the city against some economic shocks so that we don't cut services. So you can imagine you start cutting, taking money from the rainy day funds, you have nothing left. My worst nightmare is a scenario in which I have to deal with a recession, and the graph that you saw here on the chart that was on the screen, where you have a huge, divergence between our forecast of $4.3 billion and the new forecast that we see, where we believe now our $4.3 billion is very optimistic. So you have a scenario where you have a recession, and you don't have tax revenue coming in. At the same time, you have a huge spike in spending, to deal with those crises.
I think I just close by saying that these are the arguments to make to never look at reserves, never look at the rainy day fund, but there is a strong, compelling reason to do so now. On top of that, it goes back to my first point: recession, all these issues. I think that these policies are going to lead us to that point. And I can't understand OMB's justification as to how these measures will avoid the recession or the economic hits that we're talking about. At a moment like this, you can make a choice, and OMB has made, in my opinion, the wrong choice when it comes to how we prevent against these economic unfortunate events. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Dinowitz, followed by Schulman. We've also been joined by Councilmembers Nurse, Rivera, and Abreu. Dinowitz, followed by Schulman.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. Hello, Director. Over here. I was a little surprised to hear you say a PEG doesn't necessarily mean a cut. I guess I get what you're saying. It can be a cut. And I think in the case of CUNY, it is a cut. I think $61 million you've cut CUNY by in the recent PEG. And what I'm hearing in your testimony is you saying, well, it doesn't mean the services are being cut. But that's not the case for CUNY. And in line with what Councilmember Krishnan was saying, it's not smart fiscal policy. So we have programs that are going to be cut from CUNY, like ASAP, which is shown for every dollar, it brings back about $3.50 in returns. So you're saving a little money on the front end, but it's very foolish financial policy. And so I'm interested to hear your response and your thoughts about actually cutting programs, which this cut would do.
We are as dedicated as you are to higher education, and we appreciate what all CUNY has to do. Consistent with that, there were no cuts to classrooms, to headcount, and programming at CUNY.
But that's not true.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
No, I'm sorry,
Can I
but
finish?
I know you think you're
was
telling the truth, but we
reestimate-
had hearings on this,
It
and
was-
CUNY told us very clearly this will result in the cutting of programs.
Can I finish, please?
Yes, please.
Okay. It was a re-estimate of French costs. What we did, we added money to CUNY, okay? Let me give you what we did. We added $5.8 million, okay, for CUNY Reconnect. We added $1 million for Brooklyn Recovery Corps at Medgar Evers College. We baselined $4.9 million for CUNY Inclusive Economy, okay? So it is, as I said, the cuts that there was in CUNY was basically French, re-estimate of the French costs, okay? But indeed, we added money to CUNY.
So
budget.
just,
Okay.
I don't need a calculator. You don't need a calculator to tell you that a $61 million cut with an $11.7 increase is still a net decrease. And I would just point out that the $5.8 million for CUNY Reconnect was actually a council initiative last year. I was very glad to see that in the
Very
budget,
successful.
although it should have been baselined, because that's another great example of not just something that's morally right for our students and our city, but something that brings in revenue dollars. The fact is this cut does cut programming. That is what CUNY shared with us. It's cutting the ASAP program. It's cutting CUNY Tutor Corps and a number of other programs. They've already shared that they're going to have to reduce the number of students participating in those programs. And so if you believe that the programs aren't being cut, I would ask that you go back to your ledger, to CUNY, to whatever place you're getting your information from, and reevaluate it. Because it's just simply not true to say, I hear what you're saying, but the actual CUNY who's doing the work and providing the programs is saying something different.
Yeah, listen, I hear you, and as I said, these were cuts to fringe benefits, okay? So they were not cuts to classrooms or headcounts, okay? And indeed, we added money to CUNY. As I said to you, they could tell you the story. Tell them to come and talk to me.
It's not a story,
Okay?
it's a number.
Because when they come and talk to me, they can't tell me the
Director,
stories.
it's a very straightforward, it's
Okay.
The cool thing about math is like numbers, like they don't lie. The number's the number. It's either
trust me,
up or
numbers are
down.
numbers for everyone.
The number's down. And it is very clear that these programs are being cut. And the problem, again, forget about, the moral value of it. These programs are money makers. And as someone who said earlier that we don't care about revenue, which was really surprising, or we don't consider revenue, which was really surprising to hear. Remember when you said it?
No, we don't consider expenses.
We don't consider expense.
Yes.
Okay, we're considering revenue.
You look
and
at
this
one
is
side.
a moneymaker. And I have one other, same with HRA, right? Forgetting the fact that people need to be housed and need all the support they can get, we're talking about an agency that gets money from the federal government in SNAP benefits, in HUD-VASH programs for our veterans, and from the state and the Homeowners Energy Assistance Program. And so I'm confused as to the vacancy rate is 15% at HRA, and what role OMB has in terms of ensuring that that agency has the staff members in order to, again, just get money from the federal government, money that exists that we're leaving on the table, which is, to me, like foolish financially.
It's not a funding issue. DSS has the vacancies, the funding authority, the budget authority to hire. They've been hiring people, okay? They've been hiring workers on the front line. But again, it's a challenge that we're dealing with on an economy with a very tight labor market. It's not as easy because everybody's complaining about the same thing, whether it's private sector employers public sector employers, everybody's having the same issue with recruiting and retaining employees. We've been doing a major push, okay, as part of working with GCAS, working with the city council, okay, to hire workers. Okay, we're making progress, but it is a major push that we're doing, okay, to bring those people online.
Did you
It's
say,
not
I'm
a fun
sorry,
thing.
just quick, you said your vacancy rate was 2%? Was that, what did you say your vacancy rate was at OMB?
I said there's less than 20.
Less than 20 people.
We have like 4 to 5% vacancy rate.
And then HRA has 15%?
Yeah, every agency has
It's
their own staffing challenges.
Right.
But I know that at OMB, that part of the reason that our staffing, that our vacancy rate is low is because we are constantly in the process of getting employees. And that's not just our HR shop going out and having the relationships they do with the universities, but every one of our task forces is basically, constantly out there actively recruiting people, sifting through, getting people, getting contacts any way we can. And I know that HRA has focused on hiring frontline workers and has made some progress recently. Overall, the city is making progress. We're, up whatever, 1,300 from our low point, which was last December. And the headcount is starting to nudge up, but it's going to take, in this labor market, it takes consistent effort over a long period of time to really close those kinds of vacancies, because as fast as you recruit
I understand
people,
it's a
you
lot
lose
of,
people.
and I don't mean to interrupt to be rude. I mean to just be respectful of the time for everyone. So it's a tough labor market. You seem to be doing a great job with 4 or 5%. Who approves HRA's hirings? When HRA says we want to hire someone, they just poof and then they can hire them, or does it have to go through another agency?
They have budget authority to hire. If your question is supposed to be eliciting that OMB approves the PARs, it's true, and that we do so. They don't have there's not a huge number of PARs awaiting OMB approval. And if you ask HRA why they're having the vacancies, they're going to tell you.
No, I understand.
They're not going to tell you it's because OMB is holding up their hires.
Of course they wouldn't. I'm asking you. I'm not blaming you. We're here to ask questions.
We're not holding
and I'm
up their
asking.
hires, right?
I'm asking. Does anyone approve your hires? Does it go through another agency, or do you directly approve your own hires at OMB?
Just like you guys, we don't have a separate oversight.
Yeah. Okay. And so, how many people are waiting right now at OMB at HRA to be hired? Do you have a number?
The number of HRA PARs sitting at OMB, I don't have it offhand.
I don't have offhand, but we know for sure since March we approved like 1,000 PARs.
And what's the average timeline
DSS.
between when HRA says we want to hire someone
Right now,
and you approve it?
Right now, if it falls within the guidelines, it's 10 days. And if it falls outside the salary guidelines, it's 21 days.
Okay. And what are those guidelines?
It's the salary guidelines from the labor contracts, right?
Okay. I would suggest that there's a lot of federal money and state money being left on the table, because OMB, with all of your great expertise in hiring people, it seems, is not doing enough, as Councilmember Ressler said, to manage our budgets and our city agencies. There's management involved. And if you're doing wonderful, wonderful, amazing things to recruit and to hire people, then I would request that you do the same things for our city agencies. Because beyond the right thing to do to keep people housed and to make sure they have every opportunity to succeed, New York City is leaving money on the table, and that's hitting us in our budgets. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Schulman, followed by Sanchez.
Thank you. Hi, Director and staff of OMB, and I want to thank you for being here today. I know that you have a tough job, and but it's there are people's lives at stake in terms of our whole city and the asylum seekers and the constituents that we represent. Director, did you say a little bit earlier that PEGs make the city more efficient? am I mischaracterizing that, or is that?
Yes.
Okay.
City budget more efficient, yes.
So I don't see how it's more efficient to reduce programs for seniors and people who are food insecure, or for those who are relying on reentry services from community-based organizations, people who can't get their SNAP applications done. I have one question for you, and we want to, as a council, we really want to work with you. I mean, I'm saying that I'm presume that my colleagues feel the same, but the best way for us to do that is to have information from you. And so what I'm hearing and my colleagues are hearing from the Finance Division is that when we ask for specific information about PEGs, we don't seem to get it. So can I ask you on the record and under oath if you would agree to give the information that's needed so that we can partner with you and make the city a better place?
Listen, I'd be more than happy to share any information that you need, because at the end of the day, the more you know about our suffering, the better you could help us. Because trust me, we are in the midst of a crisis, okay? We are in the midst of a crisis where we have to basically find every single dollar somewhere to make sure we fund, okay, the big problems that we're dealing with right now, which is the asylum seeker. And for instance, we go into budget negotiation with the council, okay? We have to find resources to fund the city council priorities,
right?
Okay? So all these things require that we be as aggressive as we can be in terms of finding savings, and if there is new tax revenues as well to put on the table, okay, to negotiate with the council.
Okay, so if we can get information specific on PEGs and everything else, I think.
Of course, we will provide them to you.
Okay. The other question I want to ask, because as chair of the Health Committee, is for this fiscal year, DOHMH is working with Public Health Solutions to manage all of the discretionary contracts funded by the council. This created some confusion regarding communication, submission of documents, and other contracting issues, which we helped resolve for this year. However, it's not a sustainable model for managing these contracts. Why is DOHMH contracting for these services? Is this tied to vacancies at the agency?
Not that I'm aware of, but again, I would defer to DOHMH because I don't know anything specific about a specific contract.
Okay. I was going to ask if OMB plans to continue the arrangement, but since you don't, since it's on the...
It's the contracting agency that deals with these things.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have Councilmember Sanchez, followed by Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Director and team. Thank you for answering all of our questions today. So I have a couple. I think that New Yorkers are struggling, and I think that what you're hearing from so many of my colleagues today is just the core belief that the way that we come out of this is to invest in our people and invest in their resilience, and make sure that we're protecting programs that help them to thrive. And so Councilmember Dinowitz talked about CUNY. CUNY's own internal analysis show that $60 million investment in CUNY can result in a 15-fold return on investment and cost $900 million in economic output. Libraries are the safe havens for so many in the city of New York. And so in that spirit of partnership, my question is about whether we have unnecessary spending, and in particular, at the DSS hearing, at my hearing with HPD, we asked about $147 million being dedicated to HPD's spending on HERCs, but we didn't get many answers about, how that would be spent. And I heard you say today that it's a max level of funding, but my concern here is about how the city in this crisis is spending on emergency contracting. How much more are we spending due to using emergency contracting vehicles versus what we would spend if we were using our normal procurement processes? So that's first. Could there be savings there? And can we have partnership with the council? We can help speed things up and not use emergency vehicles if that can save funds. And then secondly, just want to get them in, secondly, but unrelated, in its totality, thinking about HPD, thinking about vacancies, HPD's Office of Development figures are bad, right? Approximately 30% vacancy rate in the agency that's supposed to be pushing projects along and building more affordable housing in the city of New York. What is OMB doing to clear the path for HPD to recruit in these vacancies? And in particular, why isn't HPD a part of the hybrid work pilot when we know that architects, project managers, and others are precisely the kind of titles that could benefit from remote work? And finally, we're being told by the agency that OMB is taking up to a month to approve offers, job offers that are outside of the hiring guidelines. So, this was just brought up by a colleague. So you're saying it's a priority to hire, but when you get candidates, it seems that OMB isn't getting them across the finish line. So, one, unnecessary spending, and two, vacancy reduction within HPD.
Ken, you want to take on this?
Sorry. Let me just try to get on your first question about the scope of the beginning of the pilot on remote work. We've been working closely with DC 37 to identify some areas to start our pilot in. I think everybody expects that there's going to be a certain level of bumpiness as we start the rollout. So we've largely agreed on where we're going to start. We want to work through those issues right when the size is controllable, and figure out what's working and do that, and figure out what's not working and solve the problem. The expectation here is that this pilot's going to be very successful, and that we'll be expanding to other DC-37 titles, and then when other groups settle, assuming their agreements contain this kind of provision, that will expand there. But that's the short answer to your question of why not HPD. This just doesn't happen to be where we started, but those are certainly kinds of titles that might be something we look at as we roll forward. Well, I'm trying to remember what their questions were.
It's taking a month for
Oh,
OMB
I'm sorry.
to...
On the PARs, right? I mean, part of the problem is that with PARs that are outside the salary guidelines, we have to review these because we have to look not only at whether the salaries are appropriate for the people, but also whether how that fits into their internal equity. We get, and not through anything, bad intention, but we get requests to hire people at a salary of X, and X is greater than the salary that several of the incumbent employees in the title are making. And we have to understand why you're hiring someone new, right, paying more than what you're paying people similarly situated, who have been at the agency. Sometimes there's a great reason, like you're hiring someone who has a lot of experience outside. That may make sense, but we need to make sure that those are addressed. And then also a little bit of, we have to deal with external equity too, that, we can't have people in the same job make more at one agency than another. So we work through those issues. Unfortunately, that can take time because there's a back and forth between the two parties.
Thank you. What about the question on emergency contracting?
I think, obviously we would rather not be doing emergency contracting because we have an emergency. And to the extent that we can lower costs, get them more in line with our DHS contract levels, that's something we want to pursue. We're happy to work with you guys on that. But, I just want to emphasize that, we are, with this flow rate that the director spoke about earlier, we are scrambling pretty much every day, right, to make sure that we're providing shelter. And there isn't, there's not a time for an RFP and all of that to take place. We really are rushing.
That. And sorry, just because I'm over time, but there can be entities out there that are ready, willing, and able to take advantage of New York City's generosity, right? And so we should just be working together to identify how we keep those costs down. And I know you all drive a hard bargain, but this is a place where I would say we definitely want to see you do that and drive costs down. And then just finally, not a question, just a statement. As we look to come out of the COVID crisis and the economic crisis, I appreciate the administration's partnership on the Kingsbridge Armory, and I think that next year in the next budget we'll be looking toward a major capital investment from the City of New York, and I look forward to talking with you all about that. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Williams, followed by Osei.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. As the end of April, the city had a headcount of just 208,000 full-time employees with a budgeted full-time headcount for the current year of roughly around 300,000. Even with the elimination of nearly 3,000 vacancies taken in the PEGs, this still translates to a vacancy rate of 7.6%. Few agencies have taken PS accrual savings in the most recent PEG, but in general, there have not been savings assumed from underspending of PS costs. Can you provide an estimate of how much PS underspending agencies have accrued in the current fiscal year?
So, in very rough terms, we have looked at the levels of underspending on the PS side, and in the executive plan we took about $108 million of PS underspending.
Okay, the fiscal 2023 budget includes $33.5 billion for salaries and wages, with fringe benefit costs budgeted at nearly $21 billion. If we were to assume that the current number of vacancies, around 23,000, were unspent all year, would it be appropriate to say that 7.6% of salaries and wages, approximately $2.5 billion, will be unspent at the end of the year?
So, I think it's an important to note, right, that even when we look at the vacancies to 23,000, of those only about 17,000 are city funded. So that's the place where money can be saved. In order to take the savings that you're talking about, we would have to take the vacancies. That would mean eliminating 17,000 vacancies from the agencies. If you did that, undoubtedly that would produce substantial savings. If you limit yourself to if you assume that the vacancies would only come out of civilians, not pedagogical or uniform vacancies, you're down to about 7,600. If we eliminated all 7,600 vacancies, the savings would be about $550 million. If you did, the whole thing, it's about $1.4 billion. But again, that's taking all of the vacancies that we have.
Okay, so what would you say is an appropriate way to estimate the underspending resulting in the city's high vacancy rates? Like, how are you estimating that? How should the council be estimating that? If you sort of provided your assessment around how we could estimate it, but what is the actual appropriate way of estimating underspending?
When we authorize the agencies to hire, we leave the money in their budget sufficient so that they can pay the salaries. We take underspending based on actuals as we progress through the fiscal year, and certainly many of the pegs we saw were in fact, taking into account those PS underspendings. If we start to anticipate it and take it as savings, that means that we would have to remove the budget authority from the agencies. Otherwise, we're counting it as the savings and telling them they can spend it anyway. So when we establish the authorized headcounts, we want to make sure that the agencies have sufficient funds to pay them.
Okay, thank you. And I just have one very, very quick question. Thank you so much, Chair. I'm the chair of the Civil and Human Rights Committee, and EEPC and CCHR. I love them very much and the work that they do. The EEPC is one of the smallest agencies in New York City, and they lost 3 positions. How are you accounting for that, especially when it's such a small agency? They have to audit every single agency in New York City, and they really do not have the staff resources available. And it is my understanding that OMB, has subjected them to a PEG, which is extremely harmful to an organization that only has about 12 people tasked with auditing every single agency that we have in New York City.
Again, as I said earlier, which is always the philosophy, is if an agency has vacancies, we tell them hire up, and once you hire all these folks, it's a lot easier to come to us and have a discussion about you need more heads.
Yeah, but they've told me that they're unable to hire because they didn't get whatever proper authorization, and they were told to cut those positions from their budget.
I believe they have vacancies right now, but I would get back to you exactly to tell you how many vacant positions that they have.
And to that point, how do you make any assessments? It's kind of like a little futuristic, but do you make any assessments on lawsuits in comparison to providing agencies with the proper resources to mitigate lawsuits? So for instance, the city has like well over $100+ million in lawsuits around employment practices, and this agency is tasked with addressing those issues and helping with agencies' technical assistance to make sure their practices are up to par. And so do you make those type of calculations when you think about funding these particular agencies that are doing work to assist and help the city agencies to not get lawsuits?
We take all of these things into account as we negotiate and discuss with the agencies. They tell us about the challenges, and we listen to them. We take those challenges into consideration when we make decisions about whether or not we should have a PEG instituted on a particular agency.
Okay, thank you. I just hope you all properly fund EEPC and CCHR. Thank you.
Councilmember Osei, followed by Joseph.
Thank you, Chair Brannon, and good afternoon, Director Jihad. Good to see you. I'm a bit frustrated here this afternoon. I think we've been hearing multiple questions from my colleagues as well as the chair and the speaker about some discrepancies, in numbers that IBO has compared to what OMB has in terms of predicting the overall cost of the migrant crisis. You are saying that there are no service cuts that some of these agencies are seeing. Throughout the past 10 days, we've been hearing about multiple service cuts that these agencies are seeing. I know that the mayor likes to say that he runs this administration like a C-suite company, but to me, it seems like he's running this city like a farm. I see silos everywhere. He says he wants to make sure that every single agency is on the same page, but what we're hearing from you is that there are discrepancies in some of the predictions and assessments that we have in terms of what these cuts are doing to our city agencies, and then what you are seeing throughout your point of view. So my first question to you is, why are there discrepancies between the predictions that IBO has on this cost that the migrant crisis is going to be compared to what OMB and what this administration is saying?
Let's start with this, because as I said to you earlier, I don't have the data. I don't have the assumptions. Your staff doesn't have the data and the assumptions either. So therefore, I cannot tell you for sure how they come up with the 2024 forecast. What I can tell you is when they share with us, their draft report, we told them their fiscal year 23 numbers were way too low, because they had it at $900 million when we already spent $1 billion with too much left. As a result, they raised their forecast for fiscal year 23, to about, from whatever it is, $900 million to 1.4, close to our forecast. 2024, they're like, it's uncertain, we don't know what's going to happen, so they created range, and I don't know, because I don't have the data.
So who's responsible for this mismanagement? Because
this is, no. IBO is not under the city's admin. IBO is an independent office.
Okay, I do understand
It's
that.
an independent office. There's no mismanagement here, OMB give you, from the city perspective, what we believe the case to be. As I said earlier, our forecast was based on an assumption of 40 households a day coming to the system. Right now, we're seeing 100 189 households. I guarantee you, both the city comptroller, the state comptroller, and the financial control board will come out with their report and saying our forecast is very optimistic.
And when do you think you will have that data and assumptions from IBO?
We asked them, they didn't share it with us.
Okay, noted. And I remember in hearing some of your answers to the questions that Chair Brandon was asking, mainly around the service cuts to the libraries. You said that most of those cuts are because of vacancies, but if you listen to the hearing that we had last week, that's certainly not true. We're seeing that there would be cuts to existing staff, as is with the proposed cuts from the November plan. So what is your explanation on that?
This is the job of the libraries, the culture. This is their job to advocate on their behalf.
So you think they're lying?
I'm not saying they're lying. They advocate. They're advocating for their agencies, for their thing. But what I'm saying to you is, if we cut vacancies, okay, if you have 200 vacancies for 2-3 years, okay, and you have not been able to backfill those 200 vacancies, which is the history of every agency. They have huge vacancies. We come out, we say, you know what, you're sitting on, let's say, $1 billion worth of resources, okay, that the city put in your budget. The city needs that $1 billion to reallocate somewhere else, where we have a crisis, we have needs. Do you think it makes sense to have the agency have those resources in their drawers, or do you think the city should take those resources and reallocate them somewhere else where it's most needed? Director. Of course, I was a commissioner. I'm going to say to you, well, when I had those resources, I used to create this program, I used to create that program, I had that flexibility, which you're taking away from me. Of course, I'm going to advocate.
Director, it seems a little bit like we're being gaslit, right? We're hearing from multiple city agencies that there are service cuts that are going to be made. Agencies with this administration, from HRA to DHS to DFTA to our 3 library systems. I do not believe that each and every single one of these agencies and systems is overestimating the impacts that these proposed cuts are going to have on the services that they provide to the people of New York City, right? If they're advocating, then I would expect that, OMB is maybe advocating in a way that is akin to your projection of how they're advocating. So, these cuts are going to harm our communities. I'm already seeing those services impact our 3 library systems as chair of the Committee on Cultural Affairs and Libraries. And I really, really hope that the numbers that, IBO is putting forward, some of the projections that we have on this financial forecast is looking like is similar to what you guys are projecting, or I hope at least your projection is similar to what we're projecting.
Listen, we have a larger responsibility than every single agency head. They're all looking at their particular agencies, their particular needs. We have to balance the city's budget, at the same time, make sure that we have resources to fund your priorities and the mayor's priorities. As we go into budget negotiation, you're going to come back to us with a list of your priorities. We have to find resources to fund them.
Absolutely.
Okay?
So listen, I completely agree with you, and I think that
if resources are being wasted, listen to me for a minute. If resources are being wasted, if an agency, I'm going to give you an example, as I said to you earlier. If you said to me, you have a $100 million budget to do X, Y, and Z, you only spend $80 million. There is $20 million at the end of the fiscal year that's left. Okay? Do you want me to leave that money in that agency's budget, or you want me to take that savings and reallocate it somewhere else? That's what we're doing.
So,
okay, of course, agencies going to say they lose
I hear
20.
you. I hear you. I've been listening to you for the past hour and change, and I hear you. Right. We are just hearing some contradictions right now. The mayor has been a huge advocate for making sure that agencies are not operating in silos, but it seems like they are continuing to do so under his advocacy.
The frustrating part here? The frustrating part here is we're dealing with a huge crisis on our hand. And we're trying to find ways to fund that crisis.
Absolutely, but it seems like your agencies aren't on the same page as you, though.
We're trying to find ways to manage that crisis without raising taxes, without cutting services.
I hear you.
Okay.
I hear that the intention is in the right place.
All right.
But we've been having these hearings for the past 10 days, and all of these agencies aren't on the same page.
I'm telling you, I'm the architect. Okay? I know what I cut.
So all these agencies are wrong then. These agencies
I'm saying
are wrong
to you,
in their projected
listen to me for a
service
minute.
cut.
Listen to me. Have your staff, your finance staff, do an analysis of all the cuts, and they would come back to you and tell you one thing for sure, okay? Most of the cuts were re-estimates or underspending.
Director,
okay?
Director,
And
I hear,
why don't you do me
listen,
that favor?
I hear you.
Do me that favor.
I've been listening to you.
Do me that favor.
But my issue is that, you know, we've been having these hearings for
You have a staff for a
multiple days.
reason, but you have a staff for a
I
reason.
hear you, but they're not on the same page as you, it seems.
No, but you have a staff for a reason. Have them do an analysis for you. Please. Please.
I do have a staff for a reason. My staff is great, but I'm just saying your agencies aren't on the same page as you. Still seems like this admin is running, you know, through the system of silos, which is disappointing in a time where we should all be on the same page in handling a crisis as large as this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Joseph, followed by Lee.
Hi, Jacques. How are you?
Doing very well.
We're going to talk about my favorite agency. The DOE meeting its PEG requirement primarily through a $305 million PEG in the fiscal year 2024, increasing in the out years. They also said they want to re-estimate the growth of DOE's fringe benefits. The city's explanation has been that the amount allocated for the fringe has been exceeded actual fringe expense. However, in the response to the council questioning at yesterday's hearing, the education budget hearing, DOE said that when DOE has extra money in the fringe benefits this year, they have transferred the funds. So can you tell me how much funding did the DOE transfer in the fiscal year 2022, fiscal year 2023, from fringe to other purposes?
Again, I will provide you that information because I don't have it from the top of my head right here. But again, he communicated exactly the point I'm making. Okay? Decision about budget allocations should be made by the mayor and the city council, not by individual commissioner. So if you have additional resources sitting in your drawer and you're saying to me, I have a crisis, I cannot take those resources to redeploy them to somewhere else, okay? It's almost like a game. It's a joke almost, all right? So the fringe were overestimated. We took the savings.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the agency loved to have those resources in their drawer. Okay, they
So
could
where
do
did
whatever.
you transfer them to?
Okay, because we have to pay for the migrant crisis. We have to pay for a huge labor settlement. Okay,
That was a crisis you guys also slept on. This was a crisis.
We slept on. What do you mean?
Yeah, it was brewing for a while.
But it's a year.
More than a year.
It's a year.
They've been coming here since 2021.
Yeah, but it is, as you could see, as you saw on the chart I showed you, it's very little at the beginning, and all of a sudden it exploded.
2021 they came
So
in.
it's
The
not
only thing they
sleeping.
were not in your care.
Yeah.
They were not in your care in
Yes, I
2021 when they
understand.
came in because I, myself, and Councilmember Lewis went down to the borders. And we saw the numbers. And they came in, they were set up with host families. We set up our own communities to take care of them. They were not in care. So the difference now, when we're seeing this as a crisis to us, is because we're now taking care of them.
Yes, and by law we have to. And the numbers, and the volume is huge.
And they're going to continue to come with 42 expiring, so we must be ready. So if you said, so $305 million is removed from the DOE, you said you don't know where the fringe benefits are, and how will the DOE fund all these next item throughout the year, funded through transfer from fringe benefits? So how does this?
We've been working with DOE to make sure, okay, that we have a very smooth transition and things are, worked out like they were supposed to. So we're in constant communication with them. We're working with them constantly to make sure that, like they announced yesterday, we're going to hold all the school homeless.
But we haven't put money yet in the mid-year adjustment, so we must also talk about that, and we must also talk about our appeal pot.
You are 6 months ahead of me.
Oh, yeah, always. I got to be ready for New York City kids. I don't want no surprises on my principals or educators.
Yeah,
so how are we looking for mid-year adjustment? How is that pot looking? How is the appeal pot looking?
Right now, as I said to folks, I cannot make any promise to anyone because we're dealing with a major crisis. It's only, as we evolve, our goal is always trying to hold the school homeless as best as we can. But again, we cannot make any promise because we have a big crisis on our hand. We have to deal. We have to fund, and so therefore we're going to continue to work with the schools to make sure that they have the resources that they need, okay, to operate as good as they can.
Can OMB commit they would work with the council to make sure that the pot of appeal is?
We will work with the council and as we get into budget negotiation, we will work with the council to make sure that the schools, again, as I said, have the resources that they need. As long as we have those resources,
Yeah, that's what we want to do. Also for student transportation, what is the DOE's budget for student transportation for fiscal 2024?
Let me see. You have it somewhere? I'll get back to you on the specific answer.
Ooh, you got a lot of homework for Ms. Joseph.
Yes,
huh?
yes.
A lot of homework. So
will.
that means you won't be able to answer my rest of the questions. So we will send them over for you to be answered.
Right now, it's 1.6. I got it now. It's $1.6 billion, funded $600 million by the city and $1 billion by the state.
Is any of that reimbursable by the state?
The state is funding $1 billion.
Have there been expenses that the state have not reimbursed DOE for students' transportation?
I remember during COVID, they didn't pay us for some bus transportation.
We didn't get reimbursed when essentially we weren't busing the kids and we still had the responsibility to pay the contractors. And the state said, well, you're not providing people transportation, so we're not giving you the money.
So that's the only time I recall.
That's when the state didn't reimburse you, was
that's
during
the
that
only time
period.
we recall,
Okay. So what is the added cost to the city on students' transportation if these expenses are not reimbursed? What do we pick up if these are not reimbursable?
They typically reimburse us. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't.
Okay, thank you, and I look forward to getting answers to my questions that were not answered. Thank you.
Okay, we have Councilmember Lee, followed by Abreu.
Hi, I'm on this side. Switch on. Thank you so much, Director and Chairs, for allowing me to ask my questions. And I'm going to actually focus on my favorite topic, which is mental health. And I know that this is an area that the mayor has, a lot of interest in helping and improving and increasing services around mental health, as well as the council does, and myself personally. So just wanted to ask a few questions about the mental health continuum, as well as some of the numbers that are included in increased funding. For example, I know that the clubhouse capacity expansion was only $2 million. I believe at minimum $7 million was requested. And for the mental health continuum, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe $5 million is baseline, but is there a way to add that and increase that baseline, including the council's funding portion? Because that is a program we heard yesterday during DOE that is really impactful and effective and is working across 3 of the city agencies. So just wanted to know if there was plans to increase the baseline for those funding sources.
Again, we, as part of budget negotiation, as we head toward budget negotiation next month, we will be sitting with the council and discuss funding level to see if it's appropriate, if it needs to be baseline, and that's what we'll be doing.
Okay, it's only $5 million, so that's
yes.
The other question I heard though, because I understand what you're saying about the vacancies with the agent. Like I understand the sentiment behind it, which is why I'm still a little confused about the Be Heard program, because my understanding is that at $50 million, it was only 20% capacity, and I know that staffing has increased, but then my question is, why has the funding expansion gone so high? I believe it's increasing by 27 million, if I'm not mistaken. So my question is why is that program, that one sticks out to me in particular. So in other words, my question is, there's other programs that we know are more impactful, like the IMTs and the other outreach street programs and ICTs and the ACTs, AOTs.
I think the increase is basically because the FDNY piece of that Be Heard program was never baseline.
Okay, so
it was never baseline. So H&H was baseline, but the FDNY was never. So we baseline. Okay.
So that wasn't included in the so the baseline you're saying
it was funded
not,
1 year at a time.
Right. So it wasn't included in the original 50.
Exactly. So that's now is baseline going forward.
And there is a targeted expansion in the program
as well. Yeah.
Okay.
As we
right. The
try to
expansion
expand
is what I'm talking about.
To more areas in the city.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bronx will be fully covered.
But I guess my question though is, with the staffing challenges, have you spoken to OCMH about how they're planning on ramping up those hirings?
Well,
Saved by the Bell.
That's the challenge we're all dealing with,
Yeah.
That's the challenge we all are dealing with,
Yeah.
It is hiring in this environment, in this labor market. What we're saying is agencies stealing from each other. Okay, I mean, this is what they're poaching each other's employees. This is what you're dealing with. It's a very tough environment.
So can you also, speaking of OCMH, would you be able to provide us with a clearer breakdown? Because I know it was Thrive NYC, which then got transitioned to OCMH, and there's a budget of, I believe, of $325 million. And so how is that being broken out? Because I know some of that is getting funneled through city agencies for various programs like Be Heard. But then how is the rest of that being spent out? And is there room and wiggle room in that budget to focus more on preventative services? Because I'm all about prevention because I believe it actually saves the city and state dollars. There's plenty of research that shows, you know, if we can catch people earlier on in whatever their healthcare needs are or diagnoses are, then it actually saves funding. And so I'm just wondering how much of that budget can be broken down into preventative services that focus on, you know, the nonprofits as well.
We probably would have to come back to you with the breakdown of those things, but and I will share your sentiment, and I would agree with you that to the extent that you could prevent things on the front end, we should add resources to those areas because this is an area of concern to everyone.
Okay, and if you need recommendations, I have some recommendations of where that extra funding could go
more than happy to
on the
listen
mental
to
health side. And then also, for Mayor's Office of People with Disabilities, as chair of also the Disabilities Committee, I have to urge and make a plug because their budget is like $800-something thousand, and Commissioner Curry is amazing, I think. And here's where, when you talk about workforce issues and filling seats, the people, you know, the people in New York City that have disabilities, you're talking about approximately 1 million people. And one thing I think that the disabilities community has shown us is that you can work remotely, right? And they knew that earlier on than we did during COVID. And so my question is that, is there a way to really, I would actually say investing a relatively smaller portion into this agency would bring tremendous impact in ROI when it comes to workforce, when it comes to recruitment within the other city agencies. And so I'm just wondering if this is also a creative way where we can look at how dollars can be better spent.
We added resources in this executive budget, about $2 million, I think, for the mayor's office of MOPD to this plan.
Okay, how much was it increased by?
I think it's 2 million. What is it exactly? 1.2 or 2? 1.2.
Okay, because
Yeah.
that's awesome to hear because I know that she only has about 7 or 8 staff and they do a lot with the little staff that they have. Okay, and then my final, I guess, sort of last series of questions is, I know that at OMB you all, and this is not really more so a budget question, but I'm really curious to hear because you all have a very bird's eye view on all the different city agencies. And for me, one of the biggest things in working with multiple agencies on the nonprofit side were just all the silos that existed. And so I remember during one of the hearings on the asylum seekers, I asked all the commissioners, you know, what would you say? Because in a crisis, there's also a lot of opportunity to learn and rejigger things and build things from the ground up. So one of the questions that I asked all the commissioners was, you know, what is something that you're taking away that we can learn from this? And the thing that they kept saying was the whole government approach to these situations and having more interagency communication. And so I guess my question to you is, from your perspective at OMB, what can be done, or what do you think are the top 3 things that can be looked at in order to better streamline, save resources, have better efficiency across agencies?
So it's, I mean, I could give you from, not only from an OMB perspective, from my days as Commissioner of Finance as well. It's as there is a mindset to begin with. There has to be a paradigm shift in the mindset, the way we approach problems, okay? Because you're dealing with limited resources and unlimited needs, which is what we're dealing with, which is the economizing problem we all have to deal with. And the allocation of resources as best as you can do it. So therefore, to the extent that we could avoid to have resources being wasted and use those resources for other productive means, things, initiatives, okay, from my perspective, the better off the city is always.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Councilmember Abreu, followed by Hudson.
Thank you, Chair. and thank you, Director. The right to counsel, I'm over here. The right to counsel law, the right to counsel law is very much under a lot of threat, and we've heard from Speaker Adrian Adams, we've heard from my colleague Krishnan as well, speaking about this issue. I was a tenant lawyer under the Right to Counsel program. I know how important this program is, and I'm very concerned that given the level of cases and nonprofits having to reject cases because of their lack of capacity, because of the lack of pay parity, and really with the lack of investment that this city is putting forward, I'm really concerned about what this program means. The right to counsel, as it used to be, is not the one that we know. And so I'm just imploring this administration to really work with this council to make sure that we get this right. I have no questions. Just want to make sure I echo my colleagues on this issue. It is a massive issue for this council in this budget cycle. Thank you.
Okay. We look forward to working with you.
Councilmember Hudson, followed by Hanif.
Thank you, Chair, and hello, Director. Does OMB use population data, like census data, or any projections from reputable sources when budgeting?
Yeah, we use all kind of data dealing with population, the tax base to do budgeting, yes.
Okay, so you then might be aware that the older adult population across the state is going to increase by 25% in the next 15 years, and by 40% in the next 15 years just in New York City alone.
And I'm one of them.
There you go. All the more reason not to cut NYC aging. Can you tell me what your justification was for including NYC aging in the additional 4% PEG when it has one of the smallest agency budgets, which means that every dollar that's cut is more impactful, especially when we have other agencies that are bloated?
Yeah, again, and I hear you, and it's always a concern, and always work with the commissioner to make sure that she has the resources that she needs to address the needs of the aging population. But again, as I said, the pegs that we took from that agency was basically tied to underspending as a result of underutilization of the program. Okay, so. So we'll continue to work with them, and we'll continue to make, as you know, we made some significant investment to the program, and we'll continue to work with the agency to make sure that they have the appropriate resources. But again, I just want to reiterate that there was underspending as part of the program, okay, and throughout the year because of lower than expected utilization of those programs. So therefore, we took those resources and reallocate them somewhere else. But their budget, their baseline budget remained more or less the same.
Like all of my other colleagues, I hear what you're saying. It's not what's translating on the ground, and I'll just leave it at that. But should the number of older adults needing home-delivered meals or congregate meals at older adult centers increase during fiscal year '24, how will OMB work with NYC Aging to provide funding for these programs?
Again, we will continue to work with them to make sure that, as I said, that they have the appropriate resources. And,
but what does that mean, that you'll work with them to make sure they have adequate resources?
Typically, when, trust me, the commissioner is not shy. When she needs resources,
I'm aware.
You're fully aware. When she needs resources, she's a big advocate for her agency, and she would come to us, we would sit down, within the constraints of the budget, within the constraints of everything else we have to do, okay? And as I said, this is a population. We will not let them go hungry, okay? This is not. Okay,
this heard it here first, so I just want to make sure.
This is not going to happen.
Okay.
So therefore, what we usually do, as I said, is sit down with them, and she tell us the needs that she has, and then we try to work with her as best as we can, be as creative as we can be, to provide the resources that she needs.
Okay, so if I have any older adults that are going hungry, I'm coming to you first.
Yes.
Thank you.
We have Councilmember Hanif, followed by Nurse.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon. Great to see you and hear from you. I'll jump right in. Are you able to break down how the administration developed the $4.3 billion number related to the spending for asylum seekers? And
Sure.
are you able to share it in an itemized way for us?
Of course, we provided the council staff the methodology that we use, provide them the data that we have. If you need for us to sit down with you, we'll be more than happy to sit down with you to show you the forecast. I will come up with our forecast.
That's wonderful. Are you able to just summarize?
And to be
right now?
quite honest with you, right now, it is our forecast is understated. And the city comptroller, the state comptroller, and financial control board will all come out with their report today or sometimes this week, and they're all going to say the same thing.
So you're saying the comptroller, and does this also relate to the IBO, which I know said
IBU
that
is
the
IBU is
admin's
gonna
number
be an
has been
outlier.
inflated?
IBU is going to be an outlier. All of
Why
them
is
would-
that?
All of them would come out because our forecast was basically based on 40 households a day.
And that was, could you give the timeline for that?
That
Because
was
I
the
know you mentioned
timeline
100.
Between I believe, October and March, okay? That's what we're getting trending. And right now, we're at 189
189.
households a day, okay? I mean, I had a chart, I don't know if you had an opportunity to see it, to see our forecast and the trend, the divergence from the trend. So if that trend continues, we're going to have to upgrade, update our forecast. I believe the controllers, based on the trend, the new trend they're seeing, they're updating their forecast because ours right now, based on the city controllers report, we are very optimistic. Okay, and financial control board going to say the same thing, and most likely the state is going to say the same thing.
I look forward to hearing a little bit more from
So
the
I'll be more than
comptroller,
happy to
too.
sit
Yeah,
down with you.
I'd love to see that.
To sit
given-
down with you and share our own analysis with you because we're not hiding anything.
No,
We
and
need help.
that's what we need. We need
We
more
don't need people to
transparency.
question, to be honest with you. It doesn't help us when people are questioning the number because everybody's like, oh. So
I think it's a fair question to ask
It's a fair
how
question
that number was
It's a-
arrived.
Exactly. It's
We
a fair
deserve to
question
know
It's a fair
and work
question to
together.
ask. But what we see is first people ignore the problem, then they lowball the problem. Oh, you know, it's a manufactured problem. It's not a real crisis. It's not costing you that much, really. You know, it becomes part of a strategy.
Sure, and I think we
You
can
know,
just
and to
avoid the
me,
outside noise
to
right
us,
now and
that's very
focus
frustrating.
specifically on how this
Yeah.
number arrived.
No, we'll be more than happy to share them with you, and I believe the state comptroller, city comptroller, and they all accepted our numbers and believe our numbers is very low at this point in time.
And then does the $1 billion recently allocated by the state impact this number?
Yes, the 4.3 is funded by $1 billion from the state. We had $2.7 billion from the city and $600 million from the federal government. Unfortunately, the federal government is not giving us the $600 million. We're only getting probably $70 million max. So therefore, we have to backfill, okay, that $500 million shortfall that we have. So therefore, the city is going to have to come up with another $500 million on top of the $2.7 billion we already have in the budget.
Understood. And then,
Yeah, that's the chart. You see, the black line is the actual, okay? The red line is our forecast. As you could see, there is a divergence from the forecast. If that
based on
trend-
that 109 number that you just shared.
189.
89.
If that trend were to continue, God bless us. Okay, seriously. It is hard to fathom the idea of this could be more than $4.3 billion over next year.
No, and I'm not disagreeing here. I'm just asking for more transparency on how this
Sure.
number arrived and for the
Sure.
council to have those details.
Sure.
And I'm looking forward to reviewing
Be
that
more
more
than happy
and
to
also
sit down
seeing
with
that
you.
up close since I already have bad eyesight. And then want to get into better understanding what percentage of the 4.3 billion is allocated to shelter costs?
Right now, it is, our policy going forward has been to basically try to move folks to the shelter.
Right.
Because it's cheaper. Unfortunately, when you're dealing with the emergency, okay, you have to resort to emergency measures because you're moving people in real time, okay, and you don't have enough capacity in the shelter. So therefore, you have to expand other capacity, which is what we've been doing, okay, through NISAM, moving folks to the police academy, moving folks to gym. So
Understood.
we don't have the the breakdown for the different buckets yet because of the emergency that we're dealing with. But our strategy has always been is to try to move folks in the shelter system.
There is no itemized breakdown of how much
No, right
money
now,
has
I could give you.
gone towards shelter. I mean, I'd love to hear that.
No. At this point in time, as of the $1 billion I've already spent, we spent $566 million on the shelter system, DSS.
Okay,
And then $434 million on the HERCs.
on the HERCs.
Yeah.
And then what percentage of the $4.3 billion is going towards services that will help these families and individuals become self-sufficient and not reliant on the shelter system, such as the legal services?
Yeah, we have, I don't remember exactly how much we have, but we added resources, I believe it was $16 million, what is it? For legal services. For shelter? Okay. Huh? Five. We added $5 million in resources to help them with those legal costs.
So at my recent executive budget hearing, we pressed on better understanding how the $5 million has been allocated, and we've actually been doing that over most of my recent hearings. And what we learned is that the $5 million hasn't been allocated yet, that there's a program being created centering on Pro Se Clinic, which we support, the council supports, but curious as to what new funding has actually been spent already to support asylum seekers seeking legal services. Because the $5 million hasn't been spent according to
Yeah, because the budget
the
has not been
admin.
voted on yet.
But we were told that that was going to be money allocated, and there was an RFP process. The legal services providers in our city said this is not enough, which is why we've come out and said we actually need $70 million and would love to know if the admin can commit to increasing the legal services allocation to $70 million to focus on the Pro Se Clinic and to ensure that everybody has the full representation they need right now.
Yeah, it has not been spent, but it will be spent. You know, again, the providers did not bid on the procurement, but I believe we will have conversations with folks, and I have full faith that we will provide and they will spend the $5 billion that we currently have in the budget.
I really hope so. We've been asking about this, and to hear from you again, the uncertainty of whether or not that money was spent is not okay for those of us determined to supporting asylum seekers who are on a timeline,
Yeah,
who are on
and
a legal
also
timeline.
Yeah, and also the state also allocated $10 million also for asylum seekers. So again, there will be the resources out there because we're trying to push as hard as we can to get these folks to get their paperwork.
No,
so
absolutely.
They, to could exit the system.
I appreciate the cooperation because we know that at the core of this, aside from housing, is the legal services component to ensure that we are not reinforcing another generation of undocumented people. And I want to go into the work that the administration did with the council on launching Promise NYC. This is such an integral program to support undocumented families with childcare access. I was disappointed to see that this program isn't renewed, hasn't been renewed, was not included in the executive budget, and the council is calling for a $20 million investment because of the need. And right now, we are seeing, as you've mentioned, the 189 number, more families, and childcare is one of the ways to ensure that these families can work. And so does the administration have any plans right now to add $20 million to continue the important work of Promise NYC?
As you know, we added a one-time funding last year, and as we work with the council toward adoption during budget negotiation, we will review that particular program because he has some promises. Okay, this is a very good program. This is not one of those programs that are not working. This is a very good program. So we will work with the council, during budget negotiation to see what can be done in terms of funding for that program going forward.
I urge that we get there. It was such a, to your point, an integral part of keeping families whole and caring, showing what care in our city looks like. And we were unique in creating that program. So that $20 million would go a long way to support these families. I'd like to just wrap up by saying, I was hoping for more of an itemized breakdown of the ways in which this $4.3 billion from the admin has been spent, where it's been spent, but I look forward to follow up and continued engagement to ensure that we do our fair share to continue to support asylum seekers across all levers of government.
Please, be more than happy to work with you to share whatever information we have, so at least you have all the information that you need.
Thank you, Director. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we have final questions from Councilmember Nurse.
Wow.
No
Last
pressure.
but not least. I'm just really happy it's my turn, Mrs. Brown. Sorry. Okay, I have a question. I want to talk about climate. In the new Plan NYC press release and announcement, they talked about a new climate budgeting initiative. So I wanted to understand a little bit more about that, how far along on defining that and operationalizing that you all are. So, and just for the record, the way it's described is New York City will be the first big city in America to launch a climate budgeting initiative to ensure that it remains laser focused on prioritizing climate change and environmental justice in investments and decision making. Climate budgeting is a process that incorporates science-based climate considerations into the city's budget-making process by evaluating how actions and spending today contribute to meeting long-term climate targets. So how will climate budgeting change the way OMB conducts the city's budgeting process? And also, are you looking at the Oslo model?
We have been working with different municipalities throughout the world, and we created, as part of an OMB initiative, a task force within OMB the first time to basically ensure that every decision that we make, okay, is climate friendly. So the task force basically, we should sit down with you and show you the process, the new process we're going to have at OMB in terms of our own review to make sure that is done, okay, before we make any decision.
So is this a process that's active right now?
It's in process. We are about to roll out that process.
So you're rolling it out?
It's going to take some time. It's a
Okay.
a huge enterprise.
When do you expect a little bit more concrete details about how this?
I'd be more than happy to have staff give you a briefing in terms of where we are, in terms of the timeline. Are we rolling out things over time? Because we cannot make it, we cannot make a mistake as we roll out this thing. There are a lot of issues that we have to take into consideration, but I'd be more than happy to have the staff sit down with you to show you exactly we map out the entire process, when we're going to launch each piece, okay, along the way, and how we're going to work with the agencies to make sure that the agencies understand the kind of questions we're going to be asking them, the kind of input we're going to be looking from them as they submit a request to us. Okay, and how these requests will be reviewed from the lens, okay, of climate.
And so this will include, not, I imagine, obviously capital, because we're just going to be constantly having to spend as mitigation measures are needed, and probably always be very well behind the infrastructure investments we need.
It's going to be...
And this will also include like a social services component, an expense component for how we are
probably going to start
getting people to good landing spots.
We're probably going to start with the capital first, and broken down in terms of sustainability and resiliency. We have metrics for each one of these two groups because it's more difficult to measure certain things with respect to resiliency work. But sustainability, we have more tools to deal with the kind of metric to ensure that we are successful at what we do in terms of measuring progress. But again, as I said, we'll have the staff sit down with you because, we want to have a lot of members from the City Council interested in that process. And the more education we provide, the more information we provide, I think, people would see the benefit.
No, I think we all see the benefit. I think it's just more of a question of, how long before this process starts to be activated, because you could argue that, investments in people now, setting them up to be successful in education and housing and all these health care allows them to experience the impacts less negatively as we come under increasingly challenging circumstances.
It is something that we'll be rolling out at the beginning of next budget cycle.
Right.
Okay, but we have, as I said, we have our entire timeline. Leah is here? Okay, Leah is here. I have Leah reach out to you.
Okay.
And
great.
she would set up, and the staff would brief you exactly on the process and the timeline
And
we have to implement it.
how does this relate to this idea of the rainy day fund? I mean, like if a New Yorker just looks up a rainy day fund and looks up all these reserves, several of them are just unspecified or just not designated. So how does a regular New Yorker understand at what type of rainy day is it where we can dip into these funds to deal with multiple different crises if there's not much definition to this, or at least publicly? If I said, hey, what is a rainy day fund? Is today the rainy day? We're getting all these cuts. Like, when is it, and how does that get triggered? Can you just elaborate just a little bit on that?
Yeah, the rainy day fund it was set up basically to deal with an economic crisis. Okay, like we had during COVID, you shut down the economy, the tax revenue collapse. So therefore, you have to lay off employees, cut services, and you say, you know what, instead of me doing all of these bad things, let me tap into that reserve basically to cover the shortfall that I have in tax revenues because of the collapse of the economy. It was not meant to fund initiatives or to fund expenses, current expenses, okay? And I hear folks saying, this is a rainy season because you have a huge crisis on your hand. I got it. But I'm always worrying about the chart that you see here going in the wrong direction at the same time that you have a recession. Many economists are currently predicting a recession, okay, coming, okay? So you can imagine you have a recession when you have tax revenue coming down, you have your expense going up, and you don't have that rainy day to tap into, okay, to basically help you balance your budget. And as a result, you have to end up laying off employees, doing a lot of tough decisions.
Do you think it's time to put some definition on that so that we can better determine what is a crisis in the eyes of New Yorkers, and when these types of cuts or belt tightening are more justified than not, and based on different types of crises? Because you say you have a complete social crisis, or you could have an economic crisis, or you could have a climate crisis. Like, what are those parameters?
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you think it's time to put some more
There are
specificity on that?
parameters in terms of when you're tapping into it, there are certain parameters that we have to establish. I believe right now you could tap in 50% without any crisis, if I remember correctly. Yeah, but beyond that 50%, the mayor has to provide justification to the city council, okay, why there is a crisis, why we need to do it. But your suggestions is well taken, okay? We will discuss it, review to see whether or not we need to put some parameters in place and to define exactly what it means. When do we tap into it? But as I said, our goal has always been that you tap into this reserve when there is an unexpected economic shock to the system.
I
And so
understand.
therefore, instead of laying off employees, cut services, you could use those resources to backfill
My last question.
the revenues.
My last question is that, just to backtrack to that climate budgeting initiative, given that so many of the investments, which are infrastructure heavy, they take forever, and there's contracts and workforce and pipeline issues, how are you integrating the delay, or just the fact that we're so far behind by decades, into the upfront investments we're going to need to start making and are making, but even the ones that we're making now are so delayed? Like, how are you going to accommodate that into this new type of initiative?
Well, this is a great question because it's very challenging because, as you know, as I tell folks very often, people don't realize how many constraints that we have. And one of the major constraints that we have is the limit in terms of how much we can borrow. And that limit is basically tied to the value of property in New York City. Because property values in New York City, particularly commercial property values, have declined. So therefore, the limit that we have in terms of our borrowing capacity has also dropped, which means we have a major constraint in terms of how much we can borrow to invest really, okay, not only to catch up, okay, but also to do preventative measures to prepare for the future. So again, as I said, it's a bunch of pieces, moving pieces that we have to take into account. We understand the challenges that will be behind, and we have to do things to not only to catch up, but to also prevent, particularly when we know that, Sandy taught us a big lesson. But again, we also have to do all of these things within the constraints that we have.
Okay, sure. I just have one other question. DSNY snow training. In the budget, the snow training is listed as a PEG with a reduction of $6.7 million in city funds in the executive plan. It's also simultaneously $6.7 million in city funds is added in other adjustments for what appears to be a net zero cost adjustment. DSNY had a similar PEG in the November plan. Can you explain the rationale behind this PEG?
Well, part of this is that in terms of the training, so, they used to do training out of the snow budget. We don't think that training is required, but the actual size of the snow budget is set by a formula in the charter, so the money had to go back in. While we expect the savings to materialize, right, in actuality, because they won't do the training, the size of the snow budget is unfortunately set by that formula in the charter.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director and your team, thank you so much. Thank you for answering our questions. And we look forward to landing this plane with you the next month.
Looking forward to it as well.
Right on. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll take a brief break, and then we're going to hear from the controller.
I was trying to give you so much water. Go to the back.
I know. Oh, please. Pleasure. Anytime. Okay.
Hi, Councilmember. Of course, we shared a lot of information with Council Finance folks, but we're happy to share with you.
We're happy to share with you.
Yes, more than happy. I'll give you, I can text you, but here's my cell.
2:30. Wait.
Park is the best park in
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to the second portion of today's executive budget hearings. I'm still Councilmember Justin Brannan and I chair the Committee on Finance. Welcome to Controller Brad Lander and your team. Thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. In the interest of time, I'm going to forego an opening statement and let us hear directly from the Controller and his team. But first, I'm going to turn you over to Committee Counsel Mike Toomey to swear you in and we can get moving.
Good afternoon. Raise your hands, please. Right hand. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer Councilmember questions? Controller Lander?
Yes.
Executive Deputy Controller Brindisi? I do. Deputy Controller Olson? Thank you. Please begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannan, Deputy Speaker Ayala, and members of the Finance Committee and the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the fiscal year 2024 executive budget. Joining me today are Francesco Brindisi, our Executive Deputy Controller for Budget and Finance, and Krista Olson, our Deputy Controller for Budget. Congrats on your endurance making it this far. The executive budget, as you know, provides a more candid look at where the city stands financially than the preliminary budget did, incorporating several large expenses that were previously unaccounted for, including $16 billion for collective bargaining increases and the cost of providing shelter to asylum seekers without adequate reimbursement from the federal government through FY25. On the positive side, the budget now recognizes some of the increased revenues my office had earlier projected. The result of these adjustments is that OMB's stated out-year budget gaps increased to $7 billion by FY27. We project those gaps will be higher still, over $10 billion by 2027, when other risks under budgeting and the drop-off of federal stimulus funds are accounted for. While these fiscal challenges are meaningful and significant, New York City is on more solid economic footing than you might expect from listening to the news. Year-to-date revenues through April are 5.8% above last year. We project that tax revenues will dip slightly in FY24 before regaining growth in each successive year of the plan. We do need a serious long-term savings program to address large out-year budget gaps, and I'll have more to say on that in a moment, but we do not need to cut essential services like supportive housing, CUNY, public libraries, or meals for homebound seniors. At the same time, strengthening New York City's economic position in the years ahead will require new investments in childcare, affordable housing, mental health care, workforce development, climate readiness. These critical investments will require new revenues, which I believe should be raised from the wealthiest New Yorkers so we can confront challenges of affordability, grow the economy, and share its benefits more widely. I'll come back to that at the end. But I'll start by reviewing the city's economic forecast and financial plan. The local economy continues to recover. New York City is now at 99.7% of pre-pandemic job levels. Healthcare, technology, and business sectors are above pre-pandemic levels, while hospitality, construction, retail, and entertainment remain lower, with room for growth. Our projections assume that the economy will slow down but avoid recession. We project modest growth over the plan period, but remain mindful of potential risks from federal debt ceiling negotiations, banking sector turmoil, and the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes. Locally, commercial real estate remains a key concern as hybrid work settles into a new normal, with commercial vacancy rates about double before the pandemic. Although the executive budget addresses several major items that were outstanding in the preliminary budget, many risks and underfunded expenditures remain, including overtime costs and MTA contributions. Some are rising. Special ed pre-K, universal 3K, and community schools face gaps when federal COVID-19 funds expire. Special education Carter cases, pupil transportation, and charter schools are chronically under-budgeted. The cost of providing shelter to asylum seekers is the largest unknown in the budget planning process. Costs will be high, but impossible to predict with precision, with so many unanswered questions, and the federal government so far failing utterly to provide necessary support. We dig deeply into the question of asylum seeker cost projections and assumptions on pages 68 to 75 of our executive budget report. There's so much good stuff in here. Might have a quiz afterwards. Give somebody bonus if you can explain the very excellent chart 4. You'll like the headcount chart, chart 8. And Krista and Francesco are here to explain any questions you might have about it. If OMB's current projections for asylum seeker costs and reimbursement prove accurate, then when factoring in our analysis of other risks and adjustments, the Controller's Office estimates a fiscal year 24 gap of $2.14 billion, which is roughly in balance with the $1.69 billion fiscal year 23 surplus we project that will be rolled over largely to cover it. Projected out year gaps, though, grow each year to we project $10.38 billion, or 9.6% of the budget by fiscal year 27. And if more asylum seekers steadily migrate here than projected, if additional state and federal funding does not materialize, and if daily costs remain high, that gap grows larger still to $3.29 billion next year, and then up to as much as $14 billion, or about 13% of the budget in fiscal year 27. As many new arrivals fast approach the one-year deadline to submit asylum applications, the city, as Councilmember Hanif said toward the end of the time with the budget director, must do more to assist them to submit their applications for asylum and then 6 months later for work authorization. So far, over 99% of asylum seeker spending, which my office did the most detailed report on back in March, and we've actually updated the chart of contracts on our website today. So 99% of that spending, more even, has been for emergency shelter, far less than 1% on legal and support services. This is short-sighted. While keeping pressure on Washington and Albany, we must scale up the services that help people get on their feet, enable them to exit shelter, and contribute to our city. I refer you to an article in today's Politico about work that WIN and New York Legal Assistance Group are doing, which we must scale up quickly. The council should add at least $70 million to the budget and insist that the administration stand up a comprehensive program for outreach, pro se clinics, and direct legal representation immediately. This will save hundreds of millions of dollars in downstream shelter costs. Despite the uncertainties ahead, the mayor's proposal to cut critical services are a strategic misstep. At a time when 1 in 5 people who need supportive housing, only 1 in 5 can get it, the executive budget cut supportive housing rental assistance by $5.2 million in '24 and $8.2 million in FY25. Jordan Neely's killing calls us to improve our existing systems for housing and care for people struggling with mental illness on the streets, not to cut it. Yet additional cuts to DHS of $29 million and DSS of $12 million will reduce funding for human service nonprofits that provide mental health care, substance abuse treatment, child care, and job training. The Department of Correction plans to nix trade skills and financial literacy classes, drug relapse prevention, and reentry services for detained people. These cuts are a risk to public safety. CUNY, as Councilmember Dinowitz spoke to, faces $41 million in additional annual cuts on top of funding reductions totaling $155 million for this year. Half of the city's new nurses and a third of our new teachers graduate from CUNY. I hope the council will follow the governor and the state legislature's example and invest further in proven programs like ASAP, ACE, and CUNY Reconnect. While the administration held public libraries harmless in the PEG, the $21 million cuts from prior PEGs and the failure to baseline last year's council funding means shorter hours and fewer programs for New Yorkers yearning to learn. DFTA, as you have well explored, as Councilmember Hudson explored, plans to cut back on meals for homebound seniors, despite delivering nearly triple the meals in the first 4 months of FY23 compared to last year. And the administration, although I was encouraged to hear the budget director show some optimism for it, eliminated funding for the highly successful Promise NYC program created last year by the council to provide childcare for undocumented children. That program should be continued at the full year cost of $20 million. The modest sums that would be saved by these cuts pale in comparison to the damage they would do. We do need more strategic and longer-term savings to address those out-year budget gaps. The administration gave agencies just 10 days to submit PEGs during the April plan. This last-minute call for savings made the program to eliminate the gap too blunt, too short-term. OMB pulled down vacant staffing lines without regard for whether they were essential positions like cybersecurity specialists or social service claims processors. This blunt approach has limitations. The administration already rightly had to reverse 339 cut positions from the Department of Social Services in the January plan. But staffing declines continue, as you can see in Chart 8 of our report, despite the step toward more hiring halls. What we need, given the fact that next year's budget is near balance and the challenge we face is in the out years, is a more strategic long-term savings exercise that encourages wise budgetary planning. In assigning agencies savings targets that build across the years of the financial plan would allow more strategic approach to attrition, to identify positions that could be taken down or repositioned by commissioners. Another way to achieve savings strategically is to hold agencies accountable for claims settled against them, which totaled $1.5 billion in FY22. Since settlements are currently paid out of the general fund, agencies have no budgetary incentive to reduce them. If agencies were held fiscally responsible for projected settlements costs, each agency would be incentivized to root out the costs of claims against them. In February, our office published a report on motor vehicle crash claims, which cost the city more than $600 million over the past decade, $130 million in FY22 alone, and we made recommendations for how we could significantly reduce those claims going forward. Other savings opportunities include utilizing technology, leveraging the city's purchasing power, and identifying Federal Inflation Reduction Act funds for sustainability investments. Finally, I urge the City Council to adopt legislation that would require a formula for deposits and the conditions for withdrawals from the Rainy Day Fund. Last year's deposit was the largest ever, but we are still well short of what's needed when the next recession comes. I strongly discourage tapping into those long-term reserves when we still only have 2/3 of what we would need for a recession. What the council should do is pass legislation that would require codifying formulas for both deposits and withdrawals. Now, as the council and the mayor focus negotiations on the FY24 budget in the coming weeks, this is also an important moment to think about the longer-term future. As we emerge from the pandemic to face new uncertainties, we'll need strategic investments to ensure that New York City is a place where people can afford to grow families, to buy homes, to launch new businesses, to create the ideas and culture that make our city the best on the planet. That was the recommendation, you may remember, of the new New York panel convened by the governor and mayor and chaired by former deputy mayors Dr. Ruff and Beery. They argued that to fulfill the promise of 3K for all kids, we've got to make sure that every child has a seat available in their neighborhood, to conduct outreach to fill every seat, to pay providers on time, and to pay childcare workers a living wage. As New York's families face a housing affordability crisis that severely drags our economy, it's not only Albany that we need to see act, though surely they need an ambitious plan to combat exclusionary zoning, increase housing supply, protect tenants with good cause protections, and create a large-scale housing access voucher program. But New York City will need in the coming years to act much more ambitiously as well. We urgently need a new program to create permanently affordable multifamily cooperative homeownership for low-income, working-class, and middle-income families. That was essential to building New York City's middle class through the Mitchell-Lama program in the 60s, and it is no less critical today. The crises of mental health and homelessness revealed painfully in the killing of Jordan Neely require that we invest significantly more in systems of care and support, drop-in and respite centers, mental health screening in our schools as proposed by the public advocate, in supportive housing and new housing first programs that have proven effective elsewhere. And building New York City's thriving and inclusive future will also take long-term investments in workforce and economic development, transportation in the public realm, and of course, sustainability and climate resilience. How will we afford these much-needed new investments? With looming out-year budget gaps and the need to maintain essential services, a savings program alone, while necessary, will not enable us alone to make the ambitious and needed new investments. We will require new sources of revenue. So as we outline in a new brief that we are releasing today, new revenues can and must be both progressive and effective. They should not put an additional burden on low-income or middle-income New Yorkers already struggling with rising costs, but should instead be borne by the wealthiest households who have seen their incomes skyrocket in recent years. For example, our recent monthly economic newsletter revealed that the top 0.02% of New Yorkers, fewer than 1,000 households, saw their incomes grow by $62 billion in the first 2 years of the pandemic, $62 billion. Yet currently, single filers in New York City making $50 million or $5 million or $500,000 face the same marginal city income tax rate as those who earn just over $50,000. If we set a very modestly higher tax rate on households who earn over $500,000 per year, the city could see nearly $1 billion in additional revenue. Another $400 million could come from fairer taxation of high-value properties through a luxury pied-à-terre surcharge, partial repeal of the tax abatement on luxury co-ops and condos, and of course, the elimination of the Madison Square Garden tax exemption. Yes, permission from Albany would be required for any of those, and that is not coming this session. But that's okay, because next year's city budget is close to balanced, as I outlined above. The investments we need are for the longer term, but we need to start that conversation now, and that's why we've released our Raising Revenues brief alongside today's budget report. With wise investments in our infrastructure, core services, and public goods, the City of New York can ensure that people can afford to raise their families, buy a home, start a business, and build communities here for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Controller. I'm going to ask you about the asylum seeker response costs and funding details. The council hasn't received any, the council has only received really large print, high-level details. Has your office received detailed information on the asylum seeker response efforts and cost, agency by agency cost breakdown?
So I'll give you this answer in two parts. I'll speak a little to our contract analysis, which is updated today on our website, and then I'll hand it over to Deputy Controller for Budget, Krista Olson, to talk about the budget projections that she did in our report. Look, when you do emergency procurement, you have a lot less early information on what you're going to be spending. We gave prior authorization to the administration when the mayor issued his executive order, because obviously if you're going to bring 140 new hotels online to house asylum seekers, you got to be able to move quickly. We started putting online in March as comprehensive a list of what those contracts are as we could, anything not just that our office had registered, but that we could find in Passport, or we asked a lot of questions of the administration. So if you link it, I'll make sure that we tweet or send you the link. It's on our website and through the budget report. The most up-to-date information we have on that contracting so far. And then for this budget report, Deputy Controller Olson prepared as in-depth an analysis as we could of what the projections for those costs might be.
Yes, so in addition to the contract information we get periodically from the administration, which Brad alluded to, we also, we can look into FMS and look at expenditures, cash or budgeted, that are lagged compared to what we hear from the administration, but give us some additional detail. We used for our analysis a combination, we are also very reliant on what the administration tells us. So our per diem rates are based on what they are saying their year-to-date expenditures were, and then just some assumptions that we made about those costs going forward that are different than theirs. And then we chose to look backwards at the average rate of increase of households over the past year to kind of smooth out some of the ups and, some of the higher times of increases with some of the lower times. Knowing that there's going to be a lot of variation in the coming year.
Do you, I guess, question for you, Controller, do you, understanding this needs an all-hands-on-deck approach, but do you think it makes sense to have so many different city agencies involved?
I mean, I think it's confusing to have two different agencies running shelter systems. So having DHS run one and H&H run another is confusing. And I'll give one example of how I think that's going to be a challenge. This program that Chair Hanif and I are hoping to see stood up of a much more ambitious effort to do outreach and help people file their asylum applications and then get their work authorizations. We don't have any database that helps us know whether people have filed those applications or not. Now that makes sense because traditionally we didn't want to ask people their immigration status at the front door of the shelter system, but now we need at least to be able to say, would you like help filing that application? Can we get you in touch with a legal service provider and keep track of that till you get your work authorization and maybe provide some workforce development supports? But H&H has got one system and DHS another, and there's so many multiple service providers. One thing that I hope they'll do going forward is make that effort more coordinated and strategic.
Do you think 2 weeks is an appropriate amount of time for agencies to do PEGs?
as I said in my testimony, I really think what that made it was a kind of short-term slashing exercise. We need a thoughtful long-term savings program. We do have looming out year budget gaps, but rather than say come up with this year's cuts in 2 weeks, let's say to folks, okay, here's the challenge over the next 4 years. You're going to have attrition over that time. You can make better long-term decisions about what lines and programs and positions you might be able to phase out through attrition as people retire. So, I think we should, we'll need to start that clock ticking again, but I agree that what you get when you give people 2 weeks is something more like slashing than like thoughtful strategic savings.
Do you think OMB should be more proactive with studying tax breaks and if they've extended past their useful?
I can't avoid the chance to say thank you on his final round of budget hearings to Ray Majewski, from whom I learned more about what happens when you let tax breaks stick around long past their useful life. Right. And I think the program the council has of picking one a year to dig in and try to analyze them is a good one. I think OMB could do more of that. We could probably do more of that too.
A question I asked OMB as well about audits. The executive budget forecasts that the city will collect about $720 million in tax audit revenue. Do you think those estimates are realistic?
Well, looking at history, I heard the budget director's answer, and from my own experience, these audits can be very lumpy. And so you can have very, high revenue one year and not as high revenue the next, but we baseline them at least $900 million in each year of the plan based on the fact that historically they haven't come in at 720. And so that's how we approach this offset to the other various risks of the budget.
Have you seen any progress from the city in terms of filling vacancies since the report you published the end of last year?
So we, chart 8 of this report, what page is chart 8 on? It's table 8. Sorry, there's too many charts and tables. Okay, on page 56, the green line at the bottom, you can see that the pace of so the red and the blue is the adopted budget headcount, and then the green is actual headcount. And you can see it was, in precipitous decline through 2021 and the beginning of 22. It's leveled off, but I guess what we can tell you is sort of, what we've seen. Full-time headcount has decreased very slightly by 313 positions from December 22 to February 23, which is our latest month of finalized numbers, to 280,674. Hiring gains were made at NYPD, 165, Parks and Rec, 145, DEP, 58, HPD, 55, and DOHMH, 37. Things went the other way with teachers, 122, civilian titles at the police department, 196, ACS, 117, uniform titles at correction, down 105, fire down 88, and sanitation down 79, and preliminary March numbers are basically relatively flat. So things are, that's better than when things were going down, but I think they basically suggest for every person they're hiring, one person is leaving, and we're just essentially treading water.
All right, I'm going to turn to my colleagues for questions. We have questions starting with Councilmember Barron, followed by Hanif.
Thank you. Hi, Brad. It was Comptroller, Mr. Comptroller.
Brad is fine.
I was looking at some of the revenue ideas that you had, and plus, that's state dependent on it. The peer-to-tier tax is about, what, 400 or 500 million, I think? And the millionaires tax, I think you have in there, might be 900 million. What about the stock transfer tax? That's my favorite one, the stock transfer tax. When I was up in Albany, It used to be like 14, 16 billion, and all of it was rebated back to Wall Street. And of course, they said, well, if you don't do that, they're going to close down the stock market, just like all the corporations are going to leave if we tax the corporations. What about the stock transfer tax?
So I asked our budget department to take a look at the ones that they thought met really two tests. One, that they were genuinely progressive, that they hit wealthy households and businesses and not working class folks. And second, that they were effective, that we could actually collect them, that it would be straightforward to set them up, and that we would have confidence that we could collect them. And that's what led them to choose these. We didn't do an analysis sort of beyond that.
But the stock transfer tax is rebated all back to Wall Street. Why? It's just not making any sense to me. You know, I used to try to, because they say I don't compromise, I don't understand that politics is the art of compromise and all of that stuff. So I said, okay, we'll just take 50% and leave Wall Street with 50%. I don't think they should have any, but what about that? I mean, that one has to be looked into because it's a massive amount of money.
We did not analyze that for this report, but I guess what I would say is this. We think it's important to open this dialogue up. Generally, the conversation about revenue takes place in Albany because we need Albany's support to do it. But you know, what we thought was, you know, as we look at the out-year budget gaps and as we think about all these places where we need new investments, we're going to need to be pushing for Albany to allow the city to do some things that provide us with the resources that we need to make these investments.
That could be the stock transfer tax.
And we wanted to start that conversation. So I'm glad we've started it.
Yeah. All right. We shouldn't have had to start it. That should have been a part of it, in my opinion, and that's because it's such a good source of revenue. Secondly, the real property tax structure, you know, class 1, 2, 3, 4. I didn't see the corporate, the business, the class 4. I see you mentioned co-ops and condos and you know, homeowners. But what about the utilities and the commercial property?
For property tax reform, actually, we've been fighting hard to get Albany to take some steps there. And I think a look at, you know, the inequities between homeowners, because homeowners in my neighborhood have a much lower effective tax rate than homeowners in your neighborhood, and that inequity's got to be addressed. Mm-hmm. Renters are taxed, rental properties taxed much higher than condo and homeownership property. That's got to be looked at. And I think it's reasonable to look across the 4 classes as well. So we're actually working with Senator Comrie and Assemblymember Braunstein to try to explore what a next step can be in pushing Albany.
And is it true that if
you
can't separate the classes, it has to be a rate for all 4 classes? It can't be just hit commercial and just hit utilities. It has to be for all 4, or could it be separate?
So the City Council can adopt a tax rate that then is split among classes based on the statutory, according to a statutory formula. So there is a level of overall tax rate, and then there is a formula that distributes it to the classes. So there is, without the intervention of Albany and statutory changes, there is no way to target a change in the rate to a particular class.
So let me just get clear on that. So there can't be, like, say, we just do 3 and 4, you know, utilities and commercial. You have to do all 4.
There is a tax fixing resolution that given the amount of revenues that need to be raised to balance the budget, then there is a formula that is statutory that distributes the burden across the classes. So that cannot be addressed by the City Council.
Mm-hmm. And just in terms of some of the pension fund, you know, you have talked to me about that. I know there's a huge amount of pension fund investment, and I was always concerned that it's not progressive enough, it's not black enough, it's not Latina enough. It seems that, and even in other countries, sometimes the investment takes place. Tell me more on how the pension fund can be beneficial to low-income, poor communities, black, brown people.
So first, the $256 billion that are in the city's 5 pension funds are the retirement security of a whole lot of Black and brown people, and we have a fiduciary obligation to every one of them to invest those dollars in a way that achieves the maximum risk-adjusted rate of return. That's a legal obligation on the controller of the Bureau of Asset Management and all the other trustees of the funds. We can't say, we would like to see this money do some good over here, and we're therefore willing to take a lower rate of return.
In the
We're
interest of
obligated
time,
to invest
where is
that
it
money.
invested in terms of Black and brown community? I know it's our pension money, but where is it invested specifically?
I'll get you the report. We put out a first ever report, and I'll separate this into 2 parts. First is, who are the asset managers? Because all of that money is invested with asset managers who
Right.
then invested in companies. In the United States as a whole, according to the Knight Foundation, I think it's 1.4% of global assets of this type that are invested with Black and brown asset managers. We put the first report out of how we're doing, and it's 11.65%, which is a lot better than 1.4%, but not nearly close to the 52% of New York City residents that are Black and brown.
Exactly.
But I will say we put in October the first ever report out identifying those numbers, making them public, saying who our managers are. We will put a second annual report out in October. This time we'll set goals.
But I would definitely
for
like to
moving
see that,
forward
because
for
sometimes you
increasing
can
those
have
numbers.
Black and brown asset managers that invest in white enterprises, and then you'll tell us, but look, they were Black, they were brown, but the investments sometimes doesn't get to the right places. And what do you think of the mayor's going to give us a letter of revenue soon, and it's always a challenge. I know in the state, it was a partnership on determining the revenue, and on the federal level, it's the Congress that determines. But here, the mayor, without any real partnership sometimes, is determining the letter of revenue. And how can we know that that's accurate, or what disadvantage are we at that we cannot determine that letter of revenue?
We do our best to give you an honest assessment of what we think the revenues are going to be, so that you can negotiate with the mayor. And as I said, in the preliminary budget, we had revenue estimates that were a good deal higher than the administration's, and I was encouraged to see that they have mostly adopted those for exec. What the controller does is provide an independent estimate on those numbers. Obviously, that's not the one that controls the budget, but we'll keep an independent assessment coming, looks like.
And would you say the expense and revenue that the mayor is putting forward is accurate?
Well, that's what this entire report is. So the places where we think they're short, we think they understate revenues, but we also think they understate expenses.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Hanif, followed by Brooks Powers.
Thank you, Comptroller, and to the team for being here. First, I just want to share my gratitude in your approach to this budget and prioritizing asylum seekers first and foremost, and really sharing what a dignified welcome looks like, and the urgency for the $70 million for legal services, the $20 million for Promise NYC to ensure that families have childcare access, are really what would make their arrival and living here successful, and a demonstration of what a sanctuary city means. In a very contrast to the way in which the administration handled my questions around wanting more transparency on just how they came to the $4.3 billion number and how exactly that is being spent, with no clarity around the legal services piece. And we've been hearing the $5 million for some time now, and that money hasn't rolled out yet. So, I appreciate that there's leadership here that is showing where money is and how that money can get spent, as opposed to being opaque and not transparent. I'd like to know, if you could go into just what the positive economic impacts are in investing in services like legal services. You reported that 99% of funding related to asylum seekers in FY23 has gone towards shelter costs, while less than 1% is going towards people getting out of the shelter system. So would love to hear from you the positive economic impacts.
A couple of thoughts here, and then maybe Francesco or Krista will have more. First, the most direct one is anybody that we can help get out of shelter, we will just save a lot of money not having to, continue providing shelter costs. And I think the fastest path for asylum seeker families out of shelter is work authorization. And it makes sense to call on the federal government to use humanitarian parole to skip the 6 months, but you still have to file your application, and if people don't do that, they won't be eligible. And if they don't do that till after their 1-year deadline has expired, they'll be out of status. And then, of course, many of them will still look for work, but will wind up with less tax revenue, and just what people make if they're undocumented tends to be less than what they make if they are documented. So we'll be foregoing revenues that we could earn as a city. And under the prior controller, there was a good report done just on the economic benefit of immigration to the city, which shows up in all kinds of ways.
And then the $4.3 billion number that has been shared consistently, does your office believe that this is an accurate number?
The short answer is yes. We did Krista's team did a pretty deep dive on assumptions, both of what the daily rate of growth will be and what the per diem costs will be on page maybe 70. I think you can see that, the chart that she and her team prepared. 72, 74, let's try. We go through all of our assumptions and how we got to those numbers. But the short answer is yes. We think, if anything, their projections are somewhat optimistic.
Understood. And then we've been concerned that the admin is not getting the best per dollar value on its expenditures and contracts related to asylum seeker shelters. Has your office identified any areas in this regard where the city can improve cost efficiencies?
This is a good and important question, and I've raised it with the administration as well. I was encouraged in one of my visits to one of the HERCs to hear one of the folks from H&H say that they were concerned that they were overpaying on their staffing contract. There's 3 different staffing contracts at least, with DocGo, with SLS, and with Garner. So that's an easy place to compare. What are we paying, on a daily rate for the same thing? And, either get the folks that are high to come down, or just go with the folks who are giving you the lower numbers. So there, on staffing, you have some comparability and you can actually push people lower. That's harder with hotels, because each time you take one more, you're, in some ways kind of signaling what you paid last time. And there's no doubt that the per diem rates we're paying on more recently procured hotels is more than it was on the hotels we started procuring a year ago. And you're not in a good spot when you're looking every night to get one more, and you don't have several, that you can get to bid against each other. That's a real challenge of emergency procurement.
I super agree. Is this information, you think, one that would be shared with us or your team from the admin? How is this information that we can find out?
Well, so everything we have about the contracts we put online, updated as of today. The thing I just said about talking with them about staffing was just an anecdote from a HERC visit, so we don't really have data there. They told us that they were concerned about this and were putting pressure on the contractors to do better. And I think there needs to be more work here. Like, one challenge in general with emergency procurement is you start spending long before the contract is even with us and registered. And so additional oversight is needed. Some audits should start getting underway of those contracts, and we're starting to look at that. Those audits, unfortunately, take a while. So as we find things in the interim, we'll raise them to the administration and, as appropriate, to you. And I hope they will also do more proactive. When you're spending so much money on emergency procurement, you really do need to stand up a strong process of investigation and oversight.
And then finally, as we continue to welcome more asylum seekers and battle with the administration for transparency around these numbers, what specific information does your office need to be able to do your office's carry out your office's responsibility around this issue effectively?
I would just say more information about the details of the contracts, particularly at H&H, since we don't receive those, to know how the costs can, how we could derive accurate per diems. We just have aggregate costs for those contracts.
Could you just share for the public why you don't receive H&H contracts?
They're a public benefit corporation, and they do not are not required to submit their contracts for our review.
Thank you. Just wanted to shed some light on some of the other lack of transparency on this issue and circumvention. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councilmember Brooks Powers, followed by Brewer.
Thank you, Chair. And High Comptroller, hope all is well. I wanted to just touch really quickly on MWBE procurement. And in February, you issued a report on MWBE procurement that was pretty unsettling. MWBE's accounted for only 2% of the value of all New York City contracts and purchase orders registered in fiscal year 22. Obviously, we all know we need to do better, and I'm interested in getting your perspective on how we chart our course forward. So can you talk through what you see as the most effective ways for the city to improve MWBE utilization? How can the city be more effective at holding agencies accountable? And I've introduced legislation that would require the comptroller to do yearly audits of each agency focused on their MWBE utilization plan. And I'm interested in also knowing if you would support this, which is like more audits specifically tied to an agency's plan for MWBE utilization. I'm especially concerned, like we had a hearing earlier this week with, recently with MOCJ, and hearing about some of the struggles with even some of the subcontractors and them not being able to get paid because of something dealing with the prime. Also wanting to know like if there are recommendations, because that also impacts that overall utilization number as well. But we're seeing that a lot of these businesses have not been getting paid from the city. And so really wanting to understand that, because this makes contractors and companies not want to do business with the city because we're not paying them.
Yeah. These are all very important issues, and I also, when we did our MWBE procurement report, was just, stunned by how far we still are from anything that would look like parity, especially when you look at, what's sometimes called the disparity within the disparity because of MWBE contracting. White women and Asian men have the significant majority even of what counts as MWBE, and Black and Latino New Yorkers, both women and men, vary little in a city where 52% of folks are Black or Latino. MWBE, Black and Latino procurement is under 5%. And that is distressing. Now, I will say one encouraging thing here is that that report, when we put it out, hit around the same time that Mike Garner started as the mayor's chief business diversity officer, and he came to the event at which we released it, and we've had a really good back and forth with him. He is eager to drive progress on this. And so I was encouraged by that. You mentioned subcontracting, which if I had to pick one area, it might be the one I would start with, because the way things work currently, we don't have any visibility basically into subcontracting. So we don't have good measurements of when we've got MWBE subcontracting goals, who are those contractors? Are they registered MWBEs? Did they get paid? And agencies are using both different systems, and in many cases, the agency itself, though it can see information about the contractor, who they are and when they get paid, cannot see anything like that about the subcontractors, which is where there's just enormous opportunity to help grow, especially in construction, but in IT and other areas as well. So we recommended that the city move to a new technology, a new IT system for making subcontracting more visible, who they are they registered MWBEs, did they get paid? We think that would be one way to drive a lot of progress. There's a lot of other recommendations. You and I actually had a great conversation about a specific procurement from the council, and we wound up talking about, I didn't know there were so many procurement methods. We got a great primer on procurement methods in our annual procurement report, but the non-competitive small purchase MWBE procurement method, which started at $150,000, is now up to $1 million, and we're actually pushing for it to go to $1.5 million, is a great way of supporting MWBEs to grow their businesses. So there's no silver bullet. There's a lot of steps that are needed. We outlined them in that report. We will be working with Mike Garner and his team. On the idea of doing individual agency audits, every agency is covered with just what's the top line numbers say. We'd be glad to do a deeper dive. We'd probably need some resources if we were going to increase our audit capacity. But I'll just make one other point here. In addition to doing more MWBE auditing, I'd love to be able to do more contract and procurement and vendor auditing in general. The charter assigns us to audit every city agency once every 4 years, so the vast majority of our audit resources go to agency audits, and that makes sense. But as procurement and contracting has grown as a way of providing services, both on emergency procurement like asylum seekers, but on all kinds of other procurement as well, we'd love to do more in that area, but it would probably be an area where either additional resources or you could do the agency audits a little more at your discretion.
No, thank you for that. And I would love to spend some time really doing a deeper dive in what systems can be put in place to address this so that we can see an improvement. I've known Mike Garner for a number of years, and his work at MTA speaks for itself, and looking forward to working with him too. But recognizing there's a number of different issues when you talk about MWBE utilization, and like you hit on the head, you see a lot more white women and white men getting opportunities on these city contracts, and then when we're not paying out the businesses that already don't really have access to capital in that way, we harm the businesses, with many of them either at risk of closing or actually closing down. So thank you for making it a priority and issuing a report, and I look forward to talking to you more about it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you. I want to pick up on the hiring because it's we were told earlier about 1,000 people are in the process. That still leaves, 22,000, 23,000. I've lost track. So my question to you is, because it seems to me the problem is, from all of the testimony, agencies cannot hire. It's not that they don't want to, yet when you talk to OMB, they say, well, they're not hiring. Well, they are trying to hire, so they get cut because they are not hiring, but they can't hire because no virtual, salary's wrong. They say it doesn't take too long. I think it does in some cases, et cetera. So my question to you is that something that we can quantify? Is there some other way of looking at it? It really disturbs me that this is the reason why people get cut, the programs, is because they're not filling the staff. Well, they can't fill the staff. You cannot hire an attorney if you are not providing hybrid.
Yeah. This is a really important issue. We did this title vacant and understaffed, underserved reports that picked up on some work you had analyzed. And I think in particular, the move of OMB to cut half of all vacancies, irrespective of what those vacancies were, it might in some cases be that a longstanding vacancy is evidence that you could do without that thing, but it might equally be that the private sector is hiring that thing in tremendous numbers, like cybersecurity. I use that as the example. We know that there was, I think it was 33% vacancy in Cyber Command. We know that's not because we don't need cybersecurity. That's because the private sector pays people more and lets them work remote 5 days a week, and so people leave and they had vacancies. But cutting half those vacancies as a budget measure doesn't protect us better from cyber threats. So, and no, this is what I was trying to get at with this longer term attrition plan. If you give people 4 years and you say, look, you're gonna have attrition, figure out what things you can shrink and what things you need more of, and not just we're going to slice half of your vacancies, when that might be an indication that that thing is really needed. And I brought for you, because I thought you might ask this, we have new dashboards just in the controller's office, new KPIs, and our own vacancies are upper left, and then you can go through and see each unit. And the 2 units in the controller's office that have significant vacancies at the moment are the Bureau of Asset Management, where we're competing with Wall Street firms, and so that's a challenge to keep people, and our Audit Bureau, where we hire off civil service lists, and the tests are not refreshed as often as we would like, and it's not easy to find someone that meets the title requirements. And that's not because our challenge isn't that OMB, we don't need OMB approval to make our hires. It's hard in this market to hire people. Obviously, OMB requirements can delay agencies even further, but I think your point that we just need a more data-driven, comprehensive look so we can distinguish what the issue is in different sectors is critical.
The other question I have, I know you heard this a few minutes ago, you talked about different kinds of analysis. DOE, as an example, that's the one I'll use. They obviously have a bus contract, that's important. They have IEP contracts, that's important. But they have other kinds of contracts for reading and God knows what that I see that I just don't see how they are needed. Some of the book contracts they have, et cetera. So how would you distinguish? Because if we're looking for money, as we are, in addition to figuring out some of these other bigger issues, how would you go about looking for, I don't know, I call them unnecessary contracts, even the ones when I go to the HERCs, they're fabulously well-staffed. I don't know they need all that staff. That would be my somewhat cynical perspective. But the question is, how do you think about some of these contracts that really are not necessary? I mean, that's something, in other words, some of the book contracts they have, I find, why do you need to have somebody to tell you what books to read? I think I can figure that out as a teacher, et cetera. Is that something that you're thinking about where to pocket some money that don't need to be spent?
That's a great point. We've done some digging in on the claims just because we do claim settlement in our office. We have a lot of data and information to go after. But I think a deeper dive on contracts to try to figure, because obviously there's no doubt that the contractors would like to sell you more.
Yeah.
One that I fought hard against as a good example was, Department of Correction was pitched this contract to digitize the mail for people in detention. And it was easy to see where that had come from. That was a service the contractor was selling, and they came and sold it and said, it'll ease up the work of your staff delivering people their letters from their loved ones, but we would have paid through the nose for it.
I agree. And then the other question is, we have some out-of-state nonprofit contractors. Now, these are probably emergency contracts. They're not going to go through you. But I find it strange that we have to hire from out of state to work with the asylum seekers. Why can't we use local? So I just want to put that on your radar. It's happening too many places. And then finally, Aetna, we've got the managed care, seniors, et cetera. Is that something that's going to come across your desk at some point?
Is on our desk. It arrived May the 8th, I believe, which means we have until June the 9th to review it, and we're thoroughly reviewing it right now. This is one that I'll confess I'm wrestling with and troubles me a lot. You may have seen it. My dear friend Adi Barkan, this activist with ALS, had a op-ed in The Nation this week about the fact that at this point now more than half of Medicare enrollees nationwide are in HMO or PPO plans through Medicare Advantage, and he's worried that there's not going to be anything left of Medicare as a result. The controller's job in contract registration is ministerial. It's to look and see, was it properly procured, and is the money in the budget? But as an issue, it is one that I'm genuinely grappling with.
Okay, thank you.
Controller and your team, thank you so much. Look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Chair. Great to see you as always. And thanks for your hard work digging through this budget and making sure we get to the best one possible.
Right on. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll take a break, and we're going to hear from the Department of Finance. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to the third portion of today's executive budget hearings. Councilmember Justin Brannan, Chair of the Committee on Finance. Welcome to Commissioner Nyblack and your team. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. In the interest of time, I'm going to forego an opening statement so we can hear directly from the commissioners. So I'll now turn it over to Committee Counsel Mike Toomey to swear in our witnesses.
Good afternoon. If you raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer councilmember questions? Commissioner Nyblack?
I do.
First Deputy Commissioner Scheer?
I do.
Deputy Commissioner James?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Brannan, members of the committee, and members of the City Council. My name is Preston Niblack. I'm Commissioner of the New York City Department of Finance. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The last commissioner on the last day. You saved the best for last. I commend you. I'm joined by the Department of Finance's First Deputy Commissioner, Jeffrey Scheer, and our Chief Financial Officer and Deputy Commissioner for Administration, Jacqueline James. Jackie and Jeff are key members of our leadership team, and I am grateful for their presence and support today and every day. Speaking of our leadership team, I'd like to begin by sharing some happy news from the Department of Finance. 2 longtime agency leaders have been promoted to new roles in which we will continue to benefit from their wisdom and experience. Annette Hill has assumed the title of Deputy Commissioner for Customer Operations, overseeing our borough business centers, parking ticket adjudications, the land records offices, and our collections division. And Leslie Zimmerman has assumed responsibility for treasury and banking operations, citywide payment services and standards, and payment, billing, and refund operations as Deputy Commissioner for Treasury and Payment Services. Both of these divisions will report directly to me. Annette and Leslie are true public servants with decades of experience, and I wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge and congratulate them on this new chapter in their distinguished careers. The focus of my testimony today will be updating you on important council priorities, highlighting new developments since I last appeared before the committee in March, and speaking briefly about the Department of Finance's plans for the coming year. First, we have a few updates to the customer service initiatives and benefit programs that I know are important to you and your constituents. And let me start with the state level issue. We continue to advocate at the state level for our proposal to simplify eligibility for the Senior and Disabled Rent Freeze program and the Senior and Disabled Homeowner exemptions. We would like to see this legislation pass before the end of the current session. The proposal would make up to 20,000 more households eligible for benefits while making the application process significantly easier. Unfortunately, without this important change, the language modifying these programs in the state budget would result in a more complex application process and a reduction or loss of benefits for up to 3,000 current recipients. As we work with the state legislature to help New Yorkers access and retain the benefits they're entitled to, we are also continually improving the services we provide across our agency. Our current efforts include giving customers the ability to easily look up the status of their benefit applications online, which is one of the most common inquiries we get. An online application lookup function is already available for the Rent Freeze program for initial applicants, and we expect to launch it for Rent Freeze renewals and the Senior Citizen and Disabled Homeowner exemptions by the end of the calendar year. We've also introduced a new online appointment scheduling feature for customers visiting our tax map office. This ensures that property owners looking to merge or apportion tax lots can receive prompt in-person assistance to navigate the process. And finally, we're excited to announce that applications for the first year of the Mayor's Child Care Property Tax Abatement have been received. We are still in the process of reviewing applications, but already we've approved applications that will add almost 1,800 seats across the city. We expect that we will have additional success as we launch the Child Care Business Tax Credit applications this fall and continue to build on this signature initiative. Turning now to other key priorities, ensuring that New Yorkers have access to parking near their homes, providing efficient and fair adjudication of tickets, and addressing illicit and obscured license plates. We're engaged in several efforts to strengthen our enforcement tools and increase compliance in these areas. At the state level, DOF continues to advocate for a parking ticket reform package that would strengthen our enforcement tools. This includes giving traffic agents and police officers the ability to issue parking summons against cars with missing or obscured plates by using the car's vehicle ID number. In addition, improved enforcement against commercial vehicles parked overnight in residential areas will improve residents' quality of life by protecting their ability to park near their homes. We look forward to working with the Council, the Law Department, the Department of Transportation, and the NYPD on local legislation that will improve our enforcement capabilities against illegal license plates. We will be seeking to increase fines and penalties for the use or sale of concealed or illicit plates. Stronger enforcement in this area would protect New Yorkers from drivers who currently use unidentifiable plates to get away with unsafe driving practices. And additionally, before we leave the subject of parking tickets, because who doesn't love talking about parking tickets, I would like to update you on the continued success of our new self-serve online parking ticket payment plan enrollment option. Since its debut in early February, approximately 17,000 customers have enrolled in payment plans online, making down payments of $3.2 million against violations totaling $17.7 million. With more time to pay, vehicle owners can avoid booting or towing. In addition to helping customers, this allows DOF to focus enforcement efforts on chronic scofflaws. As you know, the mayor is pursuing every option to address the proliferation of smoke shops selling unlicensed products across the city. This effort is being led by the Sheriff's Office with key support from DOF's Tax, Audit, and Enforcement and Legal Affairs divisions, and with the participation of other agencies, including the State Office of Cannabis Management, the NYPD, the Office of Special Enforcement, and the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection. This partnership, known as the Joint Compliance Task Force, has conducted 270 inspections since last November, resulting in the seizure of illegal tobacco and cannabis products valued at over $14 million. We are working currently with the Department of Taxation and Finance, our state counterpart, and the Office of Cannabis Management to take advantage of the recently enacted amendments to the Marijuana Regulation and Taxation Act and strengthen our ability to ensure that the cannabis industry operates safely and legally in New York City. So let me now move to an overview of the Department of Finance's budget for fiscal year 2024. Our proposed budget is $340.7 million. That includes $180.9 million in personal services funds to support an authorized headcount of 1,878 full-time staff, and $159.8 million for other than personal services. As the Council is well aware, the City continues to pursue gap closing measures, and our agency has done its part by finding ways to encourage compliance and protect revenues. This includes our proposal to expand the Sheriff Road Unit. Vehicles in the Sheriff Road Unit are outfitted with license plate reader technology used to enforce unpaid commercial motor vehicle taxes. The license plate reader technology also allows DOF to identify vehicles that evade our booting operations because, for example, they're parked out of city overnight. We're also working to ensure that the co-op condo abatement is provided only to the intended beneficiaries of the program, resident owners, excuse me. Last year, we conducted a pilot program that resulted in the identification and removal of 4,500 abatements worth $8 million annually from property owners who were not using their condo or co-op apartment as their primary residence as required by law. And we plan to continue and extend that effort in the coming year. By constantly working to improve compliance and ensure that the programs we administer are targeted to their intended recipients, we protect the revenues and enable all of the city's services and programs. Finally, I want to highlight our continuing focus on improving customer service to make sure that paying taxes, fees, and fines is as convenient and accessible as possible. We are pursuing every opportunity, large and small, to improve our customer service. This includes working to automatically include customer data when calls are transferred from 311 to the Land Records Call Center. We've already applied this approach with personal exemptions, rent-freeze benefits, and business taxes calls from 311, and it has improved customer service operations and outcomes. Other improvements include returning to in-person outreach across the city, launching a digital signature capability for our smart file applications for property tax payment plans and the PTA program to reduce the burden on consumers of printing and scanning documents back to our staff, and adding scanners at all of our property exemption administration customer intake desks to assist customers faster in person. We have also redesigned the property tax statement of account so that customers can more easily understand their bills. This includes the usage of color and design elements that call attention to the most important information customers need to know, specifically how much they owe, how those charges were calculated, and how to pay. Most customers will receive the new version of the statement of account for their property taxes due on July 1st, and those will go out in the beginning of June. And additional property owners will receive it in future billing cycles. I've actually included examples of the current and redesigned statements of account with my testimony that we gave you. Finally, by the end of the year, we will introduce a new hearing by video option for customers who wish to dispute parking tickets. That adds to the existing options, which include online via the Pay or Dispute mobile app, in person, or by mail. We'll share additional information about this when it's available. In closing, I'd just like to reiterate how grateful we are for the support and partnership of this council. As you can see, the coming year will be quite busy and productive for the Department of Finance, and we look forward to your support in ensuring the success of the initiatives I've mentioned today, plus the many others underway throughout our agency. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Niblack. I appreciate your dedication to the kinder, gentler Department of Finance.
There's been a huge mistake, Councilman.
I want to talk about the PEGs. I appreciate you provided the vacancy reduction details by title.
Yep.
It's 116 vacant positions. I noticed just something like the clerical associate. Why is something like that seemingly so difficult to hire for? So 37 vacancies there.
I will let CFO James speak to our hiring efforts here, especially in clerical associates.
Retention and recruitment. We have to use the civil service list. That's the list process. And so that is a constant reapplying. It's just a civil service process. It's hard to recruit.
What does that position pay?
Roughly about $38,000.
$38,000.
The new DC 37 contract will raise that, but it is the lowest paying starting salary in the department.
Wow.
Yes, for full-time.
And what, do you need to have a college degree for that job?
I don't think so. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think just a high school diploma.
Are there plans to hire additional revenue generating positions like assessors and that kind of thing?
Yes, there are. We currently just hired about 30 auditors within the Department of Finance, and we are continually aggressively recruiting for auditors. The civil service list just expired, so we are working with DCAS on how to go about hiring provisionally to get those employees, once we hire them, back on the civil service track. We're also working to hire city assessors, sheriffs, and other positions within the agency.
Yeah.
Let's stay on audits just because you mentioned it. OMB has deferred to DOF and saying that they rely on DOF's baseline forecast for audits. The executive plan added roughly $480 million in additional audit revenue for FY23, which is an indication to us that the audit revenue projections in the preliminary plan were not realistic after all. Can you provide us with some perspective on audit revenue projections in the preliminary plan and what might have changed?
So, our role is to perform audits and collect funds from when we settle audits. Let me speak specifically to the changes between the preliminary and the exec. You may recall, Mr. Chairman, that there was a very large settlement, audit settlement of a single case for $480 million. At the time that the preliminary budget was locked down, we knew the case was settled. We didn't have the money in hand. OMB typically does not recognize money until it's in the bank. So it was not included then. It was added subsequently. That's the difference. That's that $480 million difference roughly between the prelim and the exec.
Got it.
So that explains that. We provide our daily or weekly updates on audit collections to OMB. But until the money's in the bank, they're reluctant to recognize it, of course.
I want to ask you about the commercial motor vehicle tax, the Sheriff Road Unit, which will fund the installation of 75, I believe, additional license plate readers. Do we have a projected gross and net revenue from those cameras?
Yes, the projected gross revenue is $5.5 million, and the net is $3.9 million. And correct me if I'm wrong, Jackie, but I think the net goes up a little bit because we have some one-time costs in the first year.
That is correct.
And will the sheriffs be focusing on highways or city streets?
You know, the effort, currently the pilot program that we started with, just had 3 vehicles, was really focused on sort of where there are high traffic commercial vehicles, you know, and especially where there are bottlenecks, like we did an operation last year at the Queens, last week at the Queens Midtown Tunnel, for example. With the license plate technology, I mean, the sheriff's vehicles are all over the city. So I think that it's just having the ability to capture more vehicles where they are rather than having to just, you know, do a targeted operation in order to get it. So there's not any particular area that we will be focused on, highways versus streets, one borough over another. It's really just wherever sheriffs are.
Do we have an estimate of how much currently exists in arrears for the commercial motor vehicle tax?
We're working on that. I'll get that to you later on.
Okay. And will DOF share information gathered by the license plate readers with PD or DOT?
The license plate readers don't exactly gather information. It's really, they're matching the license plate to a database of delinquent or taxes that are owed that we have already. So it's a tax enforcement tool. It's not really, you know, designed, at least at this point, for law enforcement or other purposes. So.
Okay. I want to talk about, thank you. I want to talk about, stay on the sheriffs and talk about the illegal marijuana shops. Did whatever they did in Albany make life any easier for the sheriff's office?
Yeah, we're still looking at that. The law department is working with our legal affairs division, and we've been speaking with our counterparts at State Taxation and Finance and the Office of Cannabis Management. I think we expect there's going to be, the language that was in the bill was not exactly what we had proposed. So we're looking at, you know, but we think we can make it work for us, and
okay.
I don't actually have yet sort of the details.
A perfect world, what would it have said or done?
In a perfect world, they would have basically said the sheriffs could do cannabis enforcement.
Short of that, what does it say?
It says the Department of Taxation and Finance can do enforcement, and there's some language in there about, I can't remember exactly what it is, but there's some language in there about sort of agents of the Department of Taxation and Finance. So we're kind of trying to understand, could that mean us?
Okay. Do you have, can you tell us so far in FY23, how many illegal shops have been raided by the sheriff's office?
Yeah, there have been 270 inspections as of the end of last week. It's probably more as of today, but you know, a few more. But 270 inspections since last November when the task force was stood up. We've taken $14 million worth of goods out of the store.
1-4?
14, 1-4. Yep. There have been 93 arrests. Lots of summonses have been issued, and notices of violations. $6.3 million in civil penalties assessed.
Wow. How many illegal shops does DOF believe to currently operate in the city?
In our database currently, we have about 1,600.
Wow. 1,600 compared to 5 legal shops in the city.
It's up to 5 now. Okay.
I think 1,600 opened up since we started this hearing. And how long does it take? Sorry, maybe walk us through if you get a tip or something. Not that you need a tip because they're everywhere, but if you zero in on an illegal shop, what's the process there? You have to apply for a warrant. How does that work?
It depends. So the shops, they opened up under the pretext of basically the marijuana deregulation, right? So but the things that they sell are across a big spectrum of nuisances, right? So it's vapes, it's edibles, it's cannabis, but it's also untaxed cigarettes, et cetera. So That's why there's this joint task force, is because different people have different authority. So, for example, we see a shop that's open that advertises cigarettes. The sheriff can go in to identify untaxed cigarettes. There is allowance under certain circumstances for warrantless enforcement, warrantless searches, and other times you need a warrant. So it spans the spectrum depending upon what we're looking for in a particular store. Last week, for example, the health department went with us on some operations, and we shut down 2 branches of a bakery that were selling laced products, baked goods. And we actually were, because under the health code, we were actually able to shut those down.
Right.
So,
what I've been told from the sheriff is it seems to be easier for the sheriff's office to shut down a place or get. It's almost easier for them to shut down an illegal marijuana shop if they're selling stuff in addition to marijuana. If they have untaxed cigarettes and illegal vape products, it's easier to shut that down. Whereas a store that just sells marijuana.
I think so first of all, there are very few stores that just sell marijuana that are unlicensed, right? So that's actually rare. And I think because the enforcement authority has been a little fluid or undefined.
Very diplomatic.
Then we don't really have a clear authority to go specifically after a store that sells an unlicensed marijuana store. So it's the fact that these stores represent kind of a broad spectrum nuisance that allows us to do the inspections right now that we do.
So are you confident that after you get a full understanding of the legal interpretation, you'll be able to do more?
I would say I'm hopeful.
Okay. I got a couple more. Something you mentioned in the preliminary budget hearing about the agency making more outreach efforts, including sending letters to potentially eligible people for different tax breaks, whether it's the expanded EITC or enhanced STAR. Could you give us an update on how successful those efforts were?
Yes. So let me talk about EITC specifically. We mailed notices to 14,000 plus seniors who are receiving the Senior Citizens Homeowner Exemption, but not STAR, to let them know that they could qualify for eSTAR. So we had 8,000 seniors had the option to apply for the eSTAR exemption, actually, because the basic STAR exemption already existed, on their property in a prior year. Of those 8,000, we've gotten a response from about 42% of them directly to us. And the rest of the population was actually required to go to New York State to apply, so I don't know what those stats were, but we got a pretty substantial response from the people who could come to us.
Last year, the council was proud to deliver the first property tax rebate in 15 years. Do you have a number of how many households received that rebate?
Yeah, we have processed to date 403,000 rebates. I think roughly 93% of them have been cashed or credited. There were some, bad addresses, checks returned, et cetera, so there was some of that, and there are a few outstanding checks. But we've essentially stopped at this point issuing new ones, but more continue to get credited to the taxpayer's account. And if somebody comes to us and says, I thought you sent me a check, you say you sent me a check, but I never got it, we will credit it to their property tax account.
And what was the total cost of that? I know it came in less than what we allocated.
$60 million.
Okay. I just have one more about the final assessment roll. Can you share ahead of time, to the degree of which the total assessed values might differ from the tentative roll? And should we expect a typical size reduction or something more dramatic?
We will release the final roll on Thursday. It's not going to be substantially different from the tentative roll, and I will let First Deputy Commissioner Shears talk a little bit more about that. Let me just say, first of all, my appreciation to Deputy Commissioner Tim Shears and Assistant Commissioner Carmela Quintos, who work extremely hard every year to put this thing to bed. And they are on track, as always, and we will see it come out on Thursday as scheduled. And I'll let Jeff talk a little bit more about sort of what the changes look like.
Hi. So overall, the role is virtually unchanged, but that mass changes within the different classes. So New York State made adjustments to utility properties that increased their overall assessments by $3.7 billion. If that is taken out of the roll, however, the other classes had their market value reduced by $1.3 billion. And that includes a reduction in Class 1 properties of over $500 million. Class 2 properties, the value increased by $660 million, and Class 4 properties decreased by $1.4 billion.
Those all sound like, large numbers, of course, but in percentage terms, the overall change was 0.16% up. So,
one last question from a member that had to leave about the stipulated parking fine program. I know in the past, DOF has said the program saves New Yorkers money by cutting down on administrative costs. Others argue we're losing millions by giving these discounts. Is DOF still supportive of this program, and are we convinced that it still saves the city money?
So we don't actually believe that we're giving away money here. We believe that we are setting the rates for stipulated fines where there is a stipulated fine allowed at what a rate that reflects what the outcome of adjudicated hearing is for those offenses. So if you'll allow me to use a statistical term, on an expected value basis, we're getting the money that we would have gotten had they gone to adjudication without going to adjudication. And that saves money because then we don't have to have the salaries of administrative law judges and support staff and related OTPS costs.
And most importantly, what'd you think of my day fines idea?
So this is primarily for ECB and Oath. So they will be the ones who really have to speak to it. I'll just say if it were applied to parking tickets, I think we'd struggle with how we were going to verify people's incomes. Okay. I think that's an administrative hurdle that would be difficult, challenging to meet.
Okay, I'm going to give it now. Questions starting with Councilmember Brewer, followed by Barron. Thank you, Commissioner.
I don't like that bill, so just, a couple questions. First of all, thank you to Rita Jen for all her work and to the sheriff. When we have the legal smoke shops, I've obviously been in a lot of the illegal ones, but are you getting money from the 4 or 5 legal shops, or is it all going to the state?
I don't know that we actually have tax filings from them yet, so I don't know that we know. I'm sure we're getting some sales tax revenue, but I don't know that we have. The sales tax is collected by the state, right. So I don't know that we have it. We don't have it at the establishment level. So.
Okay. Do you have any sense of what it might be per shop? Because I hear 500,000, for the housing works as an example.
Yeah, I don't know.
A week.
Yeah, okay. I don't know.
Second question is, obviously, IBO did an uncollected report. Do you have any sense of that, $2.1 billion that's collectible, or how do we go about it? It is hard to leave it there and just say, oh, sorry, we can't collect.
So, a couple of things about that report. One, if we take parking tickets as an example, typically about 3/4 of parking tickets are paid within 30 days. Within 2 years, you've collected about 91% on average. After that, after 2 years, it becomes harder and harder to collect. It's harder to find the people who owe you the money. After 3 years, as a matter of practice, we write it down to 0. The process is different depending on each type of debt. But debt that's newer, obviously, and this was one criticism we had of the IBO report, debt that's newer is obviously going to have a lower collection rate because it's newer than stuff that's been out there for longer. Conversely, debt that's older, after a while, becomes difficult to collect. So business taxes or ECB debt, against a business that's no longer operating, that's closed, et cetera, is essentially uncollectible. So, you know, I do want to give recognition to our collections division, which is run by Pam Parker Cortijo as Assistant Commissioner, and they do an amazing job. They're very innovative, creative, resourceful, and work very, very hard to collect every penny that is owed to the city. And that said, there's always going to be some amount that is not collected for one reason or another because you can't find the person, whether, you know, and we can't always take action. We can't go out and arrest somebody and bring them in and put them in debtor's prison, you know, so there are limits to what we can actually do.
Does the city use, maybe it's not a good idea, but does the city use collection agencies, or is it all done by city staff?
It's city staff initially take it, and then it's turned over to collection agencies, and I'll let actually First Deputy Scheer talk about that.
Yes, so we now use 3 collection agencies in succession for outstanding debt. That includes parking ticket debt, ECB debt, and also business tax warrants. So after we try to collect, we assign it to the first collection agency. They hold it for 6 months to make sure that we're still working it hard. After 6 months, they must return it. It goes to the secondary collection agency, and then after 6 months, it goes to a third collection agency. So this makes sure that the debt is being constantly worked and being worked by multiple parties in case one agency is not working it as vigorously as it should.
Okay, and the other thing is 6.3 million, you said, in civil penalties to the smoke shops. Do you at least assess? Do you have any sense of whether that's being collected? That would be an example of, you know, I don't know what's going to happen. I haven't been in them and been part of the raids. I don't know what they're doing in terms of actually paying that.
I would have to look to see. I would have to get back to you about whether, you know, how much of that has been paid. Again, some of it may be returnable to the Department of Health. Some of it will be returnable to ECB. I don't know exactly all of the details of it, but we can get back to you about
So obviously you try to collect, but there are other agencies, we don't know if they do the same kinds of studious collection, right?
I can't speak to other agencies' collection efforts. When a debt is returnable to the Environmental Control Board, it's usually written by another agency, most commonly the Department of Sanitation, of course, or Department of Buildings for some violations. If the respondent defaults, if they don't show up and they don't pay, then it comes to DOF and goes to our collections division. Up to that, before that, it's really up to the agency to, you know, take it to oath. And to collect it if the respondent loses or pays before without, you know, going to oath or whatever.
Do you think it's higher or lower than in the past, say 2019, 2018, or is it about the same in terms of people not paying?
You know, the pandemic changed people's behavior in many ways. And I think one thing that happened during the pandemic was that we sort of suspended enforcement for a little while.
Yeah.
When I came in, we resumed enforcement because I'm a tough guy. It was interesting to watch people's behavior start to change. And now I think people are like, okay, I have to pay my parking ticket. So now we're seeing people come in, settle their old debt, and more rapidly settle the debt that they have. But, you know, there's a lingering sense, I think, sometimes that we're not going to enforce, and that's a mindset that we have to change.
Okay. And then just finally, some people, particularly older adults, when they, maybe I'm wrong, but I think when they have questions about property tax and so on, there's no phone number to call. Is that correct?
There's 311, and they will get referred to someone, and then we also have a couple of different email inboxes that you can send a query to.
It's fine with me. You know how the older adults want to call someone.
Right.
So there is,
Understood. And we actually have a call unit. Let me let Jeff talk a little bit about that, but we have a call center.
I've gotten some complaints about it. I understand that they're older.
Yeah, we get lots of calls. People do stay on the phone sometimes for a while.
I'm aware of those people.
And I'm just going to mention before I let Jeff talk, you mentioned Rita Jen. I really want to acknowledge Rita has been a tremendous asset in terms of constituent services, and anyone should feel free to reach out to Rita if they have constituents that come to your offices.
Right, so I wanted to add that we also, as you know, we have 5 business centers, 1 in each borough, and we do find that disproportionately older people tend to come to visit, often regarding their property taxes in the run-up to the due dates and the interest-free period. And as the commissioner said, we do have calls transferred from 311, and we do have a number where 311 can transfer calls if people want to pay over the phone.
Okay. And then just, you know, the squeeze, she, et cetera. So do you have some sense now, because of the outreach, more people are signing in, maybe also because of the increase in Rent Guidelines Board, depending on what they do? So do you have some sense of how many more people have not signed up, or where we are in that bailiwick?
I will look at the statistics for applications that were due this year. I don't have them in front of me, and we'll let you know. We're doing, you know, we continue to do a lot of outreach. We're very hopeful if we can get the legislation passed in Albany that the application process will be a lot simpler and a lot more accessible for that reason to applicants.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Barron, followed by Ressler.
Commissioner, you know my pet peeve has always been on the assessment of properties in black and brown communities and white communities. The assessments was very discriminatory, and I want to know, have you discovered that? What is your assessment of that? Because sometimes when we come to our communities and the property might be similar to that in white middle-class communities, but it's a different tax levy assessment. And sometimes people say, well, if you assess it higher, the value of the property is higher, but so is the tax higher. And then it could lead to foreclosures. There's a lot of foreclosures in our low-income black and brown communities, and those who struggle hard to get some homes, they wind up themselves in foreclosure. May he rest in peace, Melvin Faulkner, who was in my office. He helped about 80 to 100 families out of foreclosure. But a lot of it had to be in cooperation with the Department of Finance and many other groups, because, you know, predatory lending is still very real in our communities, and these predators will lend people money and say, oh, no, low cost, you know, too good to be true, we would say. It absolutely is. It's a predator. And they're taking you, no matter you have bad credit, that's what I was trying to get at, bad credit, no credit, and they still lend you the money, and you wind up having a balloon payment later, and your property's in foreclosure. And then there's these white organizations, enterprises, that buy the property. So a lot of our property that we owned are now owned by these white predator companies waiting for us to go into foreclosure and then getting our property. So I want to know, how do you address some of those very serious issues for our community?
So with respect to the assessment question, this is at the core of the issue of property tax reform that the Advisory Commission tackled, and that we've been updating our analysis and looking at and are preparing to go discuss with the mayor shortly. The problem is really you have areas where growth is rapid, and that actually means that the assessment growth can't keep up. And so those properties are relatively undertaxed, and that's because of the caps on assessed growth. So it's 6% a year or 20% over 5 years, which works out to about 3.5% per year on average. So then you can start to have big differentials between the ratio of the assessed value to the market value. Where it's high, taxes are high. Where it's low, taxes are going to be lower. So this is particularly can be a problem in gentrifying areas, and you get, you know, it depends on sort of the community, but you can get parts of Southeast Queens, for example, and I'm trying to visualize a map in my head right now as I'm talking, but Southeast Queens, for example, where properties are taxed at a higher effective tax rate than they are in parts of Brooklyn, other parts of Brooklyn, for example. So at its core, it's related to the caps on assessed value growth, and that's one of the things we're looking at in terms of the property tax system. Predatory lending practices.
Before you leave that, there's a lot of racism in that. You know, it's not just an objective, you know, as you presenting it, like race doesn't play a factor in it. It's not coincidental that the differences are in black and white communities, black and brown communities, white communities, but, you know, there's some really racial dimensions to that.
Understood.
You mean understood? I want you to talk.
I
what
can't.
we're gonna do about it?
Right.
You know?
As I say, I mean, we've been studying the advisory commission's recommendations. We've been updating the analysis that was performed to reflect more recent values. You know, I'll tell you honestly, I think it's a little bit of a mixed bag. There are parts of the city that are predominantly black or Latino who have higher effective tax rates than other parts of the city that are white. But it's not that clear cut. There are parts of the city that are predominantly black where effective tax rates are lower because they've been gentrifying. So I think.
Well, that's interesting. So we got to have whites move in order for us to be fairly assessed. I mean, you're making my point for me.
Yeah. Well, I was not trying not to make your point, but yes, I mean, it's a complex phenomenon, and it can kind of cut both ways. But I don't, you know, I'm not going to dispute the conclusion that, you know, in fact, it can end up having a systemically racist.
Very systemic, and it's not as complex. It's very simplistic to me and clear to see. But foreclosures and predatory lending.
Yes. So you may recall Lou Fidler, who was instrumental in helping create the Center for New York City Neighborhoods. I mean, that was the entity that was created at the time of the mortgage crisis that started in 2007, really. And that's the entity that's primarily charged with looking at this problem. You know, for us, it's really going to be a matter of how we go about enforcing property taxes and whether we can do it in a way that protects vulnerable homeowners and protects affordable housing assets that are in the community. So when we, you know, come to you with property tax legislative package soon, enforcement package, you know, one of our goals is to really make sure that we are protecting communities and low-income individuals in those communities and across the city in the process.
And finally, I want to work with you on helping community land trusts, you know, be able to get some of the properties in our community. Because, you know, right now, rich white developers, male developers in particular, they get all the land and the property. Matter of fact, they get tax abatements, they get subsidies, free money. When we get it, it's welfare. When they get it, it's subsidies. Either we all on subsidies or we all on welfare. But they get free money from the government, tax abatements, land cheap, and we need to get that land to community land trusts. I have an East New York Community Land Trust, and we're working hard to see to it that they can acquire some of that land with your help and HPD and other agencies. I think this is going to be an important thrust for local communities like East New York, Brownsville, Harlem, to gain control over their economies, because you know whoever controls the land controls the economy of a community. And that's what some of us who are socialists and black nationalists, whatever you want to call us, we're trying to get more control over the land and the economy of our communities. And what's your thinking on that?
We actually, again, to go back to the property tax enforcement, you know, that's one of the drivers really of this whole conversation has been the community land trusts. And we just had a meeting recently with a group of CLTs, including East New York, and to talk about our proposal for property tax enforcement and the role that CLTs would play in the preservation of you know, affordable housing assets in communities. So we definitely are looking at them as having a prominent role going forward in this.
Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannon and Commissioners. Good to see you. Deputy Commissioner Scheer and James, pleasure. And I just was reading in your remarks, I'm sorry I was a little late, that Leslie Zimmerman was promoted, which is great.
Yes.
I was always really impressed by her, really good public servant. Congratulations to her and to all of us who will benefit from her serving in a leadership role. I just had a few questions for you today. One was, does this administration support in full the recommendations of the Property Tax Commission that concluded in December of 21?
So we, when I came into office, as you know, it was about 5 days after the Advisory Commission dropped its final report. Our tax policy division had quite an active role in doing that analysis for the commission. All of that data was based on 2019 values before the pandemic. So one of the first tasks for us was really, for me, really was to dig in a little deeper because there were some questions that I had that weren't necessarily addressed in the report, and to update the analysis with more recent data so we had a good solid, I would have been uncomfortable going forward with any conclusions or making any recommendations based on data that was pre-pandemic. So we wanted to update that.
Have you updated it?
We have. We're examining it now. We're developing some recommendations. It's going to build on what the Advisory Commission did, but it will not replicate every aspect of it.
Look, I will just say this. The inequities in our property tax system have been well documented. And in previous efforts to get Albany to act, it has taken many, many, many years of sustained advocacy. If this administration is not prepared to lead and push, it's not going to happen. And so we appreciate that you're doing your due diligence and updating based on the changing conditions that we've experienced post-pandemic or through the pandemic. But we've got to get working and working fast. And the best time to move is right after the gubernatorial election. We've already lost a full session with nothing. So it just feels like we are very much on a road to nowhere unless things change rapidly from the administration standpoint. I'll just, on that point, you know, I represent a district where some of the folks benefit most from the current property tax system, and some folks are really ill-served by it. But one question I just want to ask is around transparency. How can a homeowner know on what basis their property was assessed? The valuations are adjusted based on the value of comparable properties, but the owner has zero information on those adjustments. And so what we often see in South Williamsburg is that condo properties are compared to other condos in Williamsburg that have pools and are luxury developments and have nothing to do with the kind of bare bones condo developments in South Williamsburg. And accordingly, their assessments, we believe, are very unfair.
So co-ops and condos are both assessed based on comparable rental buildings, and this is a feature of the tax code that we're actually is a prominent feature of the reforms in the Advisory Commission to start basing them on a comparable sales basis, and I think that would be a big step in the direction of sort of alleviating some of the inequities that are hard to avoid. Given just the fact that we have to approach it in the way we do now. So.
I appreciate that, and it doesn't make sense to compare a condo to a rental, but what's deeply frustrating is when we're comparing a condo in a building with no amenities to a luxury rental a few blocks away. And that's where people are so frustrated, and then there's no transparency. And while I appreciate that hopefully, comprehensive tax reform will happen, comprehensive property tax reform will happen, I'm not betting on it. I'm certainly not counting on it, and we need to continue to push for more transparency and improvements in the interim. And over the years that I've worked with DOF, I've been frustrated by the lack of transparency in this process and the lack of answers and accountability we've gotten. Just one final question. It has long befuddled me why the Parking Violations Bureau is at the Department of Finance. Feels like every other comparable violation goes to Oath. Oath deals with it, I think, reasonably well. I don't see why our tax collector should be adjudicating its own revenue stream. It seems unfair. Should the Parking Violations Bureau be based at DOF, or should we move it to Oath?
I'm going to let First Deputy Commissioner Scheer talk about this because he has a little more knowledge of the history here. But right now it's in the charter. The Parking Violations Bureau is in the Department of Finance, but it has not always been the case.
Yes, the Parking Violations Bureau used to be at the Department of Transportation.
Right.
And it was moved to DOF in the 1990s.
Right, after corruption in the Koch administration.
That's correct.
Right. I read City for Sale too. But Gail
Jeff
was there.
Jeff
So was
lived
Jeff.
City for Sale.
Jeff lived it. All right. So did other fine people in the audience. We appreciate you all. But why does it belong? I mean, just help me. It doesn't feel like it belongs at DOF. Every other comparable violation goes to Oath. Why should this go to DOF?
I can't. I don't know that I can answer. What the logic was at the time, but I will simply say that our Chief Administrative Law Judge Mary Gatsopoulos oversees a large number of ALJs who work every day, independent of any influence from the department as to outcomes, and we try to adjudicate everything that we are asked to adjudicate, meet every appeal as efficiently and quickly as we can. So we do the best job we can. Whether it should be with somebody else, I don't know, but I think we do a great job, and I don't know, and it's not perfect, but I think we do a good job, and I'm not sure that any other agency was doing as good a job as we do. So.
Well, I appreciate your advocacy for DOF. I could just say, when I was a kid in city government, I worked at, then DCA, all of those functions, around, their adjudication of violations all got moved to Oath, as I think has happened across the city of New York. We've seen that consolidation. I think it's worked well. It just feels like the Parking Violations Bureau is the one piece that's outstanding, and I think it's something we need to look at. But appreciate the perspective, and thank you for letting me go a little over, Chair.
I'm going to turn to Councilmember Velasquez for questions, but I just want to ask one thing, Commissioner. The 93 arrests that you mentioned were made with connection to the illegal marijuana shops. What are those arrests typically for?
I'll get back to you with more details about that. A lot of it has been for illegal possession of a quantity of cannabis that was not legal. So.
Got it. Okay. Councilmember Velasquez.
So included in the PEG section of the fiscal 2024 executive budget, there's a partial vacancy reduction restoration, which will restore funding for 19 positions for the rest of fiscal year 2023, and will then have those positions reduced. Are these positions the ones that the council fought to have restored following the fiscal 2024 prelim budget?
Yes.
What are the titles of these positions that will be restored for the remainder of fiscal year 2023?
So we didn't actually assign titles to any of those restored headcount. We had 280 vacancies at the time, to fill, and because it was for FY23 only, and it wasn't baselined into the out years, we didn't really get to the point of assigning titles to what those positions would have been used for.
So why were these positions not baselined?
I mean, my understanding is that was part of the MN from the January plan. So it was just a modification of this year's budget. It was not a change to the FY24 budget.
And could any of these positions be considered revenue generating?
Again, we hadn't assigned titles, but also, again, I'll say, we think every title at the Department of Finance is revenue generating in some capacity or another. I think, if we had 19 titles that we were going to allocate, I think we would allocate carefully based on, an analysis of where there was the highest need to make sure that all aspects of the operation were going as smoothly and working as well as they could.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, I think we're going to let you go early on good behavior. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you for staying for the last roadshow here.
I appreciate your partnership. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
All right, we'll take a short break, and then we're going to hear from IBO.
You want to know something about?
Okay. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to the final hearing of the day. This is day 11? Day 11 of executive budget hearings. This is the final hearing before we head tomorrow into public testimony. I want to welcome Director Chafee and your team. We're going to hear from IBO, obviously. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. And in the interest of time, I'm going to forego an opening statement so we can let us hear directly from the director. I'm now going to turn it over to Mike Toomey, Committee Counsel, to swear in the witnesses, and we can get going.
Evening. Raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer councilmember questions? Brian Kane.
I do.
Michael Jacobs. Sarita Subramanian. Jacob Berman. Louisa Chafee. Sarah Stefanski. Please begin.
No. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Brennan and members of the New York City Council on Finance. I'm Louisa Chafee, Director of the Independent Budget Office. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Joining me today are 5 members of my team: Michael Jacobs, Sarah Stefanski, Sarita Subramanian, Jacob Berman, and Brian Kane. Today's testimony refers to and relies on IBO's charter-mandated report on the executive budget, which was issued on May 15th. This report can be found on the IBO website, and I've also brought copies for your convenience. IBO is proud to provide nonpartisan budgetary, economic, and policy analysis that helps to increase New Yorkers' understanding of and participation in the budget process, and that assists you as elected representatives in exercising your oversight, budgetary, and legislative responsibilities. This year, IBO's economic analysis is cautiously optimistic for New York City's short-term fiscal health. Based on IBO's revenue forecasts and reestimates of city spending, IBO projects an additional fiscal year 2023 surplus of $2.1 billion beyond the $3.0 billion in budget stabilization funds in the executive budget. Assuming the $2.1 billion are applied as prepayments for fiscal year 2024 expenses, next year's budget is balanced. Widening budget gaps in fiscal years 2025 through 2027 will pose challenges as the city emerges from the COVID-19 pandemic. The out-year gaps grow larger in that time frame, ranging from $5.8 billion to $7.7 billion. Relative to the current year, IBO anticipates that, over the course of the plan, expenditures will increase by 11.1%, while revenues will grow only by 1.9%. Despite comparable growth in taxes and expenditures, this growing gap underscores the importance of federal and state revenue to the city's ongoing fiscal health. Over the course of the financial plan, IBO forecasts that the city-funded costs will be $10.9 billion greater than the projections in the executive budget. My team and I are available today to answer any questions you may have concerning our executive budget report. But to begin our discussion, I would like to flag a few multi-agency risk areas and several agency-specific points. Significant uncertainties remain in the labor force arena. Two of the city's largest unions, District Council 37 and the Police Benevolent Association, have ratified their contracts, and the executive budget assumes that they will set the pattern for other municipal unions. In addition to the scheduled raises, these contracts include language concerning potential workplace adaptations, such as remote work, compressed schedules, and extended tours. Such innovations could be challenging for other unions, such as the United Federation of Teachers, whose members typically must work in person and during specified hours. With the UFT contract as yet unsettled, the city does not have full certainty on its labor force costs. The large number of vacancies in the city workforce also add uncertainties. Based on actual spending during the current year and taking account of both vacancies and overtime spending, IBO projects that the city will save nearly $700 million in budgeted city funds for personnel services in fiscal year 2023, only a portion of which will be offset by the new costs of the new labor settlements. IBO has flagged rising costs that persistent vacancies may mean that some agencies miss key performance targets, a result that it could also be costly. And not in IBO's report, but of note, given the concerns of the City Council, is the lack of recognition of workers funded through the city's human service contracts with nonprofit providers. Another risk is the exhaustion of federal stimulus funding. This is particularly risky for the Department of Education. The end of federal stimulus funding pipeline presents an obvious budgetary risk for DOE, stemming from the city's use of some of its stimulus allocation to pay for reoccurring programs, such as Summer Rising, contracted nursing services, pathways to graduation, preschool special education, mental health counseling, 3K, etc. While there may be other smaller gaps in agencies, IBO estimates that the city will need to provide additional funding to DOE in each of the upcoming fiscal years, from $5 million in 2023, $285 million in 2024, $678 million in 2025, and $881 million annually in 2026 and 2027 to replace these then missing federal stimulus funds. Another risk are escalating costs and uncertain arrival trends for asylum seekers. There has been much discussion today about IBO's pricing of asylum seekers, and we look forward to your questions in these areas. The costs have been significantly increasing during 2023, with the continuing influx of asylum seekers and escalation in shelter costs as the city continues to ramp up capacity. Prior to the General Welfare Committee hearing on the executive budget, IBO analyzed 3 scenarios for the cost of services across fiscal years 2023 and 2024, and these yielded a range from $2.7 billion at the low end to $3.7 billion at the upper end, the latter being about $600 million less than the cost projected in the executive budget. In addition to these uncertainties, IBO also flagged several agency-specific issues, including chronic underfunding of NYCHA, which presents near-term challenges. Although the city will cover the estimated $80 million to cost to NYCHA of the DC 37 labor settlement, the executive budget has few other subsidies for NYCHA's operations. In December 2022, NYCHA reported that it was owed around $500 million in unpaid rent, with its rent collection at 63% as of this past March. Until recently, the state's Emergency Rental Assistance Program, ERAP, was unavailable to NYCHA residents. Although residents are now available, the program is unlikely to provide sufficient funds to address the pending arrears. If nothing is done to address this, NYCHA may need to reduce property maintenance spending in 2024, which could compel the city to provide additional subsidies to pay for structural work required under NYCHA's federal monetary agreement. Meanwhile, as IBO previously reported, NYCHA's $40 billion in unfunded capital needs may lead to further deterioration of the housing stock, again, potentially requiring further subsidies to meet legal obligations. The state budget changes impacting paratransit. IBO estimates that the city's paratransit subsidy, known as Access-a-Ride, will need to increase by $707 million across the financial plan. This includes an adjustment for the increase in the city's paratransit subsidy for 2024 and 2025 enacted in the state budget, as well as adjustments to the financial plan's annual baseline to reflect the MTA's projected growth in paratransit costs. I'd also like to flag a series of noteworthy gaps in the executive budget funding for many key programs. The executive budget omits funding for many social and community service initiatives added by the City Council every year at budget adoption, including key youth, aging, library, cultural, health and mental hygiene programs throughout the city. In addition, IBO noted several critical programs and services that were materially underfunded in the executive budget. An example is that IBO estimates the Human Resources Administration will continue to spend $247 million annually for legal services, including anti-eviction and related services, as well as deportation defense legal services across all plan years. To baseline legal services funding at this level, not even including the expansion of the right to counsel law, will require an additional $9 million in city funds in fiscal year 2023, $56 million in fiscal year 2024 and 25, and $72 million in fiscal years 26 and 27. This is a relatively small sum for an agency with a 2024 budget of more than $11 billion, but right to counsel is a service of critical importance to New Yorkers facing homelessness and to asylum seekers. Thank you for your time, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I want to get right into the asylum seekers. Earlier this month, as you mentioned, as we've mentioned as well today, and has been talked about quite a bit, IBO released their own analysis of the cost of the city's response, which is closer to what the council has estimated. And your worst-case scenario forecast was still $600 million less than what OMB is projecting over the next 2 years. Can you walk us through the estimate and what the methodology was?
Yes, I'm going to hand it to Sarah Stefanski, who will do exactly that. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, Council. To start us off, I'm going to walk through our estimate and our methodology, but all of this, to start us off, I want to just say this is a very fluid and ever-changing cost implication for the city, and we want to just acknowledge that. So to start off on IBO's cost estimate, at the end of April, there were approximately 37,000 asylum seekers staying in the city's care, with 27,100 in DHS shelters. And this is about 7,400 more than were in the preliminary budget when it was released in January. Around 70% of asylum seeker households in DHS shelters are families with minor children, 10% are families of related adults, and 20% are individuals. Now, IBO agrees with both the preliminary and executive budgets in that the costs to New York City for recently arrived asylum seekers are high and continue to escalate. IBO estimates that about 80% of the total costs for asylum seekers are associated with shelter and food, with the remaining 20% budgeted for related non-shelter costs. The first step IBO took in coming up with our estimate is to look at the number of asylum seekers in the city's care and to estimate this through 2024. We looked specifically at this year and then projected through the end of 2024 to mirror, again, OMB was focusing their projections on the years 2023 and 2024. So we projected the number of asylum-seeking households based on trends seen over the past 11 months. And we did this for 3 distinct types of shelter households. Again, families with minor children, families with related adults, and individuals. And we did each group as an independent census projection because shelter costs and lengths of stay differ among these types of households. IBO next examined costs associated with sheltering asylum seekers. As of the executive budget, nightly shelter costs for asylum seekers were 68% higher for families with children, 65% higher for related adults, and 15% higher for single adults when compared with DHS nightly costs from the previous year. These cost escalations are what we learned from OMB in the process of doing this exercise. Thus, rather than use historic DHS shelter rates, as we had done in prior IBO models, IBO adopted the city's April 2023 cost projections for each of these 3 types of households. We then took the number of households we projected coupled with our costs, and this provided our baseline estimate of shelter costs for 2023 and 2024. IBO also examined 2023 spending trends for non-shelter costs. This includes administrative, legal, information technology, emergency management, health, and other services. IBO adjusted these costs for the remainder of the current year with the assumption that costs have risen over the course of this year as the city continues to ramp up service provision. We then took 2023 non-shelter cost estimates and applied our forecasted shelter census growth to these costs to come up with an estimate for next year. We have used our census growth as how much we thought it might grow next year because most non-shelter costs are still tied to the population growth. They are in setting up new intake centers, setting up HERC facilities. Our baseline estimate is $1.2 billion, estimates that $1.2 billion will be needed for this year and $1.9 billion for next year, totaling $3.1 billion over the 2-year period. However, IBO recognizes that this is a highly fluid situation. There are changes on the US border enforcement, both the lifting of Title 42, but also the potential for other changes in border regulations. We do not know the movement of asylum seekers from the southern border to New York City. An unknown is the level of service used by asylum seekers, who's entering shelter, how long they're going to stay in shelter. And also adding to the uncertainty is this question of reimbursements or new funding going forward coming from the state and federal government. To recognize all of these variables, IBO created 2 additional cost scenario forecasts for a total of 3 options that we presented. We kept our population projections the same, but adjusted the cost of shelter. So our lower cost estimate reflects a scenario where the city could find cost efficiencies next year. This came out to a 2-year total of $2.7 billion, $1.1 billion this year, and $1.6 billion next year. Our higher cost estimate reflects a scenario where the city faces ever-increasing costs as new shelter sites continue to push up the cost of nightly shelter. This high-cost scenario totaled $3.7 billion. This is $1.5 billion this year and $2.2 billion next year.
Thank you, Sarah. Can you tell us what are the main factors driving the difference in IBO's estimates compared with OMB?
So from our understanding, the main driver is the population projections. Again, as I mentioned before, there are all of these variables that IBO had to consider and also OMB has to consider. We can speak to our model where we looked at past trends and used that as an example of inflows and outflows and the types of populations who are showing up to New York, and we applied that to our projections through the end of 2024.
In the executive plan, DHS added $260 million to FY23 for increased costs of non-asylum seeker shelter operations. IBO has estimated that when accounting for non-asylum seekers only, DHS is currently over budgeted for shelter operations in FY23 and has been so since the prelim plan. Can you explain why IBO believes this?
I'm going to pass this to my colleague, Jacob.
Hello. So thank you for that question. So the answer, we have to go back a couple of years. So prior to fiscal 2021, OMB's baseline funding for DHS, the levels were way too low and had to be revised upward at intervals throughout each year's financial plan. In fiscal year 2021, OMB revised the baseline funding levels upwards, and subsequently the family shelter numbers, which are of course the most expensive of the shelter system, the numbers went way down, so costs went way down, and then the current baseline numbers, which stayed the same in 2022 and then this year, are too high. And again, this is just for non-asylum seeking families and individuals. So because the administration is tracking and budgeting the costs of asylum seekers separately from non-asylum seekers within both DHS and other agencies, we also did the same thing, and we have backed out asylum seeker budget and costs from DHS's budget to estimate what is needed for non-asylum seekers. So all of that said, our analysis is that non-asylum seekers will cost approximately $1.6 billion just in city funds in fiscal 2023. And this estimate is based on historical and recent population trends that incorporate observed seasonality, along with the administration's published nightly costs that were in place for contracts prior to the asylum seeker crisis. As a result of all of this, IBO believes that DHS has had more than an adequate amount in its budget to cover non-asylum seekers over the past few plans, and some of that money that was added in this recent plan, as you mentioned, could be used towards asylum seeker or other costs, but we think it's very not likely to be needed for the shelter costs of non-asylum seeking individuals and families.
Okay, that's helpful. I have a question about the labor settlements. So the labor settlements in Europe and the IBO plan are estimated at $1.8 billion higher than OMB's executive financial plan. Could you tell us how you came to that estimate?
And I'll pass it to Brian.
Sure.
Be happy to. Yeah, so in terms of how we got to our estimate, we started with spending data for each collective bargaining unit from 2022 as our baseline, because most city contracts had expired by 2022, so that year roughly represented the total cost before raises for any future years. We then applied raise patterns negotiated by DC 37 and PBA to each CBU, starting the day after each union's previous contract expired. And then on top of that, we manually added in additional costs like fringe, pension, and the $18 minimum wage, and arrived at our estimate of about $17.8 billion in city costs above what was in the labor reserve before exec. Now, in terms of the difference between our number and OMB's, we can't speak to it directly because we haven't seen OMB's model. However, we have seen their cost of 1% book, and that book used 2020 data instead of 2022. We believe 2022 data is more reflective of what the actual cost will be for the reason I just described, and so we also tried to be conservative in our application of rates. So for example, we used DC 37 rates for UFT instead of an alternate amount or PBA rates.
Does IBO feel that the city has issues regarding its long-term financial health?
Michael?
Hi. If you're referring to the report that Manhattan Institute recently issued, we've looked at it. We haven't studied it and analyzed it. I mean, one thing it points out, and this is something that's been pointed out by IBO and others in the past, is there's a certain assumption as to the rate of return on financial assets that the city has, and I believe 7%. And if that turns out to be too high, the city is going to have to make up the difference. The other thing I noted about it was they point to the last 7 years and noted that 5 of those years, the amount of money that was spended was greater than the amount of revenue produced in that year, and they didn't do any of the prepayment adjustments. 2 of those years were COVID years, so. But it's not a criticism of the report. We need to look at it more carefully. There's some issues regarding the long-term pension investments that I can't speak to, but we would need to look at that further.
Okay. Last question from me is going to be about the property tax forecast. The most recent IBO and council tax revenue forecasts are very similar, though IBO's is a bit higher in all years except for revenues projected for FY24. What leads IBO to believe that the final assessment roll would decline so much from the prelim assessment roll?
We've started to look at our model, and obviously it needs examination. If what Commissioner Niblack said, and his staff said, that the final roll is not a whole lot different than the preliminary roll. So we are going to look at that and see if we can figure out what's going on. We need to look at it by class, property class by property class, to see if there's any particular area where we really did not do well.
Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you, IBO, for all your work. In your testimony, and it's something that I mentioned but didn't get very far with OMB, is I'm really concerned about nonprofit providers. And it looks like, if you give a general 200 million would be to have them COLA and some budgetary support so they can actually do their job and maybe retain their employees and so on. So I just wanted to hear a little bit more from you, because what you said is lack of fiscal recognition, and I certainly agree. Is there some way that we should be handling it differently? I'm really, really concerned about this sector.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We are carefully trying to understand the potential fiscal impact following the DC 37 pattern on nonprofits, human service nonprofits under contract with the City of New York.
Right, and I think there's a couple of issues, of course. One is parity, and then there's just general, funding. So I guess those are the 2 things you're looking at.
Yes.
Okay, and then the other question, obviously you heard me ask more about your wonderful report on collections. I didn't know if there's anything else you wanted to add, because I really appreciate you doing it, and I have to say, if you're a New Yorker who's paying their taxes and you see others are not, or your parking tickets or whatever it is, you do feel like, why should I pay mine? But I didn't know if you wanted to add anything to that.
Well, we thank you for your appreciation, and we look forward to answering future questions. And we think that the more transparency that can be brought to this type of issue, the easier for you to proceed with your policy decisions.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then just finally on the same issue of the asylum, I don't know if one of the things that came up, I don't remember which hearing at this point, but I do think that it's good that the HERCs have a lot of staffing in terms of having been to, I think, at least all of the Manhattan HERCs. And there's wonderful staff. I guess I learned today there are 3 different staffing contracts. Is that something that you have looked at, or is that something that you think needs more attention? Because yes, they need staffing, but it just seemed like a lot to me. I didn't know if you'd had any chance to look at that.
So we are in the process of looking very carefully at the HERCs.
Okay, and to see whether or not the staffing matches the need, et cetera, because if you're in a DHS system, you do not have any of the above, and it just seems like it's a good thing. Either everybody gets it, or it seems like it's not fair for some people to get it and others not. That's from my perspective. And then the other issue, of course, is we're all concerned, and you gave a good list of the youth, aging, library, cultural, and so on. And I just was wondering, we all think they're underfunded. The answer from OMB is, of course, they're not filling their position, so therefore there's money on the table, so therefore we have to, cut. And it seems to me that you have to find a way to fund, to hire people in order to be able to do the work. Do you have any sense in terms of this vacancy issue that there's a different approach in terms of funding?
We are very concerned about the vacancies, and we're specifically concerned about the impact for agencies to do their operations. These concerns are flagged in the Mayor's Own Management Report, the MMR. And we highlighted them in our executive report, and
Right.
we would be happy to work with you to explore the issues further.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
IBO, thank you guys. I appreciate all the work that you do. I really do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, day 11 of executive budget hearings will conclude, and tomorrow we'll hear from the public. Thank you.